Greetings. This is ch3, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. Welcome to this beautiful Sunday. Beautiful Sunday. Today, we are going to have a discussion that is based on and inspired by Chapter 3 of this book, The Paths of Pravritti and Nivritti. And if you don't know, this is the current book that we are going through on our book study. Very insightful book in regards to the management of the mind, right? Controlling the mind, understanding the mind, right? The old hermetic axiom, know thyself, right? How do you know thyself unless you actually study thyself? So this is a great book to start the year off with because it allows us an opportunity to look within and to manage the things that influence and affect our minds. So we've been on chapter 3, which is titled Harmonizing Pravritti and Discovering Nivritti. Now we know that the vrittis are the fluctuations of the mind, whether they're thoughts or emotions, anything that disturbs the harmony, peace, and balance of the mind. Because in its natural state, the mind is a harmonized, peaceful, balanced, plain thing. But when we come into contact with the material realm, we experience some type of fluctuation, some type of vibration, some type of influence. Cool. So the path of pravritti means becoming more and more engrossed in those vrittis, more and more engrossed and consumed into those disturbances. The path of nivritti means going in the opposite direction, coming out of those disturbances, coming out of being enveloped and engrossed by the distractions of the world. So, what a good day. Greetings to Cradle of Humankind from across the world. Peace, peace. CJ, greetings. Sky L, greetings. Dumakin Rez, peace, good afternoon. Smooth Shaddai, peace, peace. Sanaya Stewart, peace. Welcome, welcome. Naturally Nature, good to see you. Sunshine Chick, greetings. Always good to see you. Court Singh, how you doing this afternoon? Okay, that's fine. The audio's not connected just yet. Straight Panther, peace, peace. So yeah, I think that like I said, this was a great book to start this year's book study off with. Bessel Ether, peace, bro. I thought that this would be a great book to start the study group off with because my goal for this year, at least personally, you can do what you want, but my personal goal is to get a deep understanding of the Cabala, right? I want to understand the spheres. I want to understand the paths. I want to understand the four worlds. I want to understand the different relationships and connections. I want to understand it to such a deep level that it's internalized. And I don't have to go to a book. I don't have to listen to a video. I know it. I understand it. That's my goal for this year. So in doing so and pacing myself, right? Because when you run a marathon or when you're running for any length of time, you want to practice first. You want to learn your body, right? You want to see how long you can go before you get exhausted. You want to train so that you can push your stamina so that you can be able to go the distance. You also don't want to just do a big burst in the beginning because that's burning up all your energy. You want to do what's called pacing yourself. In any type of exertion, if your goal is longevity, then you want to pace yourself step by step. So in doing so, starting this year off, we're going to be going through these different books on yoga, these different books on tantra, and these different books on understanding the mind. Because dealing with the Cabala is a heavy topic. It's a heavy topic. And no one book is going to give you the answer because it is so vast. So if you understand what I'm talking about, go ahead and hit that like button. And hitting the like button, as you know, helps YouTube know that my content is worth watching and it continues to share it. So if you like this video, if you like this information, if you like this subject matter, if you're on board to study and learn about the mind, about Cabala, about yoga, hit the like button. Will Trent, peace, peace. Yeah. Will Trent says, hey, that's the mantra I picked. LOL, it has rhythm. Yeah. This is my favorite one on the playlist. I like them all, but this one I probably groove to the most. Now, speaking of which, in chapter 3, he's he spent the first chapter describing the situation, right? We are journeyers, we are travelers on the path heading towards the city of light. Our soul is heading back up to Kether. I should probably go grab my mystical Cabala book. But we're traveling to the path of light, to the city of light. But what happens is we get a little bit tired on our journey, get a little distracted on our journey, and we stop at Hotel Earth, and we become absorbed in all of the luxuries and beautiful things that are on Hotel Earth, which is essentially incarnation into a human body. We become engrossed into the things that our senses perceive, the things that look good, sound good, smell good, taste good, feel good. We get wrapped in those things. And over time, because now we're in time, in order to have a body, you have to have matter. And in order to exist as matter, you have to be within time. So over time, we become wrapped up in these distractions and we forget our mission. And that forgetting, it could be a few seconds, it could be a few years, it could be a few lifetimes, it could be millions of years. We don't know. But what happens is, even though we've forgotten, every now and then we get a gentle reminder. And that gentle reminder, it sparks something within us. Now, we've been here long enough to forget the mission, but we didn't forget it on an emotional level. So we get a feeling that we don't belong here. We get a feeling that we're supposed to be doing something bigger and greater. And we're usually born with that feeling. I remember feeling that since I was a very small child. Of course, I couldn't explain it. I didn't have words for it, but I always knew that I was destined for things that were bigger than what I was experiencing. I always knew that I had a purpose. I always knew that there was something to my life. And I think that was a cause for depression because I could never connect with it, right? To feel inside that I'm supposed to be something important, but not feeling that reflection on this physical plane, right? I think that that may be a cause for depression in a lot of people, having a feeling inside that you don't belong here, that you're supposed to be doing something else, but you just don't know what. That sucks. That sucks. But essentially, the first chapter described that that's what's going on. We are travelers on the path to the city of light, and we took a stop at Hotel Earth, not realizing that the longer we stay, the more we don't want to leave. That's the path of Pravritti, right? Hotel Earth is the body. Hotel Earth is the mind. Hotel Earth is the five senses and everything that is accumulated with the five senses. All of our experience, they build memories, right? And we learned from Tatwashuti that the mind can be broken down into a 4-part system. It's called the Antakarana. It's called the inner tool, the inner instrument. And we know that the inner instrument, it's a creation, it's the software. It's the software. If the body is the computer, then the Antakarana is the software. And it's not just mind. It's not just subconscious, conscious mind. It's a 4-part system. And we're learning through yoga and through Tantra the details and the intricate details of this system. But because we have this Antakarana, the individual mind, right? The individual mind. And of course, this is chapter 7, page 48. It talks about how we do have connection to higher self. But the next layer that covers it is a layer called ego. It's called ahamkara. And ego is the context. Remember, there's a difference between content and context, right? The content is the thing that you fill it up with. The context is the framework. Now, we all have a framework. For example, arm, leg, arm, head, right? That's the context for the human body. Now, the content is your skin color, your race, what kind of hair you got, what your face looks like. The context is lips, nose, eyes, forehead, cheeks, chin. That's the context. But the content is when you fill in those blanks, right? So we're operating on a context versus content. The Antakarana is a context of the mind. Now, the part that's called ego, the context is attachment. Its job, its function is to identify and attach. I like this. I don't like that. This is me. This is not me. I want more of this. I don't want no more of that. That's the context. That's the framework. That's the operating system of the ego. So ego is not the content. Ego is not thinking that you are super special or that you're better than everybody. That's not ego. That's the content of ego. You feel me? That's what you fill in the blanks with. But the context of ego is that function of attaching, right? I like the feeling of superiority, so I'm going to continue to do things that give me the feeling of superiority, right? That's where people get the idea of ego. But it's not that exactly. You got to go deeper. You got to look at the framework of these things. So because we have that context of ego, because we have that operating system, it blocks us from really truly seeing and listening and hearing the higher self. The higher self is there. But because we have that layer of attachment, we think that we know better. So intuition may speak to us and say, hey, maybe you should go in this direction. Ego says, last time I went there, I got hurt. I'm not going to do it. And we end up blocking a blessing. We end up blocking something transformational. We end up blocking a relationship that could have taken us to the next level, right? Intuition might have said, let go of that thing. We're done with it. It's time to move on and grow. Ego might say, I'm not going to let go of this because it makes me feel good. I'm attached to it. And then what happens is we hold on to something that we no longer need. And because the rest of nature and the rest of the universe is moving in a certain direction, we're holding on to that heavy weight and it's dragging us, and eventually becomes so heavy that it begins ripping us apart. That's the suffering. That's why they say attachment causes suffering, because ego is choosing to hold on to things that it does not need. So when we let that function of the mind run the show, we end up suffering and we end up going through confusion. All right, so we dealt with the buddhi, that's the higher self. We dealt with the ahamkara, that's the ego aspect. Under that is what's called chitta. Chitta is the mind itself. Chitta is the mind stuff. Chitta is what, it's almost like the raw material that we grab and create our experience from. It's the mind stuff, right? Now, the mind stuff is like this big pool of potential thoughts and feelings and experience. Now, directly underneath this mind stuff, we'll come back to it because this is the most important part that we're dealing with. Underneath that mind stuff is what's called manas. Now, manas represents the body, the five senses. Now, manas is like the body mind. So you got input coming in through smell. You have input coming in through sound. You have input coming in through taste. You have input coming in through touch, input coming in through sight. Now, all those five separate channels come together into manas. Manas manages all those five senses together, and it interprets reality. So manas is like the hand. And then the sense channel of sound, sight, taste, touch, and hearing, they all filter into manas. And manas makes a big deal out of them. Manas puts it together and gives information. Right? It takes from chitta, takes from the mind stuff, and creates experience. Now, it doesn't do anything with it. It just creates it. It creates the context. It creates the content. The context of manas is to create the content to fill it with. So manas is the fact that I smell what's coming out of my oil diffuser. Manas is picking up the data that I'm seeing. It's picking up this mantra and it's bringing it all together. Now, ego, ahamkara, is looking at it and making decisions. Ahamkara, ego says, I like this music. Turn it up. Ahamkara says, I like this smell. Give me more of it. Ahamkara says, you know what? The body's telling me it's too hot. Let's turn on the fan. You see how this is working? That's the basic workings of this thing. Now, here's what happens. Through repetitive patterns that are happening in the mind stuff of chitta, repetitive patterns that are happening, it's like ripples. Chitta is like a pond. The mind stuff is like a pond. And every time the five senses cause some kind of disturbance in that mind stuff, it makes a ripple. So every time it's disturbed, it's a ripple. Now, the best analogy to use for that is on a clear, sunny day, on a bright, sunny day, and the pond, it's not being disturbed. It's plain, it's flat, and you can see the reflection of the sun. You can see the reflection of the clouds in the sky. It's beautiful. But when it starts raining, it starts causing a bunch of ripples and waves in that water, and you can't see the reflection of anything. So that's what's happening when manas is bringing in constant information, and it's rippling the chitta. It's rippling the mind stuff. Those ripples are called vrittis, right? Now, the more rain, the more disturbances, the more ripples are in this pond. Now, Ahamkara is making a bunch of decisions. In neurolinguistic programming, it does what's called it deletes information, it distorts information, and it generalizes information. So when I say delete, there might be a bunch of ripples going on, and there are stuff that the ego will ignore to continue going on in its trance, right? Say, for example, you may think that you're falling in love with somebody, so you're going to ignore red flags. You're going to ignore what your senses are picking up. So you're deleting information to keep yourself in that state, because the ego says, I like the way this feels. I want to stay here, regardless of logic. That's the deletions. The distortions is where the ego will take information and change it and modify it. That's where people are like, they'll see something and get paranoid. Oh, well, they hate me because, well, they just don't like me. Why? Well, they'll take something vague that happened and assign a meaning to it. And when you really break it down, it's like, you're creating your own paranoid fantasy here. They really didn't do anything to you. You're just creating enemies for yourself. That's what the ego does. That's the distortion aspect of things, right? Or even as a young man, a lot of guys feel this way in high school, right? Freshmen who are just now beginning to get their hormones bubbled up, and all it would take is for a female to be nice to them. They'll say hello, or they'll actually make eye contact, and all of a sudden the dude thinks, oh, she likes me. So you see a lot of guys get really clingy and try to overstep their boundaries because they think because the girl was nice to them that they distort that into saying that, oh, I have a chance. That's the deletions, that's the distortions. And then the generalizations is where you take all this data and instead of breaking it down critically, you just assume. We just assume. Most people have this as their basic operating system. They just assume their way through life. Assume. They might hear a word like chakras a few times. They heard the word, they saw the pictures, and they say, you know what? I know what chakras are. I already know all that. I don't need to learn anything. I don't need to read any books. I saw it on YouTube. I know what a chakra is. I know what meditation is. That's the assumptions aspect. So going through that whole process that I just broke down, that is how the mind creates what's called vrittis. That's how the mind creates these ripples. Now, with all that chaos going on, from the manas, which is the body, five senses, from chitta, which is the mind stuff that's always being disturbed by the five senses, and then ego making these critical decisions based on, I like this, I don't like this. With the ego doing all that, there's way too much chaos going on for us to even perceive what the higher self is communicating with us, right? I mean, doesn't that make perfect sense? If your awareness, because check this out, none of those aspects are you. The manas, body, mind, the chitta, mind stuff, the ahamkara, ego, and that higher self aspect, none of that is you. None of that is you. But that is what your main experience is filled with. That's the content of your experience. So because you don't know anything better, you think that those things are you. This is where the attachment comes into play. You identify with the ego because, like I said, ego, its context is attachment, not what it attaches to. Because like I said, a lot of people think that ego is somebody who thinks that they're better than other people. Oh, I'm big and I'm better. That's the content. The actual context of that is superior. When I do this, I feel superior. It feels good. It covers up my insecurity of feeling inferior. So I'm going to keep doing things that make me feel superior. That is the content of the ego function. Let me know if that makes sense or if it doesn't make sense. Because I know a lot of people get it confused. They mistake the content for the context. The contents of my cup is coffee, but the context is that a cup holds things, whether it's liquids, solids, gases. The context is just the shape, the framework. The content is what fills the framework, and the content changes. Let me know if you guys are following me. Moldvox, peace. Lenny Alderdice, good afternoon. Nicholas Oliver, peace. We got 28 people in the building and only 19 likes. Go ahead and hit that like button if this is the content that you want to hear. Al Dickey, peace, bro. Kevin Wise, greetings, my friend. Cosmic Chlorophyll, greetings. Great day. Mad Bear, good to see you. Ophiel in the building. Connor Black, peace, bro, peace. Cosmic Chlorophyll says men still do that. Out of high school, this man was all in my face last night like a high school crush. I'm trying not to cuss this year, so I just played sweet. Yeah. And you see the type of problems that happen when the ego is out of control, the type of things that happen when the mind is imbalanced. We make decisions based on inaccurate data, and we don't have any kind of discipline, so we just do whatever pops up in the mind. I learned at my in 2015 when I got the job at the call center, I learned because I dealt with so many different people, right? It was tech support for the Keurig coffee machines, and these people would call in so mad about the fact that their coffee machine wasn't working and they needed that coffee. And I learned quickly that this country and this world is filled with adult babies, with grown-bodied individuals with immature, undeveloped minds. I saw it so much that it's undeniable. And this is why we have the problems that we have. It's not because of one group of people or one political party or one race or one, it's not because of any of that. It's because mankind on the planet does not have the proper, well, it has the information. We just don't take initiative to learn it, to study it, practice it. And that's okay, because the majority of people are not supposed to be aware of themselves. Now, that might not sound like a good thing to hear, but the more that you study, the more you start to see that's just how the equation balances. The same way that the ecosystem has a certain amount of bugs and lizards that eat the bugs and birds that eat the lizards and deer and lions, and the whole ecosystem is perfect. And the lower evolved life forms are in vast abundance, and they populate and reproduce at a massive rate. And then higher up the food, and they have big ass litters of babies, right? When a bug has babies, it has hundreds sometimes. And then you go up to mammals and dogs, they have like, maybe a litter of 9, 16. But then you get up to humans, and when a human is inseminated, it's only one baby at a time. So the higher up the scale you go, the reproductive numbers are shorter. And that's for a reason. It's a pyramid, right? It's a pyramid towards evolution. Hopefully, and as you go up, that pyramid inverts. It inverts. So it's not just a pyramid. There's an upside down pyramid on top of it. Once you transcend becoming incarnated, now those who actually make it cross that apex are very few. Now, out of those very few, many of them continue going. So the hard part is crossing the abyss. Because guess what? As we've been learning from Cabala, Doth, the abyss, it's a bottomless pit. And that is the cosmic porta potty. Got it this time. Doth, not Doth, but the abyss is the cosmic porta potty. And even though some people will make it up to that point, everybody's not going to cross it. You're not going to cross it because what makes you heavy, what makes you fall into the abyss is the ego attachment that I just described. If you haven't managed the function of ego attachment, then you're going to be cosmically heavy, cosmic shit. So that's why it's so important to start here with Tantra, with yoga, with these books. There's no point in us talking about advanced spiritual concepts if you haven't understood what ego is, what the mind is, and what its effect is on your day-to-day reality. That has to be broken down first. If it's not broken down first, there's no point talking about the rest of it. Because get this, if your context is fucked up, the content that we fill it with, though it may be great and pure, you're going to fuck it up according to your context. So if you see life through a racist lens, doesn't matter what content you get, you're going to paint it racist, right? And guess what that is? We talked about the 3 gunas, Raja, Sattvas, and Tamas, right? If your perspective is mostly tamasic, everything you get, you're going to color it tamasic. If everything is rajasic, you're going to paint everything you receive rajasic. But if you cultivate a sattvic living apparatus, now you're able to cross that abyss. Let me know if anything I said doesn't make sense or doesn't ring true, because none of this is my opinion. All of this is the accumulated data and experience that I've been working on. And I've been doing these live streams every day now, reading from these books. And if you've been listening along, you see exactly where I get this information from, right? And that's going to continue happening throughout this year. So there's no mistake in it. We're done with opinion. We're done with how I feel. And, oh, I just feel it's my opinion. That's invalid. It's going off of researched data, experienced data, tested data, not one man's word and opinion, but experience and testing, trial and tribulation. That's what this thing is. I like what you just said there, Straight Panther. No preaching, teaching, right? So if you're really interested in the spiritual information and you really want to apply it to yourself and you really want to make it across that gate, I highly recommend you doing the practices that were mentioned in the book. In chapter 3, he does go over a set of practices that you can do for yourself. William Trent mentioned he likes this mantra here. Well, in this book, he listed 3 mantras that you can do every single day that's going to help with this process, this being one of them. So I made a playlist and I posted it. How many people actually got that playlist? Not only that, he gave a few different meditative exercises that you can do. He talked about regulating the diet. He talked about how you can sit down and take account of what's going on in the mind. The answers are out there. But just like I said, with those people that I was talking to at the call center to fix their coffee machines, the world is filled with adult babies, and babies don't know what's best for them. Babies don't understand to eat right. They just want to eat candy, right? They just want to watch Pink Fong on YouTube and Thomas the Train and I don't know what the new stuff is. I haven't had a baby in 5 years, so you get what I'm saying. Babies don't know what's good for them to help build them up. They only know what's going to continue to distract them. Now those babies are adults and they're continuing that process of pure distraction 24/7, except the distraction evolves on higher levels. Now we're distracted with food. Now we're distracted with sex. Now we're distracted with mindless entertainment. And that's where we stay for years and years and years. And we get old. And suddenly we realize we haven't done anything with our lives. How do you escape that? Because guess what? If you didn't learn anything, you literally have to repeat the process. Consciousness is evolving. It doesn't stop when your body dies. It doesn't stop when your body dies. So if you don't get it, you're going to have to keep doing it. It's just like school. If you don't pass the grade, what happens? You got to repeat it. And get this, if you keep failing that grade, what do? You get kicked out. Cosmic principle. If you keep fucking up, you get thrown away because you're useless at this point. There's no point in consciousness using you as a vessel because you're not moving forward. You're heading towards the cosmic trash bin, which is the abyss. Doesn't sound good. It don't sound pretty. But man, I didn't make it up. I'll tell you that. Moldvox, thank you. I appreciate you. Tiana Marie, thank you. I appreciate you. I love this stuff. I love this stuff. I love it because it's so clear and it makes sense. Right? It may hurt to start giving up the things that did cause pleasure. You know, like I gave up alcohol. I gave up eating certain foods. Right? I gave up looking at certain things and indulging in certain things. I gave up those things, even though they felt good. But I had the maturity to understand it's time to put childish things away. What I want, what I have to reach for, requires me to lighten myself. So I had to drop the things that make me heavy. And this is a process that I'm going through and that we're all going through. As you evolve and as you grow, you start the process of dropping the things that make you heavy, right? That's what it's about. It's not about giving up meat because, oh, it's bad to eat meat and I want to be a vegan. It's about dropping the things that make you heavy so that you can transcend, so that you can grow and you can evolve. So that's maturity. That's spiritual maturity. Hecate, peace, Mobi, peace and greetings. Sean Gilmer, greetings. Sly, what's up? What's up? Sister Divine, good to see you. Who loves orange soda? Peace, bro, from across the pond. Glocky, welcome, welcome. Henry Devlin, peace, peace. Henry Devlin asks, hey man, how can I start working with Goetia demons? Just start working with Goetia demons. There are so many different Goetia books out there that you can literally just buy one and look at what each of them represent, right? Look at all 72, right? Now you have some problem in life. You probably got a lot of problems. So one of those entities are going to stand out as far as the solution for what to do, which one to pick. Now you have to invoke the courage to actually do a ritual, which can be as simple or as complex as you want it to be, right? You go into a trance state, you focus on the sigil, and you make inner contact with that entity. And then when you do that, leave it alone and let it happen. That's how you do it. Now you practice and you come up with your own techniques and write down your experiences, keep track of everything, and make it work. It's not a one trick pony magic trick kind of thing. This is a process. So that's how you do it ultimately. We grow natural. Good evening. Alicia M, peace, peace. Moby, did I say good evening? Good afternoon. If not, then greetings, greetings. Hunab Ku, welcome, welcome. Sean Gilmer asks, can you go over what Raja and the other ones are real quick? I can, but I probably will a little bit later. I'm gonna go upstairs and grab Mystical Cabala and my Vedic card set. But essentially, Rajas is passion and activity and intensity and motion and just this very fiery nature. Tamas is the opposite. It is ignorance, it is dullness, it is decay, it is death, it is stupidity, it is gravity, right? So one is very fiery, very active. One is heading towards becoming a rock, a black hole. Sattva is the balance. Sattva is harmony. Sattva is peace. Sattva is not taking any more than it needs, and it's leaving everything the way it was before it came. Sattva is harmony. It's light. And Sattva is that middle path that the light of the divine can flow through. That's the connection that you want to make. Now, the entire manifested creation, that's everything that you can possibly conceive of. Those are the three ingredients that make it up. Now, in the higher unmanifested plane, those three ingredients are in balance with each other. Now, we're not in the unmanifested realm. We're in the manifested realm. So because we're in the manifested realm, ahamkara, that attachment process that I described earlier, it starts to imbalance the harmony of those three gunas. And because they're disharmonized like that, now we're going through this process of incarnation and karma and life, and everything's just going buck wild. But I'll go over that a little bit later when I have something to show for it. Yeah. Shango, greetings, bro. How are you today? Up at a unicorn, peace. Tiana Marie says, I just need to know where to start from the beginning. I feel like I'm in the middle, having no understanding of the beginning nor the end. Well, lucky for you, this book would be a great one to start with because it teaches, especially in this chapter that we just read, chapter 3. And if you don't have the book, number one, I recommend getting the book. But otherwise, I've been doing audio reading on it. So just watch the previous videos with this book in the thumbnail, right? Chapters 1, 2, and 3. It's a very, very short book. You see that? But I would recommend getting this book for real. If you don't know where to start, this is a simple way to start this process that I've been talking about, because it shows you that where it starts is what he says here on page 34. It starts with identifying sattva. And what that means is sitting down and identifying your strengths, identifying your good qualities, right? The things about yourself that make you proud to be who you are, right? Whether it's your ability to learn quickly, whether it's your resilience, right? That you can bounce back from negative things, whether that you're giving and you give to people. What are your strengths? Identify those first. Next, identify your weaknesses and your limitations, right? And identify where those limitations are coming from, if you can. But the main thing is to identify the limitations. Third, you want to start in identifying your passions, and that represents the Rajas aspect. Identify your motivation for why you're doing what you're doing. Sometimes our motivation is body based. I'm simply doing this because it feels good, right? And then sometimes your motivation is higher. I'm doing this because I want to make a difference, because I want to help people, right? So you want to make an identification of what drives you, what your strengths are, and what your weaknesses are. That's the first step. But yeah, like I said, I definitely recommend this book. Shango, can you hear me? Might be something going on with this Zoom because I don't know. I'm not able to hear anybody. Lanny Lavniv, LAVNYV Vision. Peace, peace. All right, so we got 48 people in the building, and there's only 34 likes. Go ahead and smash that like button if you're learning something today. Hit that like button if you support what's going on. Because it's not for me, doesn't make me feel good. I already know this content is the best content that you can be watching right now. I already know that. But as far as this algorithm, it doesn't actually watch. It's only based on data. So in order to help the algorithm help me, hitting the like button really does a tremendous thing. So if you support, then go ahead and do that. But if you guys will give me just a second, I'm going to run upstairs and grab my copy of Mystical Cabala and my Vedic cards. And we'll talk a little bit more about managing the mind. Let me see those likes go up. Be right back. Om Trambakam Yajamahe Sugandim Pushti Vardam. Stuffed dog, peace, peace, bro, peace. If you're able to join, my friend, go ahead and join up. Om Trambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukmiva Bandhanat Rityo Mokshia Mamritat. Oh, Straight Panther, peace, bro. Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam. I could literally listen to this all day, and I have many times. Of course, the lady singing this is like an advanced spiritual. She's not like a swami, but she's a spiritual person. So she's got that resonance. She's got that shabda. Yeah. Okay, so if you've been following along, you're already starting to see how this yoga stuff connects to Kabbalah. So it's not like we're studying two different things. It's literally the same thing. It's just that the origin and the tradition of the authors have a slightly different background. But even Dion Fortune will tell you, and I showed this on the first page. This is so amazing, and like this just goes to show that most people don't don't research, they just do because it feels good. The very first chapter of mystical Kabbalah is called the Yoga of the West, right? And look at what she says in the very first line. Very few students of occultism know anything at all about the fountainhead which their tradition springs. Basically, she's saying that most of these people who study this, well, who claim to study this stuff, don't even realize where this comes from, what the origin is. We just make these assumptions, right? Because remember what the ego does: deletions, distortions, and generalizations. We just make these assumptions and think that we know everything, and what that does is it closes us off from learning anything more. Again, this is why it's so important to manage the mind, to understand the mind and then correct it, balance it, harmonize it, make sense of it. What's good, stuff, dog?
Hey, what's good, man? What's happening?
What's happening?
I can't call it.
Yeah. So you've been going through the ladder of lights yourself?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm on. I didn't. I started late, watching your videos or whatever, so I wasn't going through it with the on the video. So I'm like, I'm caught up watching the videos, but as far as well, I'm reading. I'm in chapter. I'm in chapter 6.
Okay.
Sephira, I'm in Dead Sec, Victory, Achievement, Asaya, World of Expression, and Venus and Aphrodite.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
To be honest, I'm gonna have to go back over that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back over it again too, man. There's so much stuff in here. I mean, this book is ridiculous. There's
Yeah.
so much. It's not clear all the way. I mean, I'm gonna have to read it again because it's so many levels.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? There's so many levels, and I can see that. And and it's taken me a long time to get. I've been reading for a minute, but I have to read paragraphs over. I have to kind of go back and kind of slow down and read things and kind of picture what it's saying in my mind.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, it's so it has so many dimensions to it. You know what I mean? So many
Yes.
to it. There's so much understanding in here, man. But it's levels to it. I can already see it. You know what I'm saying? It's
And it
levels.
really helps to have a previous background. You know, I can see coming into this for the first time and this being your first Kabbalah book, that would be pretty crazy. But because of a lot of the stuff that we've learned previously, it at least helps give us context to put it in, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This not my first Kabbalah book. I've
Yeah,
been
not,
on.
not you. I just mean like people in
Oh,
general.
you said if you were, yeah, yeah, if you were, yeah, 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 definitely, because it is meaty.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I realized I didn't have any understanding of it at all, man.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Like, so I did have an understanding of like it in general, but
Yeah,
this really fleshes out the dimensions, like you said, levels to it. And I'm so happy that he broke it down in terms of the four worlds. That made sense like nothing else that I've seen so far.
yeah. I had to go. I have this card, and because I was trying to picture that in my mind because as I was reading, I really didn't pick up on that until maybe chapter 3 that he was talking about the Sephirah in relation to the like you said the four worlds where it sits in the four worlds and that's and Asaya and Yetzirah or whatever, and he was talking about how it is in that world. I can't really even explain it, man. I'm still trying to get it in my mind.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But Yeah, it's starting to unfold a little bit, so I just keep pushing forward,
Yeah.
just hoping for it to unfold even more, and it is, but I bought this card a long time ago, um and let's see, I'm sorry, and it's like a reference.
Yeah, that's super
Yeah,
helpful to have.
yeah, it's like a reference, and it has and and when he's talking about it, in a certain um way I go, and I reference it, so I can know and follow where he is, because it's kind of hard for me to keep it in my mind. You know what I mean? To keep it in my mind, I'm not 100% on it. So this is easier to go back and look at this, and I go over here and reference where he's at in the book, where he's talking it in the book, as far as Asaya and all of that. And then on the backside, it has the tree, uh, with the black pillar and the white pillar, and then the middle pillar, and then all of the Sephirah and their
I see the tarot card references. I see the astrological references.
right.
Could you flip it back around? I want to see the left side of it. You
Sure.
didn't zoom in on that part.
I'm sorry. This side, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the tarot, the tarot,
Okay.
and it has the. I'm sorry. Let me get closer. The magician right there, and the fool, and that's the tarot on the paths or whatever, the 22 paths right there,
Mm-hmm.
and correspondence to the 22 major arcana, and so it puts that in there.
Oh, okay. So the one to the right of it shows the angels.
Yes,
That's useful. See, right now I'm
yes,
really trying to come to, I like entities and stuff, so I'm really trying to come to grasps with the archangels, who they are and what they represent. There goes
yeah,
Catmail,
yeah,
the burner of God.
for sure, man, for sure.
And then
And
Zafkiel. Yeah.
they all are, and they're all right, and I just found this online, and I thought, but yeah, it's pretty cool, man. And then I had my own that I had made, and it has the, you know, it's in the same kind of accordance, but I added a little bit more to
Hell
this
yeah.
one. But yeah, I put this one in my book. I made, so I said the same. I made this. This was like 4 years ago, man, when I was on it. But it was so heavy that I was like, man, I'm gonna come back to that uh a little later. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm ready now though, so it's time. But
That's dope. I really think that everybody should take the time to do that right there. It's one thing to have the picture like you showed, but it's a whole nother dimension when you sit down and draw it yourself. It's like, because you're putting it together. And on the higher planes, that's really what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be learning the Kabbalah and putting it together in our inner world. The same way
that's
that you drew it there.
that's what I was, and I don't know if everything is right on here. I've been looking at it in relation to these other things or whatever. Because
Mhm.
like I said, I put this one's the first couple of pages in my book right here. So I put this down in here. But yeah, it seems to be right. I got some things missing. I'm gonna draw, I'm gonna make it bigger so I can put more correspondences in here. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give me a poster board, and I'm gonna make it bigger. That's like part of my because I learn by doing.
Yeah.
I learn by doing. I'm an artist at heart. So when I can draw it out, it's almost like it gets in there a little bit better. So but yeah, that's what that's my next thing that I got going.
That's dope. And there's one thing that I'd like to point out that they say is a mystery. And I challenge everyone who's listening who is actually serious, because I know some people are just beginning, but those of you who are not beginners, I challenge you to look at this mystery. So zoom in if you can to Hod.
Okay.
Now, who's the archangel there that you have?
Michael.
Okay, and then Tifereth, who do you got?
Tifereth. I got Raphael.
Okay, now go back to that laminated paper that you have and look at those same two.
Okay, let's see. Hod, Michael, and Tifereth, Raphael.
Now, in mystical Cabala, she has it reversed, where Dion Fortune puts Raphael at Tifereth. And then we have here in Ladder of Lights, he puts Raphael at Hod. So if you look at a lot of these different authors, you'll start to see that those two are often interchanged. And remember in chapter 5, he does give somewhat of an explanation as far as why he did that. But I wonder if there's some kind of other subtle meaning behind those two. Just something to think about. Not really something that I'm really... Only thing I'm pointing out is that there is a discrepancy depending on what book or what system you follow. That's all I'm pointing out.
So is this the way that it is on this paper, and I mean on this laminated paper, and the way that I got it in here, is that the way that it normally is? Is that like you were saying, is something behind that interchangeability?
There is, or is some... Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, or is it just just the system?
I would say there's something behind the interchangeability.
Okay.
Because we look at both of them as healers, and some people equate Tifereth as the Christ energy, and also Michael with Christ.
Peace, Trav.
Peace. What's going on, Shango?
Peace, Shango. You know, I have heard that Michael and Jesus or Christ had something to do with each other, like in the church, you know, back when I was in the church or whatever. It was something like somebody, I heard somebody talking about that or whatever, but I never gave it much thought then. It's like almost like Christ was like the physical emanation of the archangel Michael.
Yeah. For anyone who does have the physical copy of Ladder of Lights, go ahead and look at, when you get a chance, look at page 67, and he'll explain why he placed Raphael in Hod and Michael at Tifereth. So I think at the end of the day, it's up to your experience with these angels to determine who belongs where. Because no matter how far you go in the occult, there's always gonna be what they call those things, not traps, but there's always gonna be like a little thing that's slightly off. And if you're not paying attention, it might be that one thing that kind of prevents you from moving forward.
Where you say you obtained that laminated?
Amazon. Amazon. I got it off Amazon. Hey, you don't know something that kind of was crazy, bro? This is this off subject or whatever, but this is talking about pertaining to like Pravritti and Purusha. Like this table that I'm working on. This has been my table in my room for like maybe 5 or 6 years. It's just a white fold out table, but I wanted to kind of spruce it up, so I drew on it, right? And what I drew ended up being like a almost like a personification of Pravritti and Purusha. You know what I'm saying? But I'll show it to you real quick. Uh, this is
Ah,
like a tree with the eye in the middle or whatever. And
yeah,
it had, it has a whole lot, it's like a flaming, but it was like it's like the burning bush or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Was in my mind when I was drawing it a long time ago or whatever. But on this side, I drew the mother goddess personified uh as almost like in the middle of the darkness. You know what I'm saying? Like this was like and she's like in a form or whatever, but he's not, you know what I'm saying? It's like just the watcher or whatever.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy, man. And that's why I'm on this like I am, because this was like my thought process of the whole thing in the first place. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? So it's almost like confirmation of where my mind was at in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But but yeah, I just wanted to show that, man. But uh don't let me take up no more time, bro.
No, man, that's dope as fuck. That's awesome. And it's the and like what I was saying yesterday in the live stream, there's these pictures are super important. We remember in these old Bobby Hemmett videos, he made it a big deal to pass around the pictures of the temples and some of the sculpture carvings and things like that, because while the intellectual knowledge and the words, they do hit us on a level, it's these pictures and these symbols that hit the abstract mind, the unconscious and the subconscious mind. They're just as important, if not more important, than the words in these books. So these symbols and these pictures, they speak volumes. Sometimes they're channeled from these higher levels. So much so that that the picture that you showed right there was kind of confirmation for me. Um, I read the chapter about Doth, and that really triggered something for me and apparently a lot of people who were watching. And I was looking at another book that I have that's called The Shining Paths by Dolores Ashcroft Nowicki, who is trained by, she's a direct student of Butler and trained by Dion Fortune. But she has a path working meditation on all the spheres and all the paths. And the path working for Doth, you actually end up in the abyss. And as you're leaving, you see this giant eye just observing you, the eye of God. And like when you showed me that picture, that was very similar to what I saw when I did it. And
Oh wow.
yeah, she doesn't exactly, she kind of hints at maybe that was Kether, but based on what I read last night about Bina, it would make more sense that that giant eye is would be closer to Bina, God looking through Bina, because the archangel of Bina is the one that we see with the eyes, be not afraid, you know. But anyway, just what you showed there was confirmation to what I saw in my meditation.
Oh wow. It's crazy.
Cool stuff.
Man, it's become so that where uh things like that, like you just said, that confirmation, it's almost like that's just the norm in life now. You don't even get as excited as you used to anymore. It's just like, oh, okay, there it is. So I'm just gonna,
Yeah.
that means I just need to keep moving forward. But it used to make you excited when those confirmations used to come. But if you've been in this long enough, it's almost like you're expecting it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And that came up on my gratitude walk this morning. I was just grateful for being in alignment. And I realized that everything falls into place. That's because we are in alignment. Like there's, remember, earlier I talked about Rajas and Tamas, and then there's Sattva, which is harmony. And I mentioned how it's a situation where as you go into wherever you go, you either leave it as it was or you leave it better, but not worse. And I was just thinking that whenever synchronicities like that happen, that literally shows that you're in the flow state with how things are naturally evolving, as opposed to being out of balance or against it, right? Just casually looking at the time and you see it's 333. Or like, for example, when I go out to walk, just the other day, I saw like a little troop of, I don't know exactly what birds they are, but they look close enough to ibis enough for me to think of Thoth. You know, the little birds with the long beak and they like peck at the ground. And the logo for my subdivision where I live is one of those birds. So it's like I went out to walk at the exact time to see a bunch of them crossing in front of that logo. Never seen them the whole 3 years I've been living here. But just little things that you happen to just be in the flow. I think that that's a sign that you are in harmony with everything else. But yeah, that's a cool yeah, all that was awesome. But if you can, if you can, I don't know if you still have the link from Amazon. I mean, I guess it'd be easy to find, but if
No, let me see. I'm about that. I'm about them years ago. Let me
okay,
see. Let me see if
well,
I
yeah.
can find it.
If not, you know, it's all good. I'm sure that people can find it because it's, you know, you probably could type in Cabala or something like that. That is a hyper informative poster. Naturally Natured says she's already got one. She says, crazy as I bought that before we started studying this, but I really didn't understand Kabbalah. I've learned so much and still learning. Me too. Greetings, legitimately Gati. Enjoy the wolf moon that is upon us. Uppity says, Mikael is definitely Christ energy. Yes. Moldvox said, Dion Fortune said that all healing gods are sun gods and vice versa. And the way that William G. Gray puts it is that both Raphael and Mikael are healing angels, but what they heal is different. What they heal is different. Because we suffer injuries on multiple levels, not just body, but also emotion and also mental. And isn't Raphael associated with the mental plane and air? Oh, thank you. Orange soda blinds. They're called blinds. The traps. Blinds. Legitimately Gati says it appears as a lot of esoteric stuff is getting watered down through the supply chains. So Travis, this keeping the knowledge flowing is so important. I agree with you.
Yeah, so that's what I was getting from the ladder of lights when he was talking about Raphael as opposed to Michael is that they're both healers, but they heal different. They got it's different aspects of their healing. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Elf dog, what path number was that that goes from uh the Michael and you mentioned Raphael?
26.
Sixth path?
I'm sorry.
You said that was a 26th path?
Hey Shango, it appears that the volume is a bit lower than usual on your mic.
You can hear me?
Yes.
On a
Can you
different
guys hear me?
You're asking what path is it between Hod and Tifereth?
yeah, what path number was that? That was 70? Or no, that was Ein. Isn't that Ein as far as we as the Hebrew people?
Let's see. It's going to be the 26th path.
y'all hear me?
Yeah, you sound
That
low
is.
though, stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's Ayn on that.
The devil card, right?
Devil card. Yeah, that's the devil card. 26th path.
The devil
Interesting.
between Raphael. And that image of Mikhail standing on top of the devil, pinning him down.
Actually, an interplay between the higher consciousness and lower consciousness.
The lower consciousness. Yeah.
You actually, it's actually that image is a take on the Sphinx, the subduing the lower nature. You can't kill it. If you kill the lower nature, you also kill the higher nature, which kills the actual self.
Ah.
But I found that stuff that's an interesting picture that stuff got because it made me go back and look inside the this Kabbalah book I got called Tradition of Hidden Knowledge. I show it all the time. I showed it before when they showed the Adam Kadmon man, and it has this other picture of the four worlds as the tree. And I looked at stuff to put that up. I said, let me go back and look at that because I know it has the angels on here, but it also goes down further to where it goes into the passive emotion, the active emotion, self, and it goes into the passive psychobiological processes. It's just for each world, it just breaks it down, and it says that tree emerges out of the center of the one above, so that there is an interpenetration of emanation, creation, formation, and action. Thus, man, who has within him the four corresponding levels of divinity, spirit, psyche, and body, and perceive all the worlds in his inner and outer return to the source in a gradual process of realization. And it says the fallen Adam becomes increasingly aware of the divine presence at every level, and the microcosm beholds in the macrocosm the image of God. So basically, all of this, the tree of life and everything that we see, the uh, spiritual imagery are basically images of God, broken down, of course, that we know into the three forms or gunas, which basically uh, gives the characteristic and it gives everything its uniqueness.
Mm-hmm.
So each one of these is it's just a very interesting. Then it corresponds to these. Yeah, I'll put the picture up. This is the actual. It shows the colors of each of the four worlds as well. But that right there was good. It might be on there. What stuff had the extended trees. Got to hold it back kind of like this because
Yeah,
so
yeah.
so as you see, they got it's the white, and then it's blue, and then it's purple, and then the bottom is it's kind of red. So this where we get down to the red part of the red part. This is where they're talking about all the anabolic processes like catabolic processes and the anabolic processes, which the path to both of those is metabolism. So it's so down to our the microscopic parts of ourselves. It's just basically breaking it down. So just so correlating that with yoga and what the swamis are saying is what makes yoga so important is this process of self-analysis that actually takes you so deep within yourself that you actually don't become the self. You become the supreme. You become the divine source, and you see. And how you prove that is that you see it in all the processes of life, from gases to liquids to matter to like it goes like the monitoring systems and the cyclic systems and your your automatic nervous system, all of that stuff interplays each one but at the higher vegetative state and the lower vegetative state. So really, as we're studying this information from Swami Niranjananda Saraswati and these others, we're actually being fed at a metabolic level the divine information that is for the process of changing your life. So, earlier somebody asked the question saying, well, I don't know where to start and I don't know. You're here, you're starting. See how you have to have a mental flip of your mind. You have to take control. That question was a mind that's out of control. For a mind to continuously say, I don't know how to start, I don't know where to begin, that's a mind that's not in control of itself. Because a controlled mind says, I am in control of myself and I know where to start because I am the beginning. So now, just making that aware, now that she's, anyone who says they don't know, this book is divine. To speak totally honest with you, this information that Trav is bringing forth, because I message Trav all the time. I tell him, man, because iron tries iron. So when you really want to deal with something that's divine, you have to do what? You have to test to see if this is true information, because it sounds good. I don't want to be jacked off physically no more, just made to feel to be made feel good. You understand? I'm 49 years old. I don't have no more time to be dicked around and jerked around by the unconscious, just throwing me, doing whatever. Like it's gang banging. You know what I'm saying? So anybody, that picture, they should have that with stuff put up, because now, along with your yogic practices and your meditative practices and your mantra practices that you individually create for yourself, or follow the format that's given to you. The cheat code is in this book. That shows you that divine information. So what we was getting before, how it was all sounding so mystical and shit like that from all these other authors and occult writers, then that shit sounded mystical, and it was always, man, that shit's deep. That shit is these books ain't that. You understand what I'm saying? So this is how you know that this is divine information. So now once you get into the angelic realms of these each one, because it's the holy spirits of the face, as it's called in Cabala. Then you go to the spirit realm, the soul, and those are paths. When somebody say, "Oh, the soul connection," and I think I'm vibing. The vibe is a path that you can use for self-realization and elevation. But that right there was very good with stuff put up, because it made me see. That's what shows you it's divine. And like you said a little while ago, Travis, all interconnectedness, because stuff, dog put that picture up there, and they said, "Oh, yeah, let me go look at this picture of the extended tree." Mm-hmm. You start seeing that all of this information is all married in. That's how you know it's divine. We don't have to go to any other books now that you got. So anybody who questioning, if you still questioning self, yo, masters are now seeing you as a guna, yo. They seeing you amazing. They seeing you ragistic. They see you, because that's what colors that you emanate, because you're not capable of realizing, yo, you got the fucking keys in your hand right now. You got keys and a lockpick. So you can't really get kept out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody else doing this. I'm telling y'all. I personally do. I tell them, Trav, I send Trav messages like, yo, you realize it ain't nobody else. No, and I say that because I personally be trying to find other people that's talking about this, to be like, yo, there is nobody talking about it on a real level. Trav's video and his page icon is in the lineup with with Hindi people. I'm just saying it like that. He's in the lineup with all the videos that don't have English. It's all written in Sanskrit.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, then you'll come to a picture of Trav and shit. You're like, oh shit, this dude is the fucking alignment with the gods. All the shit Bobby Hemmett was talking about, Trav is it. You see it. And he giving it away for the free 99.
Free 99.
Oh yeah, man.
I think I wanted to add a bit to what Shengo was saying when it comes to breaking down like concepts of self-utilizing this, because when we're diving into gunas and vrittis and attachments and all this kind of shit in order for self-actualization, right? And so we're bringing up Cabala too, because as above, so below. The thing that I kind of keep in mind is that this is a framework for being able to perceive self, although everything that we are perceiving in this multiverse is not beyond illusion. So like what they're saying is like the higher self, right? You got cosmic, galactic, solar, planetary. Then the lower self, you got the organism, cellular, molecular, atomic. So the yogas that we practice reaches all of these levels of self. So if you're only able to connect to your body, you're still able to connect to your higher self, because it is the same thing.
Yes.
It's the same thing. It's just what we're experiencing here is not beyond illusion. It's the same fucking pole though. Like it's just a matter of degree of vibration, but it's not a different vibration. So what we're studying here in unison with each other is the framework of how we perceive self and how it functions, and then the tools that you can utilize in order to properly perceive yourself and utilize your experience in the best way possible, as the energy, as the above, so below, at the same time. So what we're doing, the reason why and I have to remind myself too, but the reason why this shit can get like so much and you can fall into a loophole or whatever, right, is because we are literally exploring higher self and lower self at the same time.
Yo, that's deep. You know what's deep about that? That's why there's so many different gods and goddesses, millions and thousands of gods and goddesses, because we got millions and thousands and millions of cells that create the physical body, that each cell has its own memory. It doesn't have just one, it has a collective. So actually, we don't even know how many cells the science has See, that's how the lie of science. They speculate we have such and such amount of cells. How did you count that? How did you count each and every one of the skin cells?
So let me say this, Cheryl, before you go even further. First of all, greetings, Laura.
Yo.
Second of all, what you just said, Chango, about the countless number of gods and entities associated with the different cells, and then what you said, Laura, dictating the 4 levels of the macrocosm and the 4 levels of the microcosm. They can be interchangeable. The only way to learn, the best way, not the only way, the best way to learn about them, in my experience, is to look at them together, right? Hence why this book, Ladder of Lights, is so good, because guess what? He's looking at each Sephiroth from 4 levels, right? From Asaya, Yetzirah, Bria, Atziluth. So check this out. I spent the money on the Encyclopedia of Ancient Deities, right? That thick book with very small print with all the different deities in it. The Encyclopedia of Ancient Deities, the one by Judica Ilks, all these different encyclopedias, and you'll see the same gods. You'll see gods that no one's ever heard of across the planet. But get this, even from day one, when they wrote the Bhagavad Gita, each of those weren't gods in the sky, going over this eternal war. This was how we told the story of your relationship to God. See, there's you and there's God, whatever you want to call it, universe, whatever. And in between, there's countless levels. Now, if I sit here and dictate each one of those levels, we will be here for multiple lifetimes. So it's best to come up with, hell, maybe 10, maybe 72. It's best to give something that makes sense. But the truth of the matter is, no matter where you go, what pantheon, it can all be categorized because they all represent something in your direct experience, not something out there, something in your direct experience.
Their bodily functions.
Yes.
Right. And that's where
when your stomach is upset and it's bubbling, and even like, oh, the Lord of the bowels, whatever name you've given that, because throughout
Set, soot, shit, set
all
on
of that,
the
that's
abyss.
what that. It's funny, but that's what it is. I'm saying you get a headache, or okay, I use one that we can identify. We know the name. When somebody dies, or the process of the body physically dying, they say, Lord Yama waits. Yama is here. He's here to collect you. That means, or as we say, Saturn. He's a death god. They all got different death gods.
Different names for the death gods.
That's
because
all they are.
You know,
they're a bodily function.
In India, they might lay you on the pile and burn you, right? In America, they might bury you. In some countries, they do other things. You might die in a different way, but there's a group of death gods who all have the same function, which is basically deteriorating the body and carrying the soul to the next place.
Gods of dissolution.
Function.
Yes.
Tommaso.
So that's what it is. So it takes out all the mystery. Once and the whole thing is what Trav, along with his major society, what he's doing is he's teaching the actual, as the Lord said, lessons and tools so you can get out of the illusion. So you don't have to keep thinking that all of these gods are some personal thing only to you and only belongs to this particular group of people. They go from it's a planetary thing because the human body is the same all across the globe. Every human being, that's going to hurt the racists, but it should. Every human being represents the next human being. There is no difference between black and white. There, of course, in the awakened consciousness, as we operate physically with each other, there's some differences. That's physical shit, but that's not important. The deeper shit is once you self-analyze your individual self down to each compartment, which yogic and Vedic science does, because it categorizes each aspect of the body mind complex. It denotes what it is. It denotes where it is. It denotes where it came from and how it works. And then it tells you why the High Lord created it to be like that. See, there is no other information that we've ever read, ever categorized life like that and existence. And that's Samkhya. So most people don't know that a lot the information that we are reading can be designated from the particular path of Samkhya.
Well, and you know why we're moving through all these different layers too is so you can find your center. We're shifting through all the levels so you can find your center. Where are you and where then are you going to move? Remember, hot and cold are the same thing, right? Same thing. The only thing that differs is the degrees. It's just the paradigm that's literally shifting. So the more you explore that paradigm, right, the more you get a whole new set of frequencies, of levels. I got a note here that says, so make up some shit because yourself is watching. The primordial is an unexpressed aspect of the physical unit. So, what we're exploring here is finding out what all of these levels are so you can find out where you're on, what levels you're on, and then which levels you can dive into in order to find more clarity in your life as to whatever direction you want to lead in. Again, find your center. All the shit's the same. All the thing that changes is just a matter of degrees. And then when that paradigm shifts, you get another set of degrees. So it's constantly balancing and harmonizing yourself within this shifting, wavy ass bridge that's happening. So.
And what do we see about the angels in Tifereth? The power of those angels is to be still in the center while everything is shifting and moving and changing, right? Like you said, you've got to find yourself. Where are you? And sometimes if you go deep enough, you'll see that you're not anywhere. But that's for later. For right now, find some starting point, even if there is none. Because that none could be the starting point.
You know, a very good starting point. I'm sorry, Alora.
No, go ahead.
A very good starting point is to realize that every same broken car is the very same car that you're gonna have to use to fix the broken car. You know how you have a toolbox, and you always look in this, and you got all kind of tools in there, but you don't have all the tools in there. That's the toolbox that you're gonna have to use. That's your physical self. The same mind that causes you so much pain and suffering is the same mind that you're gonna have to use to liberate yourself. So you have to first stand there. It's like look at yourself, and the word is called Sankalpa, means it's a divine vow that you take. You take this divine vow. It's deeper than an affirmation. It's this what the word Sankalpa basically means, divine vow. So you take this vow when you look at yourself, like, I am greater than what I think of myself. I am not the thinker of these low thoughts. So when you do these type of things, it's deeper than just saying that. You're actually realigning or attuning or attuning yourself at a cellular structure. So that's why they said there is no self, or the true self is the Atman, which is basically this pranic Shakti energy, to give it more titles and names, of what you actually really are. You just got on this jacket so you can walk around. It's the animated, you are an animated consciousness of God, if we want to go ahead and say really what it is. And you demonstrate the active activity and worldly awareness of God by what is your predominant three gunas. And then the more you study, you see that there actually can get to 6 gunas, and then there's 16 gunas as well, because each one of those are virtues that are expressed more subtly as you climb the book. As Travis reading the Ladder of Lights, which another word for that is called Jacob's Ladder. So when you read in the Bible and talk about Jacob's Ladder, where these angels are going up and these angels are coming down, that's talking about the end. That's Ida and Pingala. That's Shiva and Shakti.
Yeah.
That's your energy all the time. That's interacting. But the tools are given in this book, to get back to what you said earlier, just to get on page 37. And I think I think he repeats the whole same thing on page 38. He gives you the mantras. He gives you he tells you when you wake up, before you wake up, as soon as you open your eyes, instantly start doing the Maharityanana mantra instantaneously. While you
what I do to help me with that, I made a playlist now to where it's timed for 8 hours. I pretty much play the Mahamrityunjaya through the night, but when I start waking up, then it goes into the Gayatri and then the Durga.
And to be totally honest, the process that each individual undertakes, process meaning your path, is the path of purity. You are going to begin to purify yourself into righteousness, into rightness, into correctness. So you cannot, it's going to force a purging separation from the physical things that are totally opposite to righteousness. It's going to create from some people hostility towards you, because you're going to change their lives by you changing your life, and other people don't want to change like you changing. So they're going to feel so their gods of war are going to rise up against you because what you're doing, what they feel like you're encroaching on their borders. So now they're going to do. So now what they want to do, they want to Mahabharata with your ass. They want to. They want to go ahead and have war against. That's what the whole Bhagavad Gita is about. That you fighting, and you have to sometimes go to war against your own loved ones, your uncles, and great warriors and shit like that, because those are the lower. They represent a lower essence, representing or being demonstrated by their own gunas operating through their physical vessel, which is another demonstration of God. So the more you purify yourself with this information, and I'm just going to say, you don't have to go too far no more. You got it, yo. Stick with Swami Niranjananda Saraswati or the Bihar School of Yoga.
Mm-hmm.
Go and buy every single book that Trav's been reading and sharing, and you are going to actually factually begin to reprogram your life, and you're going to be taking the fucking pill of enlightenment. For real, for real. And that's the only thing that's going to work is purity of mind. That is the only way that you can manifest what you're looking for in your physical life, because those things come from purity. So what we think other people have obtained through hard work and blah 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 and all of it, it's all illusion. They didn't attain anything. They're a slave to what we think is their freedom. It's not. They're not free. So this is the actual tools. What Alora just read it says a tool. Yoga is a tool. Yoga is a lifestyle.
Yeah, and understanding gunas and your own attachments. So I'm putting myself through a transformational journey because I'm creating a framework for myself, utilizing the yogas and all of that to see how to transform my life in the one that I want, right? And so in that process, it's really interesting when you see things as an alchemical expression and being able to understand that energy is never created nor destroyed, right? It's only transferred. So when I'm able to identify where most of my rajas are transferring or where most of my energy is going, is it in a positive or a negative charge, right? And then converting it to something that serves me more. It's pretty amazing what can take place. You literally put yourself in a different atomic wavelength. You're changing your frequency, your radio frequency. This is why law of attraction shit got so fucking huge, right? People were like, oh, journal it and get positive, right? Positive thoughts, be happy. But there's actually some truth to that comes from the yogic structures, right? Because as we read in chapter 3, the idea of interrupting the thought with its opposite actually creates a balance.
Yeah.
So and I used to do this with kids at the group home. To people who didn't know, I used to work in a group home for kids who who were extremely violent, right? So like holds every day. Like oh my God, I got stories out the wazoo, right? But what's interesting is that every time it was actually part of the practice and the routine that I used to do with the kids, where when they would be flipping out, trying to scratch my eyes out, trying to do all types of stuff, I would be holding a mat, right? And I would just go, boom, and it would interrupt their thought because I wouldn't respond to their Raja with other Raja. Instead, I started responding to it with Sattva. And I started turning it into a game. And so it may take an hour sometimes for me to calm a kid down, but the kid's anger would be all of a sudden interrupted with a sattva, right? With something that was completely the opposite. And there was like a like a disturbance, right? Because they could no longer necessarily be angry, but they didn't know how to perceive this. And in those moments, that's where they would start to de-escalate, because then they would start to be to come back into their bodies slowly but surely. It worked every time. Interrupting the thought process with its opposite does bring a balance, but you have to be willing to stay consistent with it. I think what we are attuned to in our Western culture that makes practicing the yoga so hard is that we expect an instant result. And then once that instant result fades, we're like, okay, well, it's no longer helping me. But what we have to learn is consistency with it. So yeah, Travis is showing up, right? Like the gunas, and learning about the tattvas and utilizing it. When you interrupt the thought, you have to continue interrupting it, because it's a habit that you have. So if you interrupt that habit, you create a new habit. And that new habit will serve you. You are literally converting and transferring the energy in a direction that you have total awareness and control over. Not control, because but you know what I'm saying. In the context of what we're talking about, I'm going to use control, even though I know, we don't have control, but but
speak the language that's understood.
Right. Yeah. To speak the language that's understood, I'm going to use control. But yeah, you have the ability to direct that energy in the way that you want it. It's a matter of being willing to become aware of that and then interrupt your thoughts and recognize that you got a fucking habit going on and that you need to change that habit, and that it's possible. All you got to do is transfer that energy from one end of the spectrum to the other.
Yes. Beautifully put.
That habit be a lifestyle for people. See, Western, it wasn't just the George Washingtons and the Declaration of Independence and that stuff that created America. They created what we call Western society and Western culture. This is an occult system that we live, or Americana, and American cult. This is a culture built off of Raja. This is a Rajistic culture. This is an aggressive Marsian. But as you know, Mars is not necessarily this violent place. It's a balance. It's an active state. So what they've done is they've misrepresented. That's why they in the Nation of Gods and Earths it's called tricknology. Is what Yakub used to fool people. He used trick knowledge. He used something that was totally. It sounded real good, and it actually sounded very, very scientific and factual, but it was actually anti-facts. So that's the whole thing. That once we see how we're operating and how people demonstrate, how you said you were able to stop these kids' activity, basically you were in their mind. You became a controller of their, not just their mind, but their active consciousness, and made them halt in that type of presence, which is a very, very powerful thing.
But there's also another element to that too that played its role, that it won't work otherwise. You have to be an authority figure, and that includes with yourself too. You're not going to be able to get into your mind or anyone else's if you're not an authority figure to yourself. So those kids, no matter how much they're rebelling and cussing me out or whatever, guess what I was? Authority. Yeah.
But they don't feel it because it's energy.
Right.
And check this out. It is energy, and it's also relationship. So I just posted a meme on my Instagram with the dude trying to cut that little leaf, and the dude gives him a battery, and he's still cutting it the same way. As many times in my life before I started doing YouTube, where it would be my brothers or some of their friends or whatever, and they would have an issue or something, they might come for advice, and I'd give it, and they go off and do the same thing, regardless of what the hell I just said, right? I'm sure you guys have experienced that. You give someone advice, and they don't even take it. They ask for it, but don't even take it. But let somebody on TV, let a rapper, let a celebrity or somebody say the same thing, and they'll come back to me. Yo, man, did you hear that? Da 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 da. What? I told you that yesterday. The authority. People only take information from who they consider an authority figure. They might love you. You might be their family member. But on those deep levels of the hierarchy of self, They have to see you as above them in order to take that advice.
That's kind of the science of prosperity pastors that on another end of the spectrum, who gonna believe a pastor about prosperity if you ain't living prosperous? Don't you want to see me? Don't you want to see me pull up in this Bentley and say, the God has blessed me?
God.
Isn't it like that? Yo,
Yeah.
it was like that on the street. I know when we used to build with each other, there ain't no broke nigga couldn't come in the cipher and tell nobody anything about any 12 Jews. First three is food, clothes, and shelter. If you don't have that, how you gonna tell me how to live my life? I don't see you living. So that's the same thing. This particular scientific Vedic information, blah blah blah, that we are actually living now. People, that's why I said it will cause. You just said it. When you do something, it creates the opposite effect because that's how the creation works. It has to have that. You create the very same thing. You know,
Yeah.
you create
Yeah.
the opposite effect.
And that's where too you get a lot of practitioners. Like I know because of my own experience with my own confidence in certain things and having issues with certain manifestations, and also too with other occult practitioners, a lot of us have confidence issues, right? And so we try to go and create something, do these rituals, we try to create this type of manifestation, and it never quite works out. And it's because we may be interrupting the thought of our environment, but we're not creating ourselves as authority figures to ourselves. We're acting as like the friend who's by the side, who's always supporting you. But we're not actually acting as our higher, as like the motherfucker, you're going to do this type of person, right? So like, one of the things that I did is like, I create myself as an entity. Legit, like that's what I was doing this morning. I was like, okay, I am going to create my future self as my entity, because when that energy interacts with me now, with my perceptions, my behavior, I'm acting from an authoritative self. I am not acting from the meek self, the one who is overtaken by these attachments and this identity that I have attached to. It's no longer there. Those are no longer serving me in the direction that I want to go. So there's now a teacher vibe that I'm accepting as part of my authority figure. And for someone else, their authority figure to themselves is going to be different. But the main process is you becoming the authority figure. Like that's going to be your first step in getting anything that you want. You have to be the authority.
Yeah.
That's big. That's major. Because we talk about self-deification and we talk about affirmations and all that stuff. How are you going to sit up here and say an affirmation, I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise, but you're not coming from a place that means it? You're coming from a place, I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise. That's not the same thing. You have to have
a begging mentality.
A begging, yeah. I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise. Oh, please. No.
Or coming from an arrogant mentality, thinking that the universe owes you some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I am the universe.
I am God.
Exactly. And to be honest, I was guilty of it. So just like a lot of people, we have to grow past that. You know what I'm saying? But you hit multiple nails on the head just now with what you said. If most people are not coming, okay. It's like when we do rituals or we have done rituals, you have to speak it. The magician card is an authoritative card, which shows that he masters all the elements. You have to be in control of all elements that are. See, that's authoritative. As above, so below. How many of you spoken in what they call Shakespearean language as you've done your rituals? You actually are doing you're scripting out what you're doing. You generating the power. It's the same thing as Trav with listening to the mantra, which is he's not only listening to it, we're actually listening to it. So as the more we hear it, we start actually learning the words in your subconscious mind. That's the lifestyle you have to build. So once you start building a righteous, pure, divine lifestyle, it spills over onto other people because nobody can beef with purity. Nobody can beef with peace, true peace, not no fake peace, real, divine, internal peace, where you know who you are and you're comfortable within yourself, so that you become like an elder that's always nice. Hey, Miss, how you doing? Like I have Mr. Charles who live up the street. Mr. Charles is always smiling. He's always doing his yard. His hedges are trimmed perfectly, and his yard is neat. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Charles? Hey, how you doing? And he smiles. That right there is an individual who has obtained samadhi. He's living a particular level, I'll say, of samadhi, where he doesn't show anything. Is this nothing disturbs him? You understand what I'm saying?
He's in a sattvic state.
He's in a sattvic state. I saw him in the grocery store the other day. So you know we all masked up to go in the stores. I saw Mr. Charles. I was shocked. It was my first time seeing him out. I said, oh, hey, Mr. Charles. He smiled so much that I saw his whole smile through his mask. How they say he's supposed to smile from the eyes? His eyes were smiling. Like I knew that he was smiling under his mask. That's the kind of old man I want to be. I don't want to be like how you know how people say, hey, if you can go back into the past or just go back and change. I don't want to go back to my past. That shit was garbo.
Yeah.
Who wants to go back to the past?
I barely made it out. Like,
you think I'm gonna try to fix the moment right before I got shot? I don't even want to go back to that same area. I don't want to go to the past to fix nothing. I want to fix my present so that as I continue to live forward, I don't just fucking die. I go home. It's like I want to be out. I'm done. My daughters are grown. My job has been done. And as I spoke to Trevor about it before, some people that at one point I had this this oracle reading from this Egyptian priest, and everything that he's saying now is all pertaining to what I'm studying now. He told me that my best that I practice that would keep my inner balance stable is Trataka. Is the whole meditate. This was before I even got deep into the yogic studies. He was I need to do Indriya meditation and all of this. I was like, what the heck is all of this? Now I perfectly get it. That's the only way that I can speak from experience to somebody else is that you actually have to do it. When you feel like a lazy ass, that's exactly when you're supposed to do your mantras. That's exactly when you're supposed to do your yogic practices, because you know what's going to happen when you give into lazy ass shit. You're going to get all that aggravating shit once you wake up and start your work day or whatever your day consists of. You're not going to be prepared for the fucking day. You don't get up and do it.
And you know what helps me with that is like I started journaling, and journaling really helped because there's a mind connection when you are writing, spelling something out, right? Like when I wrote in my journal, every time I feel unmotivated, that's when I like unmotivated to do a specific action or whatever, that's when I have my best moment. That's when I do it. And that perspective sat with me and stayed with me because I had cemented it in my journal. I had kept it down. It's almost like a promise that you keep to yourself when you write something down. So going manual and writing something down, for me has really helped with that. But like Shango is totally right about, you know, in those moments, that's when you do your mantras and stuff. And really, what does this all do, right? This connects you to your imagination. This connects you to your potential. Like going back to when we were talking about, like, have you ever, you know, done a ritual where like you're like in a Shakespearean voice, right? And all of that. If you think about it, right, you may feel silly at times or whatever doing it, but you're already playing out a fictional archetype in your everyday life. You are already doing that. You just, like you just justified it in your head as your reality. Like there's already a player or a fictional character that you attach to that now you've attached your identity to. So what necessarily is out of the world when you decide to change that up and go to a different character and archetype to play? Nothing really changes, only your perception of it. Oh, it's outside of my normal fictional character, so I can't do that, so that's silly. Like,
Right.
no. This is the rewiring process, is utilizing your imagination. This is the ultimate magician's tool, is your imagination, because that's the thing that connects you to those higher levels and lower levels, because it's
Yes.
beyond it's the unmanifest becoming the manifest.
100%. Most people don't even know that they can even think outside of their normal perception or that normal.
Hey, Stuff, there's volume issues.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
No.
Hold on. My bad.
You're cool.
No, go ahead.
You're exactly right about the playing the role in the archetype, Alora. And we think about the function of ego and what is ego all about? The context of attachment. Like I said in the beginning of this video, not the content of what it's attached to. Most people erroneously mistake ego with what it's attached to. They think that ego is acting superior, when in fact, ego is the attachment to the good feelings that acting superior brings. Yeah. And it's being that way because it's running away from the pain of feeling inferior, right? So ego is the function of attachment, not what it's attached to. So get that in your heads. I'm literally going to repeat that as many times as I can, because I know there's still people out there, when they hear ego, they think some Kanye West shit. Look deeper than that. All right. It's the function of attachment. So when Alora talks about, we're already playing a role, right? That's you attached to an archetype. You think, okay, for example, me, I'm Travis Mages. I got to take pictures with books, and I've got to read on, I've got to be this studious intellectual teacher, right? If I'm attached to that archetype and that character and I get locked into it, that means just as it existing, I'm blocking out everything else. That means I'm telling myself I can't be anything else, right?
Yeah.
What Laura is talking about is that, when you start to let go of that and you attach to maybe a different archetype, a different character, especially when you're in a ritual and you take on a different persona. That's why you have a magical name. It's not for Facebook to call yourself Hotep, Amun Ra, whatever thing. It's not that. That magical name is supposed to be you stepping into your magical personality, which is greater than your everyday ego personality, right? So that when you're doing these rituals, you're not coming from a perspective of the limited human. You're coming from the perspective of your personal God, right? And in doing so, you really start to learn that you're not limited. If you look at any book that teaches you occult principles that's real and worth its price, like Initiation into Hermetics or Libra Null and Psychonaut, right there in the beginning is a process of analyzing the self and learning how to break free from the limitations that you set for yourself, right? That's a prerequisite before we get into the deep shit. So don't ask me about no deep shit if you haven't been working on the fundamentals, because what I tell you is not going to matter. You're not going to be able to use it.
Yeah.
Is my volume better?
Your volume is great.
Okay, cool. All right.
And all it goes back to is realizing, so a very deep study of the Gunas must be undertaken as well, an extensive understanding. Like I've been reading this piece of information. It's the top was in Gunas according to the Upanishads. So those are very good books as well to read. And it says these Gunas in varying ratios and mixtures decide the character and personality of any given unit of creation. In modern world, we recognize them as the gene special to that individual, the gene which makes each individual so unique in this creation. These gunas can also be compared to the various shades and hues of colors that a painter uses to paint a picture or a portrait and inject life and uniqueness into it. So anything has anything and everything is a composition of gunas. So even as Alora said, with taking a personality or utilizing a magical process where you can become anything, just like Trash said, if you want to become a rune mala for real, all you have to do is study all the correspondences and the elements of Rumala and equivalate it with whatever guna that these varying ratios and mixtures create, and then you can become who you personify through the personality. That's why we use this word: personify, personality,
Invoke.
invoke, create. Those mean that you, anything that passes through your imaginative, creative mind can be manifested within the outside physical world. No doubt, no different than this microphone, this computer, light, everything that's physical was once a mental construct.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they changed. That's why we like uh comic books, and we fall in love with characters in movies and pictures, because actually those they actually speak to the childlike nature of yourself. It was you when a child when you used to watch something and you became that. Like I remember when I still lived in Connecticut, every time I used to go to the club, I used to see one of my homeboys in there, and we known each other since we were in daycare. So every time I would see him, I'll pick with him and I'll look at him, because the daycare we went to had these two domes that was, I don't even know how this daycare had these. It was in the ground, but the ceiling of it was these like octagonal kind of domes that were like we could see above. So we would play with clay and stuff like that, right? And every time he would be over there, I'd be like, yo, man, I said, you always became Godzilla every time you mess with the clay. And he said, man, all you did was made a snake. Because every time we played together, I would always look at him. He'll take the clay and he'll start moving it. And he'd be like, yeah. He said, I'm gonna be Godzilla. Like he became, that's the nature that you have to use in your imagination to become the personification that you're seeking to utilize for whatever purpose in the physical plane.
Tango, I don't know what you're talking about, man. A kid, I still do that, man. I'm Darth Vader to this day, and I'm 40 years old.
See what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
40 years old, and I'm still.
I legit imagine like lightning shooting from my hands. I'm like,
100%. I'm the one that sits there. I sit at the restaurant. I'm the one that sit in the restaurant and I try to move the salt shaker with my mind. I still do that shit, man.
One year I went to the Christmas parade and they had a dude on the float that was dressed like Senator Palpatine, and I noticed it. And he had his hand. Hold on, I gotta turn the camera on to show you. He was on this float, and the whole time he was like this. And I said, yo, I said, Senator Palpatine. And my homeboy, and we had our kids. He was like, yo, man, he putting so much wickedness on us right now.
Wickedness.
We both was questioning, like, yo, why was Senator Palpatine in this Christmas parade? And why was he on that float with those kids? And why was he doing this the whole time to all of us standing on the side?
He was balancing the energy, man.
Yo, in his mind, he was powers lightning voting all of us. So in that capacity, in his world, he killed all of us that was standing on that corner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He had to balance the energy, man. He had to balance the energy. Everybody was too happy, man. He had to interject a little darkness in that shit.
You know what though? Like what we're learning, so in massage school, we're learning about shiatsu right now. right? And literally my teacher asked, I was like, okay, you're supposed to be doing this assessment. How do you know if someone needs work on a place? You just
breaking up a little too much, Laura.
Oh no. Can you hear me now?
Sound like Chinese.
Oh no. Can you hear me now? Is it better now?
You just fragmented your whole thing. Everything you said was fragmented.
What about now?
Better. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I just can't move. Okay. So, but so I'm learning shiatsu in school right now, and the teacher, and here's a cheat word that is, it's not some bullshit, because as we're talking about, right, the characters that you play and all that shit is real. But I asked her, I said, okay, how do you know like when someone needs work in a specific place? And she said, oh, you just feel it. Use your intuition. When someone tells you to use your intuition, that means pretend, play pretend, play the fairy character that you were when you were a kid, or play Senator Palpatine, play and connect, but just make it focused play. And when you focus your energy in that area, you will feel it, because you connect to the other person, because the person laying on that table that you're doing work on is open to it. They are your play partner. That's what all this shit is it's a fucking make-believe game that we are all playing a role in. So like that really stuck out to me, because I remember at first I got frustrated, because I was like, what the fuck do you mean, dude? Like, give me instruction.
Right.
But, and sure, like some people did kind of get lost. Like I had one chick spend forever on my side, and I think she just fell asleep. Like I think she disconnected. She was like, I felt really drawn to this area. I was like, you sure? And she was like, maybe I was just really tired and fell asleep. It's like, okay. But like intuition means imagination. It means connecting to your higher self, which is not material. It can't be freaking proven. You just gotta go with that feeling. Be Senator Palpatine. Yeah.
It's subjective, right? Yeah. And see, this is where it comes so difficult in teaching basic ass people about how to do this, because if you were to tell a beginner that, Alora, you would cut them off and shut them down. They wouldn't have any progress. Why? Because when we hear pretend, we hear imagination, then it's like, oh, well, I knew this shit wasn't real in the first place. You guys are just doing make-believe. It is so much deeper than that. Because like I mentioned earlier, we got to use the language that's understood. We know that we're talking about something so much deeper than what. Let me prepare what I'm saying. This is the same level of depth that a child uses when they're playing with toys, but people have forgotten that as they've gotten older, and they begin to associate imagination with something that a child does that is no longer useful in the empirical world, the world of the five senses and data. But in truth, it's getting so locked into that empirical world of five senses and data that we've forgotten how to connect with that deeper, abstract, intuitional parts of ourselves. And what we didn't understand as we got older is that that deeper, abstract, intuitional part of ourselves is actually the part that runs the show, not the empirical data. Because guess what? All this empirical data in the five sense shit comes out of that abstract realm. So in order to change and create and manipulate what's going on in the real world, you literally have to connect with the world where all this stuff comes from, which is gotten to through the bridge of imagination.
Yeah.
Hence the sphere of Yesod on the tree of life.
Bro, you can't see electrical currents, right? You can't see the electrical currents that are happening through the phone, but we know it's happening because we're seeing the effects. It's the same shit.
So much shit in life is like that. I mean, you see the effects of it, but you don't see what causes it. I mean, we because that has a place in our physical reality, we just accept it. But like Trav was just saying, as we grow older, that aspect of us is lost because people are telling us to grow up. You know what I'm saying? And all of these different things, you're told to grow up. When you get older, you're supposed to act a certain way, and we lose that connection, man. But I mean, magnetism, like heat, hot, cold air, all of those things is something that you can't see, but you know it's there, like you was just saying.
They strip it. This was stripped away, stolen from our awareness. That's what it is. Our awareness is hijacked all the time by someone else or by something else. Totally just keeps distracting us, or like you just said, someone telling you what you can't do, what you shouldn't do, what you should do, and then we just keep getting older and older, and we either become the personality of someone else's content. We become a personality of someone else's conceptual story. You become a character in their story. You are the context of their story. You never once know who am I? Who is the I that I say my personality is? Some people have never had the opportunity to die without developing their personality, and because they don't know that there's ways that you can take control of that. It's like on page 36 of the past of Pravritti and of Nivritti. It says realization of the gunas and mental behavior takes place only in meditation. When you are able to reflect upon, witness, and analyze yourself, your expressions, needs, and aspirations. The only way that you're going to connect with that is through meditation. Who am I as an individual to deny that to be actual facts? Then on 37, it says the method which the yogis discovered for attaining discipline is yoga. Who am I to dispute that as actual facts when we've known that since before we were even born, there's been yogis, there's been swamis, there's been meditation, there's been this very same processes going on before what's known the King James Bible. They've been doing these very same things before Western mind state got control of information.
Before Western mind state existed.
Before Western mind state existed. And they knew, the yogis knew, because the reason why they go into a separation or renunciation, should I say, because they don't separate, they renunciate society. Once they do that, their information only comes from the divine. It doesn't come from any sensory input. They're not told anything. They don't hear anything. They're not smelling anything. They're not tasting anything impure. So they are not. So they have put under control their actual antakarana is fully under control. Their physical body totally under control through the process of brahmachara and all of that. To the mind, the ego, all of that stuff is fully taken care of because they have gone and undergone the processes. And like I said, what makes this book so important, because he keeps going on, he says 3 mantras, apart from yoga practices, certain other sadhanas, which is basically your basically your practices, are also essential for developing positivity of mind. Upon waking in the morning, practice, and Trav already read this. These are the actual things you can do as far as yoga, because these are not yoga. Just because you do mantra and you meditate and you do the dirt, those are not the process of yoga. Those are tools that you add along with yoga.
Right. These are tools that you use to develop discipline.
There's 8 limbs to yoga, and you can get that from. So some of the books will be every one of these books that Trav said that he's going to read through this whole process. Mystical Cabala, of course, and you also want to get the I just had it just slipped. Oh, the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. You want to read because it breaks it all. All these books compartmentalizes every activity that you question about yourself. It just don't give you it's not feel good stuff. It's fix you stuff.
Feel good.
Man.
How dare you sit up here and give me feel good stuff every day, and that's it.
And you know what? Once you get the body mind complex together and fixed, quote unquote, all that other stuff you can still do. It don't mean you can't go turn up if that's what you still want to do.
Right.
Right.
It just changes how you turn up when you interact with people. The way that
Man,
it's kind of like getting money. You know how like you couldn't go party at certain places because your money wasn't like that. But once your money get like that, now you start finding out that there's always some quote unquote exclusive party going on a boat in Orlando or Miami somewhere. It's kind of like that. Once you purify yourself, you start to notice like, oh shit, there's so much other activity to life that's so much more beautiful than the things that I thought was beautiful.
Yes.
yeah, you're not gonna even want to do those things,
You're
man. I
not.
mean, yeah, you're
Right.
not gonna even want to do those things. It's gonna, I mean, because that's, I mean, he talks about it in here on page 17. I mean, when you were just saying it's not feel good stuff. When he started talks about the whims of indiscipline, and he said in chapter 2, he said, "Your world is the whimsical nature of your own self.
Your own self.
Likes
Yeah.
and likes and dislikes, jealousies, angers, hatred, and greed are all whims of the mind. What you want to wear today is a whim of the mind. What you want to eat today is a whim of the mind. And the nature of a whim is expressing yourself to impress others."
Damn, son.
Man, that shit dug in me so deep. I was like, oh shit.
It's like
You can't run.
he slapped you, and then he back slapped you. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
bro.
And read
You
that next
can't
line.
run. What'd you say?
And read that next line.
Oh, it said you are always seeking to impress others so that you are recognized as somebody special. Oh, shit.
That's ego. That's a ahamkara, attachment.
and that's why the feelings get hurt when you don't get that.
Yes. Yeah, because you attach to that. You attach to the feeling that it gives when somebody gives you that. Yeah. And he didn't say that this was some people. He said this is everyone's
All
quest.
of us.
Everybody's quest.
Because don't you? Are you a father, stuffed dog?
Yeah. Yeah.
You seen it in your children, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did,
100%.
and you didn't teach them that, right?
No, it
I mean,
just comes.
that shows you it's already inherent. It's
It's
already
already there.
it's already a past memory that turns into an activity that's demonstrated through the antakarana. Well, I should say the misbehaving or misdirected antakarana, because we can't, because we that's what we're on the path. We're on the path to correction. So once we read stuff like that, like I said, because that got me too. It slapped me, and then he back slapped me. It slapped first. He slapped my face to the other side, and then he slapped it back straight again.
Oh man, but if you're reading this stuff, man, and you really like understanding and take, I mean, it don't take a lot of understanding to get the past Pravritti and Nivritti. I mean, he pretty much is pretty much straightforward, man. But I mean, some of the stuff he say, I mean, like you know this stuff deep down, and you know this is the motivation for pretty much everybody else. This is what makes you an agent of the matrix, man. You know what I'm saying? It's because you hadn't taken yourself out of those motivations, so you can be controlled by them. You know what I'm saying? Somebody can interject that and say you got anger. Somebody can interject something that makes you angry, and you can be sent. You know what I'm saying, to do that bidding. You know what I'm saying? So it's man, this shit is deep though, bro.
That's heavy what you're saying there. So like I said, with that stuff, the other material that I'm reading about the tattvas and gunas from the Upanishadic perspective is in the Rampurva Taipani Upanishad. It says the Lord Himself is the one who is the cause of the creation coming into existence. He is the one who sustains and protects it. He is the one who finally concludes it. Towards this end, He willingly utilizes the three basic qualities called the gunas that act as catalysts to give effect to the Lord's wishes. These three gunas help to bring about a particular change in creation and modify the existing equilibrium in accordance with the wishes of the Lord. So all of that is so what you just said, some people act and behave and this and that. That's how they're living out the wishes of what's called this Lord or what's called this creative process. But if one of the gunas is more dominant, like you see a sattva, there's not a lot of sattva that exists in us. We have to become so highly purified, then we can start sparking more sattvic characteristics in our life. But most of us, tamas and raja, are the dominant gunas in our life.
Right. Now, I don't remember if it was the passive Pravritti and Nivritti, but he was talking, I don't know if it was this book or Awakening the Life Force, but he was saying it's actually very rare that an individual has because he said that we have all of the three gunas together. We have them in proportion, but it's very rare to find an individual who has more sattva than the other two. Most of us are highly rajasic or tamasic.
And I've come across some information that speaks about is whoever's highly operating sattvic, they don't exist here.
Damn.
I can tell you that this society does not support it. I've been, so I got so hold on, I'm gonna turn my camera on. So I got COVID, right? Which kept me home for like a week and a half. And it was like the best shit that ever happened to me because I didn't have work, I didn't have to go to school. I could do my self-reflection and meditate and my studies. And now I'm in the process of starting my own business because I was like, shoot, this lifestyle that we're expected to live in society is totally rajasic and tamasic in nature. Like it is so like I say that because a lot of us think that there's a deficiency with us. It's not. Like there is no deficiency. But it is the environment that we choose to surround ourselves with. So when I was doing my list on the gunas that are operating, right? I may even mention this in chapter 3 of Pravritti. They were talking about how you want to see which direction your Raja is going, right? So my Raja was mainly at my work in school. Like legit, they cause so much stress to me. And now I'm in the process of rewriting the script so then that no longer is a process, right? But you have to aggravate your environment. You have to change your environment because our society does not support the sattvic nature that is inherent within us. So that's something to definitely keep in mind. Like, it's not just because you're a shitty person. It's like we live in, like, if we continue to choose to live in this society where its culture is solely based off of rajasic and tamasic, how can we expect ourselves to reach these higher levels?
Yo, that is deep. So you and Trav just said word for word this very information that I'm reading, and it's tattvas and gunas according to the Upanishads is what I'm referencing.
Yeah.
Huh?
Is that the book with you inspired me to get that one with the red cover?
I believe so. No, this one don't have a red cover. That might have been was that the mantras? And I know I told you about this one before.
Anyway, but continue.
But what she said was verbatim. It said it ought to be noted here. You just said this, Trav, before Laura hit the same subject. It ought to be noted here that all three gunas are always present in this world, but in varying degrees. You said that word for word. Under normal conditions, equilibrium is maintained, but when certain guna becomes more active or dominant, this equilibrium is disturbed. And this result as what the Lord said, you got to disturb this thing. So so don't forget, what's being interpreted through what I'm reading is coming from the Upanishads, because the gunas are also what? Gods. They're also lords of realms. So what I'm reading is an interpretation of the Sanskrit. So it says that under normal conditions, equilibrium is maintained, but when certain guna becomes more active or dominant, its equilibrium is disturbed, and this result in a change becoming possible. The three gunas play the role of a catalyst in affecting this change. Even as a computer can only function on the basis of its configuration and software installed into it, the creature was conditioned to act according to the ratio of these three gunas built into his thought, texture, and personality traits. In the present case, when the creation was harbored in the bosom of the Supreme Brahm, a quiet place was in place, a quiet balance was in place. When the Lord decided to see the creation come into existence, and just remember, this is the same story as Atum, Atum, the self-created one, who was more ancient than Amun. So, and it's just that's why there's information, the parallels between they always say Egypt and India, blah blah blah. So,
Mhm.
and it came into existence once again after a long hibernation period after its conclusion at the end of the last phase of creation. His mere wish ignited the Sata Guna to become active and charged, and this stirred up the cosmic ocean of quietude, which resulted in the first ripples of creation. This has been envisioned by ancient sages and seers as the stirring of the primordial cosmic ether or the cosmic gel that created subtle waves of energy that coalesced with one another and overlapped each other to become energized and gather strength. This produced the primordial sound that has been conceptualized in the form of the mantra Om. And from this initial whirring and humming came into being the rest of the elements as the primordial cosmic gel began to show signs of losing its homogeneity and becoming more and more heterogeneous. That's high science. That right there is that's uh that's physics.
Metaphysics. Hell
That's
yeah.
metaphysics. That's astro science. This is everything that the um scientists explain. Then it says, as the cosmic cauldron began to cool down and the various constituent layers of creation begin taking shape, the Sataguna, being the best and most sublime of the three gunas, floated to the surface like butter does in milk. The
Mm.
Tamaguna, being the grossest of the three gunas, was the heaviest, the meanest, and the densest, and therefore it settled at the bottom.
Mm.
Meanwhile, the Rajaguna, being of an intermediary character, occupied the place between the two. There was no fine and well defined demarcation line between them, and the demarcation was more of being relative in nature.
Yes.
Hence, there were areas where the three intermingled equally, while at the others, one guna dominated over the other two.
Yes.
That is so very important. That's what Alora said. Once you start activating one thing, it modifies the other thing. That's why we have so many different modifications of mind, so many different personalities, because that right there, and that comes from the Ram Purva Apini Upanishad. That's the
Right.
whole thing right there.
Right
And
there.
think about, go ahead, Trav. Sorry.
Trying to get my thing. Okay, so at that level of prakriti, like you were talking about, where the gunas are one thing at a time, where they're harmonized and balanced. That's what you were talking about there at the highest. That's the unmanifest. It says there. But once and like you said, notice it says SRT, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, just like what you read there. Tamas being the densest and the heaviest down at the bottom, Sattva floating to the top like the cream on top of milk, right? And Rajas being in the middle, activating up and down, up and down, up and down, oscillating. And then you talked about how it is relative, right? Because all of existence is composed of these three forces, all of existence. So there's no getting away from it. It's all about proportion. So notice after the unmanifest realm, it goes down into what says Mahat or Buddhi, which is higher self. And it says intellect. This is where these three gunas start fluctuating and gyrating and percolating, twerculating. and it's now in proportion to each other, but they're mixed up. And the mixing up gets to the point where you see the even denser level of ahankara, which I said was ego. That's when attachment, you start attaching to the things you like and you don't like. Look at the big old bubble of tamas, the big bubble of rajas, a little bit of sattva. That's how we look. We're not, see how we came from balance and harmony, and now we ended up with calcified rajas, tamas, and sattva. This is why we have to work out karma, because we're perpetually trying to balance ourselves back into that harmonized state.
Exactly. And that's why it's so hard for a person to really, some people really to understand what you just said, because they're so densified. They're so calcified, meaning that they're vibrating so slow that they're solid.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
They're frozen. That's what you say in the nation of God's earth. These devils are 32 degrees. They're frozen.
Yeah, I saw a zombie movie a while ago where these surgeons it was a zombie apocalypse and it just started, right? And this guy, he gets bit and turns into a zombie, and he wakes up and he's like, "Oh, am I alive?" And they're like, "No." And the surgeons are in the room and they're like, "Nah, dude, you're a zombie now." Then he was like, "What the fuck?" He was like, "I thought zombies couldn't talk." They're like, "They can, but they're just on a super slowed down level. Right now, you may think that you're making sense, but we've had to accustom our way of language to be able to understand you, because you are so slow in your speech." And then it did the frame of how this guy was actually talking, and he was like, "I'm alive." like that's how they had the zombies talking. So It's interesting you said that,
crazy.
because that just rang in my mind as that scene. I'm like, oh shit, like, yeah, zombies slow down their speech.
Ain't that crazy? So the whole thing, I just looked back at this extended tree, right? The last sephira on this extended tree is the skeleton, skin, sense organ, and mineral. We as a human construct are fucking dense.
Oh, 100%.
You see what I'm saying? So once you start understanding yourself by what Trav's showing, it's breaking. There's no other science that we've ever read that breaks it down like that. Crawley, Mathers, all of them, they didn't even give you this. They gave you such a piece. They only gave you a tool to utilize that comes from the Vedic science, but none of them have ever broken down this component, you as a human being, so you could know how to fix yourself and then become a great magi. No, they wanted the physical shit first, because that's how what westernized man thinks. Because what? He wants power and control. To be an American means you're a fucking Sith Lord.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
The only way to balance yourself is that you have to become a gray Jedi. You have to utilize both. You have to be in the middle of both. I'm not necessarily saying I'm a Sith. I'm not saying that I'm a Jedi. I support both roles in my life, because you know why? Because they all come from the Creator.
The Creator, yeah. Yeah.
They're all extensions of,
which goes back into what? Singularity.
And
no one exists any different than anyone else once you break this science down on an alchemical, cosmic, divine, pure level. There is no differences. We all are a bunch of fucking mixture of gunas.
Just degrees. Hey, Trav, I got a question about that diagram you was just holding up when it was talking about how Sattva's, Rajas, and Tamas get stirred up. Is Sattva's, Rajas, and Tamas in that aspect the way it looked balanced up there? Could that be, is that the same thing as like the iron soft, and iron sulfur?
I think that's a lower reflection of it, yes. But the iodine sulfide so far is existence beyond the gunas.
Okay.
I think it is a reflection, because like we see with this tree, it's all about reflections, right? And you see at the end of mystical Kabbalah, you got this diagram where it's got those two arrows pointing down and the one arrow pointing up, right? So I think what we're looking at here, because we know that this represents reflections. Ein Sof, Ein Sofar is pure, unlimited, unknowable, unexisting consciousness, but and it's pointing upward. But I think these downward reflections are actually the three gunas, right? It says, if I'll put it this way. So what I've been seeing in my meditations based on this study is that consciousness, when it comes into contact with matter, matter attempts to mimic consciousness. The same way since we're dealing with male and female here, the same way, like, say you might get a female who's just so in love with this guy and she starts picking up his qualities, right? Say he's obsessed with Jordans. Now he buys her a pair and she's wearing them all the time. She's obsessed with them. The same way that that feminine aspect starts to reflect that masculine aspect is the same way that the tree of life, the manifested plane, mimics the unmanifested plane.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking that because when they explain it, they say it's like void, and then it is I can't remember what's in the middle, but then it's limitless light.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering because in when they say light, that's when things start to become stirred up and start to become active and knowing itself. And I was wondering if that was a reflection of a sattvic state, Rajas state, and a tamasic state. In that emanation or in that coming down into what we are right now, is that how it started to happen? It was cool first, and then it started to move around, and then it started to know that it was moving around, and then it spilled out into the physical or the top coming down from Kether to Malkuth. That's all I was just wondering.
Powerful stuff, because I thought about that before. I had to go back and look at some stuff. There's a book called The Book of Concealment, and it speaks about that right there also. And it's they use the term "face did not gaze upon face," like in let me look at it. This one is called Cabala Traditional Hidden Knowledge. It said, "God is God. There is no thing to compare with God. God is God." In Kabbalah, God is the transcendent. God, the transcendent, is called Ein. So the word Ein in Kabbalah is a word that basically means God. So Ein means in Hebrew no thing, but God is beyond existence. Ein is neither below nor above, nor is it in movement or in stillness. There is nowhere Ein is. God is absolute nothing. Ein Sof means without end. You know how you say in a world without end. Amen. Those who've been to like a Methodist church, they use these, everything that you're saying and praying and reciting in particular rituals of Catholic churches and Methodist churches. Those are actually Kabbalistic words.
Yes.
Those are Kabbalistic things that you're saying. The Lord's Prayer is Kabbalah. All of that shit is Kabbalah. So it's the one. So it's the title of the God who is everywhere. Ein Sof is the one. Wait a minute. Ein Sof means without end. This is the title of God who is everywhere. Ein Sof is the one to the zero of Ein. This is the totality of what is and is not. Ein Sof is God, the immanent, the absolute all. Ein excuse me. Ein Sof has no attributes because they can manifest only within existence, and existence is finite. So when I was thinking about that same thing, was Ein and Ein Sof a part of the how you just broke it down, how you just said it. I started looking into that. I was like, yo, that makes sense that would be like that. But then I started looking at all the different trees, and Kether is the beginning of the world of emanation. Ein Sof, and Ein Sofer are not a part of any of the four realms. So that's what makes it. Oh,
Can I just say something?
it's Brahm.
Please.
Please.
Is my mic working now?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yay!
Thank the heavens.
My
Greetings,
life. Greetings, everyone. Yeah, I just wanted to say this Ein Sof, yeah. Is it the same Ein Sof that said in Islamic texts, right, back in the ancient centuries and what have you, that said, I am, what is it? I was a hidden treasure and I wished to be known, so I created creation in order to be known. And also in the Vedic literatures, it says, I am one, let me become many. Is this Ein Sof?
Yep. Because it says the oral tradition of Kabbalah states that the reason for existence is that God wished to behold God. So that's what it said that thus there is a previous non-existence in which, as the written tradition says, face did not gaze upon face. In an act of total free will, God withdrew the absolute all, Ein Sof, from one place to allow a void to appear in which the mirror of existence could be manifested. That's the same
Okay.
thing as what you just said, in just in a different way.
That went right over my head, but thank you. But you know, I got my mic working, but now my camera is not working properly.
That mic sounds so crystal clear.
The Gunas are balancing themselves one step at a time, right?
Yeah, this is it, right?
You know, I was thinking on my life as I do my daily gratitude walks, right? Every single day I make time to be grateful. And one of the things I was thinking the other day was just looking back on my life and just thinking about how far I've come, right? And I thought about how I was always an intelligent child, but I was like smart but dumb at the same time. You know what I'm talking about? Like I was really smart, but I'd be doing some of the dumbest shit. Just for an example, in high school, um, no bad intentions. It's just, you know, I was just that kind of kid. The security, you couldn't do this these days because hell, you might end up dead. I don't know. In my high school, the security guards were at breakfast, you know, and one of the dudes took off his jacket and left it on the back of a chair, and he forgot it. So I'm walking and I see this big black jacket that says security. I'm like, oh, cool, let me wear it. I just took it and put it on, and I'm wearing it through school like I'm badass, not realizing what would happen next. I just did it because I thought, you know, oh, it's there. Someone must have forgotten it. Obviously, only school security has these jackets. Anyways, I think I got as far as first period before they came to the door and pulled me out of the classroom and took me into this little interrogation room. And they were like, where'd you get that jacket? Do you understand imitating an officer is against the law? Like they were really trying to like, I don't know, break me down. The whole time I'm just like, I should have left this jacket where it was. But I just remember so many different events through my life where I would just make these stupid ass mistakes. Not even mistakes though, you know, even down to like the alcoholism and drinking all the time to escape problems and just all the different things that I did that I would not be doing anymore. And I realized I'm grateful for those times, not just because it made me who I am, but I'm grateful because that was the process of me burning off karma. That was the process of me reducing and eliminating the tamasic qualities that I was born with. See, all the things that we get ourselves into, all the flaws and these situations in life that we're like, oh, why is this happening to me? That's the process of you reducing your tamasic qualities. Now, there was always something within me that was a good person. I wanted to help. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to do the right thing because I wanted to, not because it would get me something. That was the sattvic quality in me. So as I reduced, and there was a point where no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape my limitations. But through the process of me reducing my tamasic aspects, my sattvic aspects were able to begin to expand. So it's a process in life. You're not going to just suddenly wake up and be Swami Niranjana Saraswati. You begin by reducing the tamasic qualities, like he says in this book. You begin by identifying your rajasic qualities. What's your motivation and why? And you focus on your strengths. Those are your sattvic qualities, and you expand them. It's a harmonizing process that takes a lifetime.
Mm-hmm. I tell you, I just kind of like started this journey on the Pravritti, you know, and I mean, I'm still trying to get a good understanding of it and what have you. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna commit myself to this, right? And so last week I decided, you know what, let me, you know, do some detoxing and what have you. So I decided to do fasting, you know, And anyway, went to work. I fasted for 2 days. And the third day, I remembered that I had some eggs. And I was like, oh, these eggs might go off. So I checked the date, and it was, I think it was the 11th or 12th. And I think Wednesday was the 12th. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm fasting, so I'm gonna throw the eggs away. And then something said to me, no, don't throw them away. You're gonna waste it. You can't waste food. So I decided to make an omelet. So I made the omelet, right? Ate the omelet, went to bed, woke up about 6:30 in the morning. My stomach was killing me. I thought I was gonna die. And I didn't have the strength to call work and say I'm not well. Right. So I laid in bed because I leave work about 8:00. 8:00, I'm still in bed. I didn't have the strength to pick up the phone and say, I'm not well, I'm not well. So anyway, by 8:30, I felt a bit better, right? So I decided to go into work. But when I came home, I thought to myself, you know what? Them bloody Verittis, right?
Yeah.
Disturbing my peace. You know what I'm saying? And I said to myself, you know what? Serve me bloody right. Right. I should have just stayed committed. But what was interesting, it was that's never happened to me before when I've done a detox or a fasting, and I'm like, yeah, I'll fast for 2 days and then I'll just, I feel like eating and I'll eat and I'm fine. But that particular day, because I made a commitment and trying to get the understanding of what Verittis are and what have you, I got so ill. Isn't that interesting?
So I recently saw a Seven Bomar discussion that he's having with someone because someone had been experiencing pain on a consistent basis, like emotional, physical, like they just can't get themselves up. And he described pain and suffering as a way of paying tuition for the experience of having this experience. And so it's like, yeah, like kind of right around with what you're saying. It's like you had to pay tuition in order to, like that, like you're when we approach these attachments that we have, right? Because you wouldn't have eaten the eggs if you had realized that if you were like, okay, I'm releasing this, like I'm fasting right now. This is a different paradigm that I'm living right now. So I'm not in these eggs, like they might be already bad. Like you might have different thoughts, but instead there was a previous attachment that was like, no, you got to eat them now because they're going to go to waste.
Yeah.
And that's what made you sick. And like, I've done that too. Like I've been like on a fast and then I get scared that something's going to go bad. And so I eat it because I grew up with the mentality, like we didn't always have food in my household. So like, it's like this starving mentality where it's like, either you eat it or you starve kind of thing that comes up, even though you're fasting. So like and even though you have like paychecks coming in and you can do something else to repurpose the food, like there are all these other options, but this attachment that you have, which ultimately in the end brings you suffering, right? So it's like, I don't know, I just thought that kind of came up in my head as you were telling that story about, that paying tuition thing, like, all right, you want to have this experience, but you want to hold on to this attachment. Well, you got to pay tuition.
Exactly.
And that right there is a description that a Swami would give you of a battle between Lord Yama or Niyama or something like that. They would always it's no different than like the Bible. Every time the individual that they call Jesus, he taught in parables. He had to speak the language of the people. He wasn't speaking to politicians or educated people. He was speaking to people who farm all goddamn day. So that's the same thing. So once you learn the language of your inner consciousness and the language of your inner self, you will begin to communicate on that. But everything you said and what makes this information even more important, that when you go to page 41 in this book, he talks about the whole dietary regulation. He speaks about the whole thing, regular sleep pattern. He said that yoga as well as Ayurveda says that if you are able to regulate the timing of your meals, the body will create a system for itself where the digestive juices will flow out at a specific time and clear the system. So this is the whole thing. So when you undergoing this process of purging or cleansing, that right there was a sattvic quality, meaning that the Sata Guna was fighting Raja Guna and Tamas Guna. So as you begin to go through this process, a chemical process was going on within you as well. And this chemical process also carries a process where now some scars are kicking in. And along with the some scars, that's like you said, now these vrittis are coming. So you had a whole gang coming after you just because you wanted to become healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So you see how it is? So this system is the only system that I've ever come across that actually retrains your mind to analyze yourself like that as a car. To look
Yeah.
at to look at your body as like, yo, I'm just this vehicle and something ain't going right. My start engine light is now on, which means that I'm aware of my ailments, which is a psycho spiritual physical thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we try
Mm-hmm.
to regulate it first with our first. It has to be regulated. Not saying that we should. It has to be regulated by diet. It
Mm-hmm.
has to be regulated by proper breathing. It has to be regulated by sexual restraint, mental restraint. It has to be. It's not just something, well, I'm gonna skip this part and I'm gonna still eat, what I'm saying, Chick-fil-A every day. And you
Mm-hmm.
think you're gonna be healthy because the food that you're putting in your mouth does what? It now triggers the chemical process to start. But why is it kicking? It mentions in here, what is the reason for you eating? Why are you eating? Who are you feeding?
Mm. Yeah.
This chemical process is going on within ourselves, which now we also got to go back to the mental process. Sometimes we feed in the we're feeding the reptilian, as it's called, the reptilian brain, which is like the medulla oblongata, and we have these different parts of our brain and ancient. We're feeding memories. We're
Mm.
satisfying old memories that when we were little, when we were like, you know what, I can make an egg salad. And then but something in the sort of realm is saying within you, egg salad is so good.
Mm. I remember I went to a restaurant one time with my friends and I was doing a fast, right? And so they were like, no, you don't fast today. And I'm like, no, I'm sticking to this fasting. And they're like, well, just eat something. You're at the restaurant, you might as well eat. And I'm like, no, I'm not eating. So they goes, okay, then we'll order you something. So they goes to the waiter. For starters, she'll have steam. And then for her main,
The
she'll
biggest
have
mistake was telling your.
huh?
The biggest mistake is telling somebody what you're doing.
No, because they were wondering why I wasn't ordering.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm like, no, I'm fasting. So I said, I'll just have like, water or whatever. So they're like, okay, we'll make her order. For starters, she'll have steam, and for main, she'll have water, and for her dessert, she'll have ice.
at least they
So
kept
funny.
it all in the water realm. You know what
I
I'm
know.
saying?
Yeah. Oh, mate, I'll tell you.
But yeah, man, this is how we can solve all of that right there.
Especially like in this society where, like as we just talked about, right? Like we're surrounded by so much Raja and Tamas. It's hard. It's super hard to maintain or go back to your sattvic state, right?
Mm.
So these steps are measurable steps that you can take while you're in this unsupportive environment to start balancing things out. Like I noticed, and this is where too, like I've been doing a lot of elemental work. So looking at like what elements, fire, water, air, earth, what is dominant, right? So like in all the ways that, like in all the areas where my focus is going, that's causing most Raja, right? The element that I found that is most predominant with my thoughts is obviously fire. And with the the other focuses that I have in my life that are giving me a lot of benefit is water and earth. What's interesting is that water and earth elements typically have to do with the sensations of taste and smell, I think, or no, taste. Yeah, I think like taste and smell or something. And what do we do when we get stressed, right? Like I know, like when I get stressed, I eat, and that's actually like my internal systems trying to balance that fire out with earth and water. So it's like, how are we already trying to balance ourselves out? What actions are we taking without realizing it, like to balance things out? And then how can we utilize that to further create that harmony, but in a more focused manner? So like, if you got to eat, have something that's like highly nutritious, something that's highly stoic, so then you can maintain your like it's all, surround yourself with certain smells, surround yourself with whatever to balance out whatever rajasic or tamasic experience you're having. And so like the steps that that they give you in chapter 3 is like super gold, because those are steps that we can take in our society as we're slowly finding our ways out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tell you, I've been seeing benefits for real though, like my family, I normally have like oh how can I say, when people try and test you or try and try and push you, do you know what I mean? And my family came around today, and there's always one that tries to test me or push me. So today it was like really calm and what have you. And then they tried it, and I'm like, I can feel a disturbance in my britches. And they didn't know what the heck I was talking about. But I stayed calm. It was so nice. You know what I'm saying? It was so nice just having that awareness. Do you know what I mean? And I've been on other different paths, but I think this one is more clearer. Do you know what I mean? For me to kind of like understand and go with.
This book is this book lays down it gives you a lifestyle for living healthy, which will lead to wealthiness, which will lead to everything else that comes with just being alive. You know what I mean? Like if we change and we develop our inner spiritual life, why would why wouldn't our physical life be changed by that? That's actual facts. We don't have to keep seeking, because once we take away always desiring and wanting and yearning, everything that is needed is already given unto us
Mm-hmm.
so easily. The things that we held to be so important, that we needed to have it so bad, it becomes not important no more. So this is why some people, when they come across particular information, but they don't take it seriously or they don't apply it correctly, or they try to cut corners, they end up appearing like they're going crazy, because now the tamas and the rajas are becoming, they're not just unbalanced, they're raging out of total control. And no one and they have to, and it would take so much more to get that under control. It's like a person, you ever seen them shows where they have like people that are overweight and they go have those surgeries and they lose all the weight, and they go through this huge disciplinary process to lose this weight. You can only eat food that can fit in your palm and stuff. But then they end up going back to their old ways. They gain more weight than they ever had before. Now it's harder to get rid. That's the same thing was. Once you start a path of purification and you've reached a particular So we don't know when to at least realize that we're successful.
Mm-hmm.
We're so busy downing ourselves that we don't see that we are actually more successful than what we think. So when we don't see this particular image that we want to see as a spiritual success, we start feeling down. And now we don't want to just go eat 3 or 4 Oreos. You know, sit down and eat the whole fucking pack.
Yeah, there was.
Kind of like Mr. Clump in the you know, in the movies. As soon as he was depressed, he wanted to satisfy his craving. It's like a baby. A baby cries and the mother sticks the bottle in their mouth, or a pacifier, or the breast. Sometimes they don't even want to eat. They just want the pleasure of having the nipple in their mouth. So that's the same thing as us as a grown baby, that we be wanting to stick pacifiers in our mouth. That's why we smoke so much weed. That's
There was something.
That's why we have so much sex. That's why we buy so much drip. That's why rappers show so much diamonds. That's why they buy so much Ferraris, so much Lamborghinis, so much yachts, because they're trying to satisfy this fucking baby that won't stop crying or won't stop acting up because he has no discipline.
Exactly. There was something you said the other day, Brother Travis, about, I think it was about attainment, not an attainment of something, but an attainment of something better, and that when you find something better, you naturally release the things that you had previously that are useless. You know.
Absolutely. That should be in the book that we're reading, right? I think page 45, I want to say. It talks about Tyagi. Tyagi is the renunciation. Most people think that renunciation is giving up stuff, but in truth, renunciation is more like you find something better, and it's so much better that you naturally release the things that don't satisfy you anymore.
But I like the way you had also mentioned about like stepping on the rung of a ladder, and you put one foot up, and when you become more, what was it? When you have one foot on one rung and you've got one foot on the bottom rung, and when you become more clearer, stronger. Sorry?
Satvik.
Did you say Satvik? I don't know what that means.
What you just said.
Okay. Yeah. And then you go up, you go up that ladder, that step, and you've let go of the bottom rung, and so it continues. Yeah. But I must get that book. I haven't got that book. I've got Yoga Nidra, Prana and Pranayama, Asana Pranayama, but I want to get the Pravritti and Britti one. I must.
It's definitely a must-have, and to bring those other books all together for you.
Okay.
It's definitely a must-have. He says in 45, Sutra, what you need to renounce is the obsession of the mind.
Obsession of the mind.
What makes these books so?
What are you without mind? What are you without mind?
In our language of simplicity, we needed this information to be presented simple. And as I said earlier, this is how you know this is divine information, because they're not trying to. These Swami Niranjananda, Saraswati is not trying to satisfy our craving for knowledge. This is provided spiritual knowledge for the correction of your lower workings of your energetic self, called too many victories, some scaras, your mind.
Sorry, go on.
Page 45, if you look in this book, page 44 and 45, for those of you who have it, that's what Hanifa was talking about as far as the rungs of the ladder of Tyaga, basically. And he says that the three qualities because we talked about the path of Pravritti, which is becoming more engrossed into the vrittis. The path of Nivritti is moving away from becoming engrossed in these vrittis. And we know that vrittis are the fluctuations and modifications of the mind. So we've talked about the path of Pravritti, which is the path that we all know, getting wrapped up in life's, and as TD Jakes says, the vicissitudes of life. But the path of Nivritti is about moving away from that. And he says that on page 44, therefore, the three stages of spiritual life, or the Nivritti path, is renunciation, dedication, and belief, right? The dedication meaning that you've got to be consistent with this thing. And like what Shango mentioned, you've got to have a Sankalpa, which is like you're making a resolve to do this no matter what. She talks about belief, meaning that you have faith in that what you're doing is the right thing and it's going to work. You just need to focus on doing the work. And then he says renunciation, and that's what we're talking about just now. It's not about giving up meat just because. It's not about fasting just because. It's not about not having sex just because. It's about doing it for a reason. It's doing it because you have found something better. I don't go to the club every Friday and Saturday night because I found something better. I don't play video games all day long because I found something better. I don't eat meat anymore because I found something better. That's the path of renunciation. So it's not going to hurt, right? Because a lot of stuff that we sacrifice, it hurts. And we're actually fighting a different battle doing that. But renunciation comes when you actually realize something better. That's how we step away from these vrittis.
Now the Bible should make better sense when they said this is a spiritual war, not a war fought with flesh and blood. It's a war that you're fighting within the deep realms of your mind and personality. That's what it is. You're basically fighting yourself, just like you said, with the whole process of fasting. But now something, as we know, it's not something. That's a mystery. It's vrittis. It's the bubbling that then happened. And what do they say settles to the bottom of the water? Tamas settles to the bottom. Rajas is what is it? It's Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. There you go. So Tamas just bubbles. It creates a bubble like you go to somewhere and you stir up stuff on the bottom of the lake. Now all this dirt rises up. That's what happens. That's what comes into our memory. Something that you didn't even necessarily know. You didn't think the thought. The thought thought the thought.
Mm-hmm.
Can we purchase those cards that you're holding up?
If you want. Don't let me stop you.
Oh, mate. I have definitely found something better because I was coming home from work, yeah, and I would be drinking a bottle of wine. You know what I mean? And now I can't wait to come home and read these books and, start practicing and, listening to the readings. And it's like food. Yeah. So give thanks.
I spent all day yesterday reading. Like reading is so much more productive. What is it? I was listening to someone, I think it was Seven Bomar again. I can't remember, but he talked about time management and how he works to make every minute productive. So in some way, whether it's self-care, whether it's growing his mind, make every minute productive. And I took that to heart. And it showed me a lot of things I had been doing that were not working for my benefit. So like yesterday, I just did the Pomodoro technique and I just did like reading and then off. I would do some self-care stuff and then reading and then self-care. And I stayed away from media for like a large portion of the day, minus like sending some messages back and forth to some people. And like, it felt so good that I'm like, okay, that's a new shift I'm gonna have to be consistent in, because I feel that elevates my whole being when I do that,
You're activating sattva guna.
Right.
That's what you're doing. The Trav has shared some information. Is she considered a Swami, Trav? I don't even know her name. The one you recently sent the video.
I don't think she's considered a swami, but
I believe they treat her they treat her like a guru, you know.
yeah,
But
yeah.
her information is it speaks to that what Alora was just saying, that you have to begin this process becoming the changes that you make for the betterment of yourself come from the sattva or the tata guna quality, and it will wash away the predominant qualities of the tamas and the rajas. So this is a part of this can become a part of the lifestyle that we live, because as she was saying, that you want to begin every day doing things that are only going to cultivate sattvic in your life. So so if you're listening to um uh reading reading anything from the Bahar school of yoga teachers, read watching the videos of certain gurus or Vivekananda and stuff like that at a constant pace, and you have a prescribed time of when you do your meditation, yogic practice, pratyahara, so on and so forth, you begin to cultivate sattva. And like I said earlier, sattva is basically you're cultivating righteousness in your lifestyle. You're cultivating a purity and divine. It doesn't just become that we equivalate something divine to physical beauty, or we cultivate this divinity is that inner feeling of oneness with the universe, the inner feeling of contentment with with your life and my life and what I have. I'm not desiring anything more except for sattva. That's when you those are how you create the deepness of the sankalpa, that it has to be what your desire is as an aware consciousness, because that's willpower is your aware consciousness operating through the mind body complex, stating that I am only going to live in a righteous way, and everything you do becomes righteous. When somebody pisses you off and your mouth is right there about to say, you smile. You can put your hands in the prayer mudra and just bow, smile. Cultivate that. Who can be angry against that? That's actually what Martin Luther King did. He used one of the limbs of yoga, which is I forget the Sanskrit term, but it's basically translated to English nonviolence. That's actually because a person there's a guy who was Martin Luther King's mentor. He practiced yoga and taught him that that particular information Martin Luther King found important, and he ran with that nonviolence. That's why he was getting his head knocked off and was not fighting back. You saw the physical, actual account of what the Sanskrit word means for nonviolence when you saw niggas getting milk poured on their face and shit like that, and they didn't do nothing. Imagine if I came to your house and pour milk in your face, you would feel so angry, and you would. That's when you supposedly, as I said, hold your hands and smile.
On a national cultural level, they were also transmuting the tamasic qualities.
It was showing you two qualities then, sattva and tama. So that's why we say as above, so below. That's why we say as within, so without. You can actually see the nature of God, which that's what it is, all mater. That's always all mother, because physical nature is to use the term feminine energy, which means nothing but an activated consciousness of creation and motherliness and personality. So when you start to do only things and change, it's the inner feeling, it's your inner thoughts. That's why I go back to the Christianity. You said that you know when you used to take communion, you will have to you'll do all of these certain ritualistic prayers and say that I've harmed nobody in thought, word, or deed. That's yogic. That ain't even a Christian concept. So the whole thing is that when you don't feel any type of way by whatever happens to you, that's where you be. That's where the work is done. When your mom or your sister or your brother tripping,
Right.
tripping to the point where you used to say, "Man, I don't even fuck with my family like that. Family will do you wrong worse than stranger." All of that doesn't even become a part of your conscious lingo no more. You don't think it, you don't say it, and you don't do it. That's when you cultivate the sat.
How many dudes do you know who can be very peaceful and spiritual, but then, baby mama comes with some nonsense and all that goes out the window? Because it's certain people that still trigger those emotions so deeply. The work isn't done in front of people. The work is done in those moments, right? You got those certain family members or friends or past lovers or current lovers that know how to push those emotions out of you. If you're really talking about developing a sattvic nature, is that something that you can uphold when no one is looking?
We call that in the human realm integrity.
What?
Integrity.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You have the integrity to do something righteous that nobody knows that you're doing because you're not looking for a attaboy or a pat on the back or a great job, man, or we're going to pay you extra for what you just did. No, you do it without, you just do it because you unconsciously live it.
And page 17, like Steph was talking about, you're always seeking to impress others so that you are recognized as somebody special. To transcend that and have integrity.
Those are the things you're supposed to elevate towards, Trav. So getting away from that right there, always, because that's a hurt. See, that's why it has to be these processes to get rid of it. So now when a person says, shadow work, dark night of the soul, you can now put you can put technicality to that thing, technical process of how to orchestrate that instead of just using something that just satisfies you to make you feel good for the next 3 weeks.
I always see those posts that's like, basically it shows somebody spiritual and it says, "This is me." Then it shows somebody like, I don't know, aggressive and tough with a gun. And it says, "But I can also be this." You know what memes I'm talking about? Spiritual and the something, but still gangster.
Yeah, spiritual gangster type of
Yeah,
meme.
they got a coffee mug that says, what is it? I'm witch and hood and wish a motherfucker would or something.
Yeah,
like
that kind of energy. Yeah, that kind of energy. The same context where it's like
shut up, bro.
Yeah, that is so corny to me.
Like, you've done nothing. You've done nothing. You probably found your spells on Google search engine. Like, come on, man.
if you make those kind of posts, more power to you. Do your thing. But personally, forget personally. Anyways, that's demonstrating path of Pravritti or the path of Nivritti. Which one are you? Which one are you? Are you spiritual? Are you working on the self? Are you working on the non-attachment and the non-reaction to the vrittis? Or are you still wrapped up in the vrittis? You still have those triggers waiting to be pulled. You still have those strings waiting to be plucked. Which one is it?
Yo, Trav, and if you choose Prakriti, then don't expect no righteous shit and good shit to happen to you then. Don't complain.
I'm just saying.
Don't complain about what happens to you. Don't complain about feelings because you've chosen. when you've given, if you're instructed, see now everybody who hears this and everybody who's reading this book, you actually are now, you can be held accountable.
There we go.
That's when you come around a master student and he carries or she carries her sword, and here you come and you trying to fake this thing. Don't cry when they pull a sword out and chop you with that, meaning the word. They dispel that shit in front of people, but like, yo, that shit is now cipher. That shit is no go. What you saying is garbo, because this is the facts, bang, 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 bang. And you deliver it with sternness, but with truth and righteousness. Because truth and righteousness is not out to offend anybody.
Did he say that in this chapter? It's about cultivating pleasant speech.
Pleasantness.
Pleasant and truthful, though, and truthful.
I had to question myself, Trav. I meant to even send you a message about I questioned myself. I was like, I think the delivery of information hasn't.
Yeah, the entity I made today for myself was like, it was like one of the qualities, right? Was like, because for me, there is still a lot of like Raja when it comes to defending myself that I'm working on, right? But like, I know that it's inherent because most people who you're going to run into, right, you're going to be running into their mask, or they're going to be projecting something onto you. So you don't want to be like a pushover or nothing, or become submissive, right? You want to maintain the authoritative role, especially within yourself. So like one of the qualities I put was like, every time someone finishes speaking to me, they're going to leave either feeling better than they were, or having some profound self-realization. And I think that that's the most powerful weapon you can obtain yourself. Like, that's your sword, is self-realization. Because when someone else can recognize something that they're doing or have a self-realization, all their shit changes. And that can be to their most benefit and to your most benefit too, because in the end, that's what we want, right? Like I don't want pain. I don't want someone to go through pain. I want someone that pain, let them come out of it as a better person, so we can be friends, like, so we can be cool, or like do that for me too, because a lot of our pain and suffering comes from feeling like we're not enough or we're not adequate. So don't think that you're alone in that shit. Everyone feels that way when they're attacking someone. They're trying to attack their fears. So it's like, let's put that fear, let's subside that fear. Let's help that person empower themselves by empowering ourselves and being able to provide an environment where that person knows that they will be held accountable when they come into it, but they'll also feel better.
That's wisdom right there. You drop straight gems. That's
big.
That's heavy.
Like my most profound, like even with martial arts, right? Like I use that a lot because that's a huge aspect of my life. It was majorly transformative. And the people who made the most impact, the teachers who made the most impact. Yeah, okay. So actually this is like perfect, right? So I grew a lot in the classes where the teacher was like pushing me down and telling me I was nothing, like the military status, right? And they had like the really hard as fuck, like lessons and shit. And they'd be like, you weakling, like I seen a 12-year-old do that shit better than you, like all of that. And yeah, you become like a monster, but there's something else that's born within you. And it's a feeling of inadequateness. Like I know for years I carried like, shit, I am not enough. I need to push myself more. And I was equating that, and this is where the brainwashing comes in, because I was equating that to the way how I was being taught. I was like, yeah, I was strong when someone was pushing me down and telling me I wasn't shit and breaking my nose and doing all this stuff. But then years later, I had a teacher who I've had a couple of teachers who had just as intense classes, and they would hold you accountable. But at the end of class, they would always tell you, like, you're on your way. You're doing shit. Like, you got this, da, 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 right? Like, it was always a positive influence, not a negative one, never to make you feel inadequate. They would hold you accountable in the way that they'd be like, I know that you're better than what you're leading on, kind of thing. And when they did that, it was like a whole perspective changed my mind, and I became a better fighter because I started looking at technique more and less from the standpoint of my ego, less from the standpoint of me being inadequate and having to prove myself. It became more of, I just fucking love this art form. And when this person throws this, I'm going to utilize these techniques. I was thinking about the techniques, the actual thing I was studying, instead of being so caught up in how I was appearing to these other people that I thought were my gurus, right? So it's kind of, so like we kind of as a society, as people coming up in our own, have to do the same thing for others, like hold people accountable, yeah, but at the same time, like as a person who's living as the example, like you have to recognize that your words have impact, your actions have impact, and that person's going to take from it whatever they're going to take according to whatever perception of reality they're living in. But as long as you hold that clear, and they're going to learn more from what you provide.
We got volume issues, Shango.
You hear me?
Yes.
The main thing is doing our individual due diligence of study, developing a healthy lifestyle, incorporating proper study, so we can always be quick to correct ourselves before we even make an error. That is what's going to speak to the truth of the true self. If you're always in a prepared state, then nothing can sneak up on you. So once you train to consistently be prepared spiritually, not to fall to the middle and to the lower ends of the gunas activity, then you will always be ready to the point where you don't have to consistently being conscious of always being prepared, because thought is energy. So as we become more righteous and more pure and more divine, you also stop using so much mental energy. You become conservative in the way that you have to display yourself. It doesn't have to be displayed so fiery, so whatever, so filled with something that you're trying to appeal to other people's perceptions. So once we continuously live a persistent practice of righteousness and purity, you become, liberation is the only outcome of that. So once you reach the stage of electronic dissolution, which is death, you don't have to come back to keep correcting any errors, because you've consciously entered old age in the process of dissolution, self-aware, self-realized, self-activating, sattvic. You die because you're never going to be 100% sattvic. Not even creation was created to be 100% one thing. If it was, it would only be one guna. It wouldn't be three. So the whole thing is that we know that it has to be multiplication. It has to be mathematics. That's why we can't escape mathematics, is how this is the true language of equation, upon this vibratory planet. That has to be, it got to be added up. That's why the science of Vedic science through the multiple teachings, because these yogins became wise by reading the Vedas. They became wise by reading the Upanishads. They became wise by reading the cantos and the different sage writings of ages. Because they started, I'm gonna share something that I do. I've started incorporating meditation and visualization uh, of the gurus and swamis that I'm reading. Looking at, that's why they use these pictures. That's why they show him like this. You start seeing the energy of these individuals, and you can feel, you can feel the connective energy to the guru as it speaks in the book the Rana Darshan. That's why they say your guru can become your your meditative process to liberation. That's why you have to eliminate yourself from attachment to anger for what's called Christianity as a black person. You can't keep being mad at what somebody else did with a spiritual system. Because no matter if you think that fucking Constantine drew 16 scrolls at the Council of Nicene scholars and they created the 66 books and they took out the book of Eden, regardless of all that sensory shit. That's the logic mind. The spirit of doesn't Netzach deal with logic and rationalism, and it wants to be stoic in its belief system. People are afraid to have their belief system destroyed by truth. That's how most of these wars all started. Motherfucker, they got bruised because they want to tell the truth. Let me tell you something, Senator. I'll fucking show those pictures of that last dinner party that we had, and the truth of will come out since you think you're so righteous. Senator, I have you wiped off the face of the earth not to have that truth come out because his constituents, they worship him. I laugh all the time when I drive through. I live in Ocala, Florida. Ocala, Florida is the horse capital of the country. It has like it's $1 billion, and you can come down here and go to some of the greatest equine schools in the nation. So I get to drive through some of the most beautiful horse farm lands and stuff like that. So you got people who snatched some of the most beautiful parts of nature and they kept it for themselves. And it's been like this for years. So you drive by and they all got these, they just don't have Trump like signs on their fence. They got a whole flagpole with a fucking Trump flag flying up this motherfucker. Now,
a Trump flag.
Trump flag, yo, just a flag, blue, and it got white Trump on that thing. That's symbolism. That's a sigil. What it is, it's an energy that they didn't attach to with this capital letter TRUMP. We all know what the Trump card is, so it carries an energy. But my whole thing is, I laugh when I see it because I'm like, they treat this dude, they treat the person attached to that name, which is actually some title that we probably don't even know about, means some shit. So the whole thing is they got him flagging up this motherfucker like he a hero or some shit. Like this nigga is you understand what I'm saying?
A hero.
Like he then saved his whole battalion by himself. That we can fly a flag for this man. Like he's great. I'm like, yo, this is the most insane psyop project that I've ever seen before in real life.
You know?
Lets you know that anything is possible with focus.
and that's what I'm saying. So even as we study this and we study the righteous and purity of it, it also teaches us to see the adverse side, the unpureness of this right here. There's nothing wrong with being supportive of people whether you attach yourself to this or the energy that they carry. But once it becomes detrimental to someone else, once you're going to utilize it to harm someone else, then you've reached the lowest level and you can now be called a devil. You can be called devilish, which
Yeah.
just means the activity that you're displaying through this energy is descriptive of devils, of devilment.
I want to break it down and attach it because one thing that I have to become aware of, especially when dealing with this very intricate science, is that there are people of varying levels of understanding. Now, I can't help everybody. None of us can. Some of us understand what you said, and some of us may get triggered because there are some people here who are up under that banner of Trump, right? It's not about the people. It's not about the content. Who gives a fuck about this dude? Or if you do, that's awesome, right? But the thing to understand is look at the science behind what's going on. The fact that somebody has this property, this beautiful property, and it's I'm sure there's a lot of money invested in this field of equine education and entertainment, right? And these people that have this flag casting this energy around the whole area, it's nothing about him. It's not about the person, but look at the science that's happening. One thing that I noticed about magic is that it's all about faith. If you ain't got no faith, you might as well go back to what the hell you were doing before this, right? No matter where you go, whether it's Christianity, Islam, faith. So when you sit here, say for example, you're pretty short on money and you want a quick money ritual, and someone tells you to take a little Ziploc bag and put like maybe your $20 bill in there because that's all you got, and you sprinkle some cinnamon in there, maybe dab some cinnamon oil in there, you zip it back up, you put it under your bed, right? Consider that an investment. Don't worry about that money, let it be. If somebody tells you to do that, and they say that if you do this simple money ritual, you'll start to have increase every so often that gradually goes up, you have to have a level of faith to do that. So what's happening with all these rituals that we do is that we're taking our faith and we're putting it into some type of symbolic representation, whether it's a flag or a Ziploc bag with a $20 bill under your pillow so that you can get a little bit more money, or whether you want to use the goetic symbols, or if you want to use the cover of this book, it doesn't matter. What's happening is you're using your faith, you're channeling it into an object, and you're believing that it will have an effect on your reality.
Thank you, Trav. Thank you. But that's exactly what I was meaning when I started off saying that we got to stop being mad at Christianity and all of this shit because you lose sight of what is the context of the story that you can read in here, and is there any wisdom to be extracted out of this? Because it's not a false narrative written in there. It's written it's written in a language and written for a people whose thought processed the way that they wrote it. So it was changed from the original, and we know that spoils go to the conqueror, so to speak. So it was written for people, which again shows you from once you view it with an elevated eyesight, or as we say, understanding or comprehending the truth of what's being displayed through the activity, that it's not about the abuse. It's about what righteous aspects can I add out of it. Is there something that I can add to my life that will make me a better individual without becoming attached? Because you now have the understanding of really attachment. All right, yeah, you want to be completely attached to something. It's not just
Your mic is breaking up, Shango.
like saying you want to be able to break from the via the Viagra. You want to be able to break from the actual essence of this attachment,
Yes.
not just the object, but there is a subtle force. As Alora said earlier, you can't see the electrical wavelength or frequency. You can't necessarily see it unless you capture it with some type of other tool. Then you can manifest it for perception. But other than that, in its pure form, subtle energy is not seen. It's experienced. So that's the whole thing. So once we begin to experience our world from pure filters, because also with these stories, these lessons is you have to realize that, oh, so it's not that the Gunas or these created thing Gunas and tattvas and all of these words that we're now using. It's not that they're always negative. They've been cloudy. It's like these glasses. Trav, you wear glasses. For people who wear glasses, dirty glasses, that should be real bad. It'll be so dirty. It'll cause dimness of light from your perception. You'd be like, damn, is my eyes looking? You look like, oh, it's my glasses. That's the same way we've been intaking information through cloudy, dirty filters. So once we learn that and explain it the way Trav explained it, he explains it perfectly. So people realize when you talk about the car indrias and all of that, the Antakarana, you now have a map you can draw yourself.
Just like Stuff drew his own map, right?
Stuff drew his own map. That's like you said. You can now attach all of this to you. This ain't this ain't feel good shit. This is real shit. Life-changing information, because now you can have the true definition of what it is. That's why, as we said, and Trav started saying a couple of months ago that he was getting away from using all the catchphrases. There ain't no more, it's no more need. See how it's not bad to use catchphrases, but it's not good to use catchphrases, because there's a right way and there's an incorrect way. So we've been wanting to say Indriyas, Karmendriyas, and Vitris and Sankalpa. We've been wanting to say all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, we've been saying the consciousness and the frequency and the vibration and all of that. We've had to, because it's always there. Like when you read these stories, the Brahm, which is a creative force. Anybody who walking around this motherfucker not thinking that it's a ultimate creative force, you got to get off that type of. You got to leave that alone.
Right.
That's outdated thinking. For you to walk around here and think there ain't no creative force, you all the way goofy. So get off that shit. You understand? So you got to get off
All the
that.
way to the abyss. All the way to the cosmic porta potty.
You can't even ride on Travis' bus with some thinking like that. You understand what I'm saying? He ain't even
survive.
Then you'll get this kind of thing. Ain't no God, ain't no mystery God in the sky. We the gods. I mean, yeah, that's true, but do you understand what you're saying?
No, man. That's like so outdated now. To still be triggered, to still be nigga, that's why they call emoticons and emoticon. That's emote. What you are and a vessel for display of emotion. That's why nigga look at your face. Oh, this nigga tight. You tight right now, huh? Nigga, your face look like a fucking statue from Peru. His face so hard. Like this nigga mad. You said it's what? But you saying you God. God is different.
Right.
God is always in a state of. You approach him like you used to approach your great grandmother, your great grandfather. How they are, as you said earlier, he says in the book, a pleasantness. That's why we used to listen to that. That's why we all were Christian, because our grandmothers presented it to us like it was pleasant.
Right.
And also hit us with a little bit of fear. Like, you got to be good. God is always watching. So now you a 4-year-old looking everywhere like, damn, I wonder, is he over there watching me?
Up in the corner where the cross is, you pray.
Everywhere now you scared every time. So the whole thing is we beyond that shit now. We beyond that questioning everything to the point of an adolescent. And even when you do study the Bible, that's what the letters to the churches were about. Peter was hard on him, like, yo, I still got to come here and teach you this. I should be able, he said, I should be able to come and give you strong meat, but instead I have to still feed you breast from the mother's milk.
Right.
Yo, y'all already been fucking doing it. What the fuck is going on with y'all over here? I got to come still teach you the shit that I taught you 3 months ago. That's basically right now. You can't even go backwards now into reading and studying certain shit. You ain't got no time to waste. The Lord, you spoke on that a little while about. You gotta make sure every bit of your time has to be accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's
like this right here is junk food to me.
You know what's demonstrating the spiritual essence of Nivritti in Prakriti? People quitting their fucking jobs. That's a demonstration of an energy saying people want to be in control of their timing. They want to do what they necessarily want to do. It don't have to be negative. A motherfucker just want to wake up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Not that you want to sleep all day. And I'm not saying it for me. I'm saying it in general. Some people, they want to be in control of their time. And the only people that are masters of other people's fucking time. Or masters of yourself. That's the whole thing. That's what we striving for. I don't see. Oh, I don't. This mic is proving that it's totally garbage. If I can't go like this,
Yeah.
Darbo, I gotta have the whole mic like this close. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta eat the mic.
I roll dolo from state to state.
Yeah. Who's the president?
And they do be having the mic on closed. He ain't worried about corona or nothing. That dude is one step away from homelessness, and he be having that mic all close to his face, and he be having it on his face too.
Yeah.
But I think you're right about like the making everything productive, because then too, as we were talking about earlier, right? Like all of a sudden all the frequencies change and you have to find your center again. Like you ever come from one spot and so you get used to certain things happening with certain consequences or whatever. Like, when I used to work at the group home, like it was just so like up here all the time with stress that like anytime we got a depressed kid, I was like, oh, thank God, like they're just depressed, like, and to me that would be like a good day, And then I got out of that and all of a sudden it changed, right? Like all of a sudden my good day or the things that I would seek would change. It was like, now I'm no longer dealing with this high level. Now it's slightly lower. Now it's like, man, I hope I get less calls today or something. That's going to be nice. Like your frequencies and the entire paradigm changes when you shift environments, when you shift your frequency to shit. So like with exploring these vrittis and making things productive through every minute, it's you also being aware of like the things that you can let go of, the attachments you can let go of. I'm no longer living in this high stress time where I have to worry about someone attacking me all the time. Like that's not a part of my everyday. I have that in my mind and like my toolbox in the back, but like it's no longer a part of my reality anymore, my predominant reality. Now my reality is coming towards this or that. And so like when we're mastering self or mastering our own and creating our own time, that's something I think, at least for me to be aware of, is that like every situation I put myself in, the frequency realigns itself. There's another bar that happens that then I have to find my center within and can explore the two extremes of it. And from there, I can kind of dive into what works for me and what doesn't serve me, that kind of thing.
Oh, I just now saw in my mind the imagery of a clockwork, clock workings, not just of time, but of the artisticness it takes to build. I know we've all, I know, because I know I can't be the only nerd like that. I be watching people build stuff. So I watched the whole video series of them building clocks and watches. So as you was talking, that's what came to my mind. What you were saying is so precise. It's the componentry of, so we in the us, we're trying to build ourselves like a clock. So we the ones who control the time. We turn and the timing of it and all of that by the individual practices. And just think that we're in modern times studying these concepts. These are philosophies, but these are also practical lessons that are have practical applications. It's just not philosophy. You know what I'm saying? And this is we're modern people from multiple different levels of the country, of multiple different backgrounds, and we can come together and study this. When you can be in the awakened awareness, cognitive sensory of that, that's when you can see Sattvic working. This whole this is Sattvic to even have Trav doing that.
Right. Like, and that too is where we can, that's where we know too, like these tools that we're given are truth, because so the truth remains consistent. So throughout all time, for thousands of years, this framework and these tools have been used. We're the ones that keep changing, right? These bodies change.
It's evolvable. The information is
Yeah.
this information is capable of being able to be used throughout the years. You don't need to update it. It's already able to be used for the time that you are currently in.
Yes.
Right.
And that's the actual job is. Remember what we saw in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, somewhere between verses, I don't know, 5 and 10, he talked about where, like you said, Alora, the truth doesn't change. But what happens is we change, times evolve. So people who study the knowledge, we present it in the presentable form for the age. So right now that's YouTube. There's some stuff that I cannot say, but there are secret societies that are studying the stuff at a deep level, and there have been requests made to update the format. You know, we're living in times of Corona, so we can't all be gathering together doing, you know, the whole high level rituals of the inner temple. So there have been suggestions made in the group. Hey, why don't we update this thing to the next level? And all the old heads, we're talking about 60 years old, 70 years old. Nah, we don't do that, right? They don't want to update with the technology. Not understanding, regardless of what they think or feel, it's coming, right? These rituals and these secret meetings and the way that this knowledge is presented, it's always going to be oral tradition. But that doesn't mean we're going to be around a campfire. The campfire, the fire itself is different. Look at the campfire you're holding in your hand right now.
You know what you're about to say, Trav? The essence of it. And that is, and that has always been inevitable to head into that version of self. That since you can't physically be there, which what is physical anyway, but nothing but mind.
Right. And that's where too we look at and see what the illusion is. Like our bodies are not permanent. These situations that we find ourselves in are not permanent.
We are the
but these tools are immortal.
We are the finite physical creation of infinite source. We express that. That's how we know there's an infinite. Because we are finite. We are finite. We're not going to last. We know that what we experience within the sensory This is only the sensory world of physical. This is a physical world. So we know that what we feel and what we smell and taste, those things can go because there's so many things we feel, we smell, we taste. But when the body's inanimate, there is going to be no more of that, no need for that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that's just a beautiful. Like I said earlier, I would never want to go back to my past. So not stable.
Your voice, Shango, I can't hear it. You gotta mouth the mic.
Microphone is 100% crap. I just want to check.
I can't hear you at all, man. Especially with Travis's music in the background.
Who wants to use a microphone device and be this close to it? Like very white on that thing.
All I heard was trying to be Barry White.
Garbage.
There we go.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Whatever
it
that
got
was,
better.
it worked.
You just gotta shout a little more too.
No, what does it mean? I gotta talk loud like this the whole time?
I mean,
Yeah.
So I'm talking about. Okay, I'm gonna just say maybe I'll share. So the whole thing is, I was bought this set. You know what I'm saying? Somebody knows that hey, you wanted to, you need to be doing your own, your videos and stuff like that. And so they bought me this. So now I'm thinking that this is made for that person who's supposed to be, hey, let's get it going and all fast and loud. I need the one that's gonna be more like I can talk low and away from it and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
what
But
you need, Congo, what you need is what's called a preamp. Most analog microphones like that, they don't have enough power to adjust the volume. So depending on how serious you get and how much money you want to invest, does that plug in through regular jack?
yeah, it has multiple jacks on it. I got it plugged into my MacBook right now, but the
I mean,
mic
that
is
the actual microphone itself.
it's plugged directly into this little unit that come with it.
Okay, the unit. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you might have to send me pictures of it later, but a lot of times these microphones, they have to have a separate device to increase the signal, like mine.
These things you learn when you move into the realm of entrepreneurship, right? Like,
Oh shoot! So what about that? I just changed it to Does that
that's
sound
better.
the same?
Yeah.
Okay, let me press this KTV. I don't know what this means.
What is it?
I'm sometimes not a manual reader. I just go right in. You know what I'm saying? So
I went to school for this stuff specifically, man.
so I guess these are they're supposed to change the voice effect. So whatever this is, KTV, then you have you have MC, you have rock. So I guess
Okay.
okay, so I guess these are supposed to be different
EQ
ways
pattern.
to change the saying the microphone. So I don't know what if so I can hear myself through the here, but it don't sound like it's changing.
So yeah, you have what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So what is this here? So if I press this, what did that do? Okay, yeah, but yeah, that's what it is.
Much better.
So it's not crap.
No.
Okay.
Hey, but check that out. It's not the equipment.
It's the person who's
not the
working.
equipment, Shango.
Look how I try to place blame instantly. This freaking mic is crap. No, you're a crappy
I think we found
worker of the mic. Oh my God, man. That's what I'm saying. I rather
Always got to be someone else's thing, right?
go with somebody else's fault. The woman you gave me tricked me, and I ate the apple. I didn't even know I was over there.
That woman you gave me.
The woman you gave me.
The woman you were crying over because you didn't have a partner.
Got the blame. I have to watch all these horses every day run around together. When am I gonna have somebody here? Let me give you a little bit. Let me get you a woman. Now the nigga done lied on her, everything.
3, and that's the funny thing. We don't know how long it was. I mean, playing around considering that story was a real story. That could have been seconds. That could have been 3 years. We don't know.
But the whole thing, like I said, once you see what a cleaner filter. It's just like you using a filter right now. Once that filter gets dirty, what you're trying to purify through it is not going to be that pure. It's going to have elements of other stuff. You know what I mean? So that's the same thing with the way we intake information. So we've always took in the philosophy of what's in the Bible from whatever kind of church pastor or somebody that we had. But once we're able to study it for ourselves with a clean filter, you can laugh at them stories because you can see through it now. You be like, yo, that shit is nothing but it's showing you nature of people. They do it all the time. Niggas send their whole. I just watched the video the other day. They was coming out the store. They done stole something out the store. The dude makes it to the car. His girl didn't make it to the car. Security guards chase them both. He gets in the car, drives off, leaves her. She's the one that gets pinched. He gets away.
What?
That right there shows you the whole story that's in there. Man is garbage when it comes to women sometimes. That's why they don't.
I had an ex-boyfriend do that to me, like almost verbatim. I ended up having to pay for a sandwich. I didn't know he was going to run out, and he fucking booked it. And I had to pay for the sandwich.
Man, I never.
That was so embarrassing.
Oh my God.
I never did jokes with a woman. Yeah. Like any girl. I don't care how cool it was with me back in the day. I'm not doing nothing illegal with you.
That sucks.
I'm talking you out of it. You know what I'm saying?
But I also had shit, man. I had that was actually a Ritty that I had too that I had to deal with. I think with being like someone of a stronger female. So I had a boyfriend, and also too, like I think just I don't know, man. It's weird, but like I had a boyfriend who was another martial artist, and one time this guy was coming, we were going to our apartment, and I had my hands full of groceries, right? And like he had his like with some groceries, but I was like holding a lot of them. And we're walking back, and this dude from the dark, like we used to live across the street from a park, and this guy like from nowhere started running like a bull towards us. He was like, "Hey, yo!" And he starts running straight towards us. And my boyfriend booked it and left me with all the groceries. so I'm like running like, oh shit. And then he doesn't even hold the door open for me. So I had to like open the door and lock it. And I was like, what the fuck was that? And he was like, you got it? You're fine. I was like, we're supposed to be a team. So there was like, man, I think gosh darn, man, being like, oh, yeah, I got to. That shit is so funny. And you know what? That created an archetype I had in my head for a long time about how guys treat women, especially ones who train how to fight or whatever. And so that was a Vritti, and those were attachments that I had to leave behind because that shit was not serving me. And it kept bringing me these like dump ass dudes because that's all I kept seeing. So whatever you pay attention to multiplies. That's the thing as to why we got to deal with these attachments and these Vrittis and all this kind of shit is because what we focus on multiplies. So if all you're seeing are these attachments, you're just limiting yourself to those attachments. And that's all you keep getting. So like.
Okay. Thinking about, I just thought about Christian, how she used to break down our, saying the science of our birth chart and stuff like that. And I remember there was something particular, something the way my alignment is. And even when I had that oracle reading, he mentioned that that the way that my stars are particularly aligned, my Prakriti experience will always have some sort of tumultuous aspect to it. It's how I react to those experiences. What will color the storyline. You know what I mean? So that's something that I had to learn, and that's something that I utilize these tools that Swami Niranjananda Saraswati teach, and any of the other stuff that I read really helped that, because that was a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, knowing your own astrology is huge. Like, I had to deal with a lot of, like, for me, a lot of fear-based beliefs that I have to sift through. It's never that shit's not working out for me. It's that I don't believe that it'll continue like, that I had this belief system that, like, it would not continue working out for me, or that, and so I would keep putting myself in these predicaments that were just shitty because of this fear. And so, like, but looking at my astrology and then looking too kind of just at where certain aspects were helped me gain a better understanding of, like, how I was handling Prakriti in this lifetime, what I was bringing with me, and then how to step forward with it to change my reactions to it, just like how you're saying, like, changing the reaction. Because I think we have inherent reactions that we're going to respond to things to in our own specific way. It's a matter of becoming aware of that and then changing it to best serve us.
Not always reacting to something we're experiencing. That's what we really seek to master. Is what I seek to master, because our minds could just our minds can be very deceitful and very petty. That's why I said the mastery of how you feel about the experience. Soon as it happens, you have that choice to either just smile and then just redirect that inner energy.
Is this the one?
You know what, Trav? He told me not to. He told me to leave alone. Yes, I left. Now I don't mess with them no more. But I got so many ones. These I want to share some of these. Is that cool if I was to share my screen? Something that just to know that there's these books can help with with certain things that we study.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta change this.
That's a good, that's one right there. Along with Trav is breaking down in the ladder of lights, and it works so perfectly hand in hand with
Good coffee.
let me put something inside of here.
All right, hold on. Almost. There you go. Now you should be able to do it.
I gotta put something in my man cave so I can make coffee or tea while I'm over there. I prefer more tea than do coffee. Coffee is really like just to just to say what it is. It's a feeling. Whenever I don't know, like
Yeah,
coffee
I've
to me
been
is like
drinking
a
more tea
meal.
too.
Coffee is like a meal. You know what I mean? It because it actually really it satisfies me as like it makes me feel full. Tea is what I've always loved tea. Like 'cause I really like a Japanese. I really love the relaxing atmosphere. Like it makes me always in
Damn, I cannot hear you,
in a
Shango.
Huh?
I can't hear you.
What? Did I lose it already?
So with the
Okay,
microphone,
there you go.
it has a direction. I think the things that you're changing are the different patterns. For example, like if you look at my microphone, does yours have these symbols?
No, see, the microphone don't got nothing on it. It's this.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So oh my gosh, that right there is gonna determine how to turn
It
it.
makes sounds and all kind of stuff.
But there's a certain range in front of that microphone that it picks up. And I think the certain one that you have is only picking up like directly in front of it, not from the side and not from too far away.
I'm gonna have to probably read the instructions. Oh no, what about that good? But that what if I'm back like that?
Mm.
Nothing.
Out there looking like a statue of Peru.
You
Oh, somebody
go
brought that.
into trance after if you keep listening to that. Because I was looking at on these buttons and I can easily go into trance. Like far as been doing particular things that is I can just do it consciously. So as of just that split second, I was doing this and I was almost about to close my eyes. I was like, oh, mantra that he playing. Because that's what they do. They make you they turn off the outer sensory. If you listen to the because well, even though he's chairman, he's also continuously chanting Om at the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
time. I was hoping you would play it. I don't remember how to do it.
Om.
Oh, there it is in the bottom.
Urvarukamiva pandanat. Mrityor mokshya mamritat. Om. Laura, what you eating?
What is this mantra? Not mantra. Yeah, what is this mantra that you're listening to?
Mahamrityunjaya mantra.
What is it? What are the benefits of listening to this one?
Well,
And you know what's deep about about multiple mantras? Yo, they be sounding like hip hop songs,
it's true.
everything. They all have a specific rhythm about it. And you be like, bro, is this supposed to sound like this? Does it be rhyming?
According to the good Swami, he says that in that state of semi-wakefulness and semi-sleep, make a Sankalpa for physical health and well-being and chant the Mahamrityunjaya mantra 11 times. That's the basic fundamental of this mantra. General health and well-being. A lot more to it, but
Oh, thank you.
It's
Welcome.
Rityajaya is another form of Shiva.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually a Shiva mantra for it's actually a mantra to basically give you strength in death. It's like to strengthen your life and it's basically going to take away fear. Oh, but I'm just showing these so people just to share certain writings. The Trav told me stop messing with PDFs. I don't mess with. Is it showing that it's just switched the screen? Can you see that, Trav?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's on my screen. I had a little
Yeah.
warning pop up. I thought that was yours. What and which book is this?
This one right here is wanted to show because I so this book is the philosophy. I want to show these the
Oh, cool.
philosophy, psychology, and practice of yoga by Swami Chitananda, and it's coming from this
Go.
divine life society.
There you go.
This is their symbol, the divine life society, and this is their mantra: serve, love, meditate, realize. He brought the mind state to the Western mind that yoga is not just supposed to you be a Himalayan sage. It's really you're supposed to still be able to live life and enjoy life and serve and have these purposes right here. So that's a good. So I'm just showing these as far as what we're reading. You can find other books to go along with it that will expand your vocabulary and expand your mind on a broader sense because they're all connected. And every time we read or Trav reads we go through a book reading, I'll have certain books, you know what I'm saying, that I'll have if I have on the computer or whatever, I put them together the with the other book. So this is a good one. Of course, this is a copy of the Rana Darshan. I got the physical copy. I just got it in the house. So I started with this one. Of course, you want to have the Rana Darshan. And you got to think this is the like this says the Rana Darshan yogic, tantric, and Upanishadic practices of consecration and visualization. I think that sometimes I forget that maybe Trav that we always just say Dharana Darshan, but
Mm-hmm.
actually what people don't realize these are tantric practices. The only tantric that deals with the physical essence of it is I forgot the actual word. There's a word, and that's what like I said earlier about like a gray Jedi. That's the only a reading that I've come across that actually called it a gray or a dark practice of they actually called it occult yoga is the actual physical practice of sexually physically using your body with during tantra, and it's still for the worship of the divine goddess. So the woman that's doing the ritual with you is actually supposed to be, or she's supposed to be through that ritual bring forth the actual divine mother goddess. So this is the whole book, the yogic, tantric, and Upanishadic practices of concentration and visualization. So this is where these Western, like Trav been teaching, these Western books that we was all reading, they was reading this. And actually, going to India, rocking with these people. I'm just saying, just to add on to this, you know what I'm saying, to what Trav been doing, because some people ask questions, they don't know for certain. There's a lot of terms in Sanskrit, and they have a lot of expanded meanings to them. So you want to sometimes read different books along with the one, so you can get, like I said, it's about an expanded perspective.
Yeah.
So definitely, Trav already, you know, he recommend that. I mentioned Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. You definitely want to have that.
Definitely.
See, I was reading verse 39, more restraints, recommended behavior, body posture, breath enrichment, sensual energy withdrawal, linking of the attention to the higher concentration forces of persons, effortless. These are process. This right here says are the 8 parts of the yoga system. People don't know there's meditation is not yoga. It's a part of the process of yoga. Because yoga is a system. You know what I'm saying? And this here breaks down the real deep inner spiritual truths of when you read in the paths of Pravritti and Nivritti. This is how you know it's divine science, because they all say the same thing.
Right.
Nobody is saying nothing. Nobody ain't adding adobo to the salt and pepper.
Right.
They keeping it salt and pepper. We don't need no sazon on this thing.
Sazon.
I love, you know what I'm saying? So everybody know. So these books, I'm telling you, it didn't just change the mind, it changes your personality, it changes your life. You don't ask no more questions like, well, what should I be doing? And what? It breaks all of that down. And here's the process of yoga, from the consistent practice of the parts of the yoga process on the elimination of the impurity, the radiant organ of perception becomes manifest until there is steady, discriminative insight. That's the process that what Trav is teaching you how to have steady, discriminative insight through the radiant organ of perception, which is the high workings of the Antakarana, Atman.
Can you go up a little bit to that previous verse that was showing the 8 limbs of yoga? Because I see you got a different translation. I want to see how it connects to this one. That was book number 2, verse 29. Okay, so
those are, when it reads the English, more restraints, that's yama, the niyama, asana. More restraints, the behaviors is the asana. And pranayama, of course, you know, was breath enrichment.
Yeah.
Yahara is the attention to the higher concentrate, the energy, central energy withdrawal. So that shows you different levels of pratyahara. There's different levels of pranayama.
And check out what it says for actual dharana. It says dharana is linking of the attention to higher concentration forces or persons. That's what the whole black book is talking about. Dharana Darshan.
Exactly. And it gives you in Dharana Darshan the actual practices that you can use to do that.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Yo, you the only person teaching this. You the only one with a channel doing. Maybe I shouldn't even say that. Should I say that? I mean, but I'm not trying to, like, all of a sudden now ratings go bad or something. You know how they be doing on these things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yo, I'm just showing this because in my personal and private life, I'm telling you, you just don't know the personal stress that I was going through for many years. Like I told before, before I got into this, I was reading a lot of Stoic, something about Stoicism and Zen, already within the range of that, but not getting It's from the Bahar school. I'm gonna say that because we sticking with the Bahar school of yoga, which is another level of maturity, which shows that you don't need to be doing from this teacher and blah blah, reading a whole bunch of different other ones. So I'm sticking, as you see, I'm sticking in my studies to the same people. Because we know that Sivananda, Swami Sivananda is the teacher of Niranjana Swati. And we know Swati is a title. So you got, you know what I'm saying? That's a whole another science right there. So this is another book that he wrote. Mind, its mysteries and control. So when you got questions about,
there you go.
huh?
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? He was like, and that dude wasn't even young. That's not even a young photo of him right there. He was just living so good. And you can't even tell me that these dudes we have, them dudes be looking melanated. Like, look at the broadness of them nose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
man. I'm just saying, that should be hilarious to me when I be looking at it.
There you go.
Trav tell me don't be fooling with these. So I don't. So these are books that I've actually had for a long time. But you made me go back and be like, yo, I think I got some saved, and it made it prevalent when I saw the whole Sivananda thing. I'll say, yo, this is crazy. That's why there's no such thing as coincidence. That, you know what I mean? That we've all dabbled around this, but we never got this serious until you put this, you know what I'm saying, you brought it to the forefront like that. But this book, so like I said, he always starts with these, you know, beautiful prayers, or just basically these deeper Sankalpas, you know what I'm saying? And then like said,
go back up. To the previous one, he said curb the mind ruthlessly.
Annihilate desire. And they speak about that. That's why Shiva carries the trident, and that's why he has those terrible beasts around him. Those are the ruthless animals of the mind. That's what they represent. It's not just a Shiva man and he has a trident. That trident is the weapon that he's used to do what? To put his three gunas under control. The three means the gunas.
Yeah.
The same, like I said earlier, the same weapon that you're using is the same weapon that you're trying to fix. So, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, these all break it down. And then if you, like I said, with these books, I get to the contents, there is no writings that give it from a pure, this ain't no psychology book. This is the essence of psychology.
They got to cheat on Cheetah.
They always got to hit you with the gunas, always. Cheetah, memory, some, all of this right here, what I'm saying, these words are processes that can help you change your mind. You know what I'm saying? They tell you every single thing. There ain't no other system, Trav, that you know of breaking it down like that.
Nope.
I think that's because this is like one of the root systems. I mean, this is the root. Like every occult book that I've read, you know, I recently went through all this shit I used to study, and all I found was like Hermeticism and Vedic shit, like everywhere and everything. It's just diluted, but it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And see, if we don't know of this origin, we'll go off thinking, oh, this is a new thing. Oh, this is hidden. Oh, this is secret. Oh, they got the keys over here. They got the answers over here. Not realizing it all comes from the same source.
Exactly. Yep. And that's what a lot of those authors did. They took something that was so pure and changed it and tried to make it theirs. Or they tried to, or they added on to it. which when you add on something that's already, when you add something to something that's already pure, it becomes unpure. That's the whole concept of a God, the ultimate high God. You can't add a definition to something that's definitionless. Once you define it, you pervert it.
You change it.
You change it.
You limit it.
You put it into the realm or the world of emanation. It belongs to the four worlds now. And now it falls all the way down to the lowest world. And now we're in the world of forms, and we say just emanation. This is the world of pure lowest creation, matter. I don't like it. I do like it. I love it. Oh, I'm so in love. I'm this and I'm that. Not loving from a pure essence. That's why we can throw the word love around so unconsciously. That's when I mentioned the word Sankalpa, operation of thought. We have the power within us to open or close ourselves to the divine inflow exactly as we choose. This we have through the power of mind, through the operation of thought. If you are adjacent, see how it goes back to the Gunas, you are far from God.
Far from God.
You have shut yourself up from God.
Damn.
If you are sattvic, you open yourself to the divine flow. And
That's
these
deep.
ain't just like, see, people get triggered by this word right here, God.
Right. Don't you understand? We the God. God is within. Why you can't be following that bullshit?
That right there that's a victory. That's a samskara. That's in the Ranun Banda, that when you hear this word, it's associated with a religious practice. God. They see God, they associate it with Michelangelo, Jesus, or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Caesar Borgia.
Caesar Borgia, exactly. So you got to get away from that, or you have to analyze. That make me feel like that. That's garbage. That I can't even say God without it making me think like, oh man, these niggas sounding religious.
Right. And you know something? It's part of what I'm doing. I'm intentionally talking more about Christianity and the Bible and God, because I want to illustrate the connections behind all these things. And at the same time, I want to agitate those people who still get triggered by the word God and Jesus and Christianity. I'm waiting for the comments. Jesus was a white man. Why the hell you worshiping a white religion? The letter J wasn't invented. You're missing the point so bad you don't even realize it.
Look at this word. I will have to look this word up. And what you just described kind of seems like what this is saying. Ajnanans have fickle minds with a great deal of fluctuations and myriads of sankalpas. Their minds ever vacillate through sankalpas. But Ajnanans will be free. Now, I should also explain that I gave the definition of the sankalpa as being this vow. You also did, this is the dirty version of the sankalpa. You can also be speaking vows against yourself.
You just got to resolve to fight and argue with anybody to prove that you know what you're talking about. That's the Sankalpa.
To prove, I had a homeboy Pop, right? And Pop's thing was, I can tell when he got aggravated. Pop first, if he gonna ball that left fist up, he gonna tighten his mouth, and he gonna move. If we outside, he gonna start spitting. And Papa punch this motherfucker in his fucking face. And Papa punch you in your face. He was this right here. His mind was so fickle. There was no rationalizing. There was never any way to try to calm it was just, he was totally out of control. He was the dirtiest filter ever. Everything triggered it. The violence.
Man. And if you know how to watch and pay attention, you can see that in people. Like you just broke down the body language. It wasn't nothing he said. You just described his atmosphere. You can tell.
I knew when somebody was about to get punched in the face. The whole time, like, yo, I'm just saying that I didn't get the money, but I was gonna. And the whole time they aggravate him. Now he's spit now. I'm like, oh. So, but this is the whole, like I said, I'm just sharing this with you, what the stuff that I studied that you could, these are tools that change your life. It's not something, after you read this information that Trav is leading on a direct path of liberation. So as you are, because we still individuals and it's still our duties unto ourselves to study to show ourselves approved, that we all have to add on to this science. So now so it just, this here stuff can change your mind because it gets deeper. Sankalpa only is samsara. It will teach you something that you've never been privy to learn. And we got all these, just think about this. When we first got Durana Darshan, I went to, like, I remember Trav, we used to laugh about, I went to the Indian dude Dave at the store thinking that Dave was gonna, you know, that he practiced this stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I go to the store, Dave was like, man, what do you want on these? But this stuff is for priests, man. Nobody works. You can't work and do this. So why not, Dave? Why you pray? You pray every day. That's what Dave thinks this culture and he comes from India. This shows their own people ain't even. This is too hard for them. You know why? Because Dave is Rajik. You know why? Because he wants money.
Right.
He moved to the West. He now lives in America.
Chasing that bag. That's Rajasic. What did it say about the Rajasic?
Yo, man. He told me, nobody can live like that, buddy. Nobody can just pray every day. You just pray, He was like, it was crazy. Like, yo, this is where you coming to America, I'm mentally and spiritually trying to leave this fucking place. This place has traumatized me to the point where I'm ready to move to where you come from. So
awesome.
This is called mind. It's mysteries and control. Like I know, and like Trav, I know what will back it up. You want to stick with the authors from the Bihar School of Yoga. You get that foundation, man. Stick with them. You know what I'm saying? Go to Trav got the videos. He read all the books. You know what I mean? We all know Top with Shooty.
And just to let you know, this book that Shango is showing us, The Mind, Its Mysteries and Control, the guy who wrote this is the teacher of the person who wrote The Paths of Pravritti and Nivritti. So same, like you said, same school, same family, same spiritual stream.
So it ain't going off into
That's a blessing too.
What was that?
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, oh shit. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Nah. Okay. All right.
He looked like he finna walk in the room and then you can dap him up and give him some pound. What's going to give him a hug? I can see it. Big Steve and Nanda.
About these dudes, this dude was a doctor. They lived real lives. That's why they chose and they teach their science like that, because they, like I said, this information is Laura mentioned earlier, can be used in any time frame that we go to or that we're in right now. Because these guys, Swami Sivananda was a doctor, opened up schools all throughout India to help like the lower class people and poor people and stuff like that. Not just no hood doctor. Like these dudes are like on Harvard and Yale level of real life people. And then eventually they go, because this is another level to become a Swami. Those are like initiatory levels that you go on to. They belong to multiple, like, to use the term, they all belong to all individual secret societies and secret schools within the school.
Right. And the book, I think it's the Sri Laundria, the other one written by Satyasang Ananda, the Decent, I think. That one talks about the school that she's teaching, which she's teaching taught with Shooty. that's a small piece of some secret texts that are not publicly available.
That's the whole thing. So that's where the benefit of particular Western writers and European writers of literature, they benefited because they were capable of traveling to these places and actually meeting, because it's just not Sivananda and Sivananda and them were the ones, they were the ones that like sent out to bring this to the world. You had great thinking swamis and yogas that exist in India, and they would travel over there to actually go learn at their feet and bring them to the Americas, to Britain and shit like that, and they would actually learn directly. So we never had the opportunity to actually do that, but now we do because of technology, because of we already had this potential in us, and it just took an individual like Trav for you to become aligned with to spark that potential latent energy in you to now search this out and be like, this, this ain't no high science, this ain't no language written in any of his books that make this stuff uh, hard to digest. It is easy. They don't use no. They hit you with the same language. Mind is one. They hit you with the same earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, read. They hit you with all the same language. And they teach you this is where God the mind originated. So I just suggest that people look into these type of writing. Definitely. Yoga Sutras of Patanjali.
Microphone.
Oh, I say you definitely want to look into these books right here because it's good writing. You definitely want to look into this the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. This is right ahimsa, nonviolence. That's the word. This is what Martin Luther King utilized. No matter if you was in if you are Martin Luther King follower or Malcolm X follower. This is the process that he used, ahimsa, which means non-violence. Don't believe me? You can go to yogapedia.com. These are the key parts of the Yoga Sutra. Ahimsa, Satya, Astiya, Brahmacharya, Aparigaya, Yama. Non-violence, realism, non-stealing, sexual non-expressiveness, which results in the perception of spirituality. So the perception of spirituality is actually what Brahman is. So that's why they say Brahm, because they use multiple different words. Brahm is uh, the unmanifested one, and also non-possessiveness are the moral restraints. And it goes on to say, those moral restraints are not to be adjusted by the status, location, time, and condition. They are related to all stages of yoga, meaning the great commitment. So when you looking for all the stuff to fix in yourself, the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, along with the paths of Pravritti and Nivritti, will be very helpful to your travels right now. Purification, contentment, austerity, and profound religious meditation on the Supreme Lord are the recommended behavior. So the Supreme Lord is what they also call a higher concentration force. Is Varaprandinahanya Yama, the recommended behavior. I'm just wanted to share that. I appreciate you, Trav, for giving me the opportunity because you already reading and have videos of Yoga Sutra Patanjali. You also Dharana Darshan, the path of Prakriti and Nivritti. So anybody, man, I'm telling you, you go through it because that's what they're saying in this book. You want to have your time covered by processes for change. You don't want to have no idle time. This here just satisfies the mind of man, like the philosophy and psychology and practice of yoga. Somebody still don't understand. And they got a teacher for everything. So I want to. This is the table of contents.
Conquest of Tamoguna in Prakriti. I like all these chapter names. I mean, this is all making me want to read that book. So this one's different. This one is the philosophy. I think Sunshine Chick posted the PDF and the link, if I'm not mistaken, in the chat.
See it. Yep. So let me go through.
No, she posted the Mind of the Mysteries.
These books get to like 130. His books will be a little bit longer than his students' books. He be in the 130, 145 page books type of thing.
Okay. Sunshine Chick, thank you for posting the PDFs for both of these books. That's very helpful. So come on, guys. Like, honestly, just like what Shango said, there's the only excuse is that you just don't want to. All of this is here available. Thank you, Sunshine Chick, for posting those, for finding those links and then posting them.
That was super dope. And all these books will actually, these are the lessons of life. When you're looking for you're looking for jewels to add value to your existence, this is the material that is capable and that will do it without a shadow of a doubt. Not just making you feel good. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I had to learn some years ago of getting away from that. You know what I'm saying? Always getting blown away by some information that I hear, or you already reading one particular information. Now you hear something else. Now you're running towards that. So now you will never finish anything like that. That's like a dog. You just keep picking the ball up and keep throwing it over and over and over and the dog just keep going after the ball over and over. They'll throw the ball, he gonna get it and run back again.
And that's the monkey mind. That's the animal mind. That's manas, right?
I'm trying to figure out, Trav, how do you stop
the screen share?
How
do you stop what?
Here, screen share.
So like this and like that and like this and Alora.
Hey.
I saw you chopping up an onion. Are you making some spicy chili?
Yeah.
Ah.
You're yeah, I am.
It's that yoga, right? It's that
coming soon.
Huh? I tuned my Anta Karana to use my my psychic sense of smell, my clairsentience.
Yo,
you did well, Trav.
Onion so long ago too.
Huh?
Was you just now cutting the onion, or was you cutting it like a little while ago?
Like a little while ago, I guess, because I already cooked it and ate it.
Damn.
But yeah, it's delicious food. Onions and potatoes and flourless sprouted bread and all types of chilies.
Yo, you ever think about the whole thing? Like, yo, you made it through all the hardest parts of your life. So what, like at this moment right now, as learning something new, you start not talking about hard parts. of your life? What is it? What is it even worth? Because you made it through like the hard times. You know what I'm saying? So you have the actual choice to say, I will not have any more hard
I
times.
don't even feel the need, like for me, bringing up the hard, like when people bring up hard stuff, or when I used to bring up hard, the shit I went through and all that kind of stuff, it was almost like it was because I was still identifying with that past and with that hardness, like this is why you should validate me. And I just don't feel a need to be validated anymore. So it's like I can let that shit go. Like I know what I've been through, but I don't need to like rub it in anyone's face. Like I don't need to prove myself to anyone. Like, and besides, no matter what my story is, the other person's going to have an image of me regardless, because it's of who I'm representing right now, not based off of my past. Like, so I don't, I was kind of thinking like, going through all the past shit and all that kind of stuff. It's like, man, I wonder, that must be kind of like our past lives, like when we're up there and we're about to reincarnate, it's like, man, I don't want to do that shit again. Like, don't like, oh, let's just not do that again. And it's like, well, you're going to go back, but it's cool. Like, like there was some lessons I got to learn, but like, it doesn't have to be like that past life. Like, I feel like the shit that we went through in earlier lives was like a physical reflection of us living through past lives too.
Was an
Absolutely.
story about what you just said, and what shows you that we never will look. So this is how I see things. I filter things. The story of Ebenezer Scrooge. That's the story, how he had to go through first, and then he died. I don't think that was a death process too. Dying to the old self,
Yeah.
becoming the new self is always an initiative, is always a part of the initiatory process. Like you say, you died to certain wavelengths that you allowed to be active in your mountain stream. Your mountain stream was supposed to be a serene. Our minds is the mountain stream, mountain lake, mountain pond, supposed to be serene. Birds chirping, look at that, be warm, the perfect temperature. But what about now? What about if a whole bunch of badass kids come over there loud and start throwing rocks all in the water? Those are victories, and those are the bad moments.
Yeah. And what does he say in this book?
We-
First or second chapter, he talks about how when we're under times of stress, the strongest Vritti takes control. So the whole thing that we're trying to do is practice non-attachment, even to the deepest levels, to where you can be in a state of meditation, or at least a state of sattva and peace, regardless of what's going on the outside. Because a lot of people think that you have to meditate with some meditation music, or it has to be completely quiet. But it's just like when you first learn how to ride a bike, you got those training wheels on either side. Comes a time where those are going to have to be taken off because they were never intended to be there in the first place.
There's a story of this guy who's trying to reach peace, and so he's meditating on the street, and he has like his little mat in front of him, and he's just like almost there, like, oh, he's feeling good. And then all of a sudden, this girl who's walking past, she is so enamored by her new love, by her boyfriend, that she just can't stop thinking about, that she doesn't even notice the guy and walks over his mat. And he gets up and he's like, bitch, he's like, I was trying to meditate, to reach peace of mind, and you fucking disturbed it. And she was like, well, obviously you weren't doing it right. How is it that I can be in such a state that I didn't even notice the mat, whereas you noticed? She's like, you must not have been so deep in your meditation. And I think that's kind of the same thing you're saying. Like, we meditate and we think it has to be under these conditions, and if it's not, then we get mad. But that mad is an indicator that we weren't doing it right in the first place.
Yep. Same thing happened to me years ago when I was first starting this, like 2015 or so. I just had my son, so he was a baby. And, I'm like telling my baby mama, I'm getting upset at her when things are getting noisy because I'm trying to meditate. When it's like, I understand now that's not how it's supposed to go. Meditation and being in the state of sattvic harmony, it's consistent. And when you cultivate it within, it expresses itself outside. But, when we're in these beginning stages, we don't understand that. So, of course, we blame our circumstances for us being unable to do what we need to do. But there's a change.
Yo, what makes that book so important, Trav, is on page 39, he goes into excellent detail of systems, techniques that you can just you can have a whole,
keep going.
Thing. He gives you like the whole pranayamas. So that's why I said it's good to read other books along with this, because you learn so much from these different terms. There's so many levels to just learning about pranayama.
Yeah.
I was reading this live the other night, and he came across page 39 where he talks about those 5 postures that you can do that will help. Tadasana, Tiryaka Tadasana, Kati Chakrasana, Surya Namaskara, and Sarvangasana. And I mentioned that I had a little book called Asanas. You can get this on Amazon easy, but look at how thick it is. 608 yoga poses. And Niranjanananda said that there's over 84,000. He says 84 are important, but I only got 5 that you need to do. So if you didn't look these up on Google already, I'm sure that there's pictures. But if anyone's interested,
15 minutes in the morning, you could do a different asana along with your meditative practice in the morning. He gives you the whole layout. So if you don't know what to do, or you feel that what you're doing isn't working, you have a manual. That's the key. They should be put the word manuals on these books that they write. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I didn't read a lot of books that added up to nothing in life.
Yeah.
I'm talking about I read and impacted a lot of useless information. So that's a whole process that I had to undergo in life, is to unpack. It's like an addict. You got to go up there and fucking move all of this dumb shit out the way, or go in the basement and clean it out, and everything is up there. You be like, why did I even keep this shit? So that's what we get. That's what I had to get out. But this here make it so much easier, especially because I overthink and I overanalyze. I'm mentally fucked up. Why you think we gotta fuck with this information? So the more I keep overthinking it, the more this corrects it. This information is corrected. The overthinking process. Well, how should I start it? When should I start it? Wonder what time is good. Should I do it at the Brahma hour, or should I do it at 6 o'clock? Do I need to be up before the sun, or 4 minutes before the sun? Do I need all of that? They eliminate that shit, the overthinking of the mind, of always trying to find the right time to fucking start. The right time, be like, yo, shut the fuck up and do it right now. Because it's not an intrusive practice. Because you can just sit there, you can be on the bus and close your eyes and be in a complete different place.
Yeah, that's I had a friend ask me. He was like, how do you do more than 2.5 hours of meditation a day? And I was like, because if I don't have time, I do it within 5-minute intervals that I have. Or I just, like, instead of going on Instagram, or instead of doing Facebook, or trying to distract myself with a show, I go into meditation. And if I'm feeling junky that day, I do a guided meditation. Like, you know, but every minute I try to make productive. And meditation is huge, like, because we're already most of the time not in the present. You know, a lot of the times our minds are inhabiting the past or the future. We're not generally in the present. So when we can at least fine tune ourselves being in the present, but not being in the present moment, right? Like not being in that environment, but instead being in one that's more desirous, one that's more internal, we can achieve a really amazing sattvic state, even if we are surrounded by Raja. So there's literally time within your day to be able to do it. You just have to reanalyze what you're putting your focus to.
That's the point. Putting your what are you putting your focus to? You could spend 15 minutes wasted on scrolling on Instagram easily.
15 minutes. You can waste a couple of hours if you ain't got nothing else to do.
What I'm saying, and I'm just was
Right.
being nice with the 15 because a lot of people ain't prepared for a full hour of meditation. But like, 15 minutes, you could get in 180 reps just of a mantra.
Yeah. 15
And
minutes.
and it powers you up because what it's doing is teaching them, it's sitting the monkey down. That's why there's only certain type of monkeys that live in the temples. Those don't be the monkeys that run around wild. You ever seen them? They sit there and their eyes because they say some of them are incarnations of sages who come back through on purpose through these monkeys. Why do you think they use Hanuman and shit like that as a monkey? You know what I'm saying? So there's certain monkeys that actually they really have taught themselves to meditate and they use temple spaces. That's how we got to be. Like you said, we should still be enjoyable. Just because I got on rude drops and I practice yoga, don't mean I'm not coming to the picnic, my nigga, and turning up with you. But I'm not going to be out of control in what we're going to call the turn up.
Right. It's not about eliminating the vrittis. It's about managing the vrittis.
It's about managing. I'm under control of myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be the loudest, the drunkest, the wildest.
Right.
I'm going to sit back and I'm going to laugh. I'm laughing with your aunties and them now. I'm hanging with the older people over here sitting down.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
By the way,
I don't got to be over there.
So here I found a picture of some of this very simple, easy yoga poses that you can do that he mentioned. So, oh shit, I lost the page. It's a thick book, man. It's a thick book. I can't believe it.
The way you said that.
Oh.
My finger literally slipped out.
Oh shit.
Oh well. There's this. Very easy, very simple. Anybody can do it.
Oh wow.
This book all the way open on you.
But no, this one this contains so many different yoga postures. And this dude is doing them all. There we go. No, I'm not gonna show that. Basically, it's in here somewhere. But you can just Google the names of those postures that he said and come up with them. I can't believe my finger slipped out. Yeah.
You need a whole thing, Trav. How could you put, like how you just dropped those four? How could you put that up for people to do? Everybody that be in the chat they gotta have this book, you know what I'm saying? But if they don't know some of the words, how could you
Which one?
What page was that on? Because I forgot.
Which one? What are you talking about?
You said the 4 practices of you just read something from out of the
Oh yeah, page 39.
okay.
Welcome back, Alora. Can't hear you, Shango.
Weird.
Yeah, page 39. He says, just the 5 very simple, easy, and I highlighted it. Tadasana, Tiryaka. I mean, I guess somebody can put it in the chat. But yeah. Page 13. Oh, you don't have the book. You want to tell us what happened? You reordered the book, right, Alora?
Oh yeah, right. Get ready for this.
Wait, what happened to the first one? What happened to the first one?
Yeah, let's start from the beginning. So I ordered the first one because I was like, book study. And I was waiting for it. And I was like, man, did it never come? And it said delivered. And it was like to my mailbox. And I was like, oh, God. So I kind of live in a not very good area, right? And sure enough, it had been delivered to my mailbox and someone stole it from my mailbox. So somewhere this book is floating around in the general public, probably assisting someone change their life. So I ordered it again, and Trav was like, that's cool, man. I'm going to be uploading the audio book and shit so you can, or, I'm going to be reading it. So then when you get your copy, like, well, I mean, it wasn't just for me, but, like, he was like, I'm reading it anyway, so you can catch up. I'm like, sweet. So I've been listening to his stuff and I was waiting for my next copy. And then we're like in mid-January right now, right? And I was just like, man, where the hell is my book? And I had put a specific note to the UPS, like, please do not leave in the mailbox. Please put by my door. And what happened? They put it in the mailbox and it got stolen again. So apparently I am not supposed to have this book. Apparently there's a lot of people in my neighborhood that need this book more than me. So
You're bringing Sankalpa to the complex.
That's right. I'm helping the community. No, I live in a house, but I live on one side there's a trailer park, and on the other side is this terrible apartment complex.
Damn.
So yeah, so there's just like a whole bunch of activity that happens like right at my spot. So apparently this book is serving its purpose in multiple places in my little community here.
Blessing through the worst situation ever. Theft.
Yeah, but I mean,
paid for it. They gave me the money back. I was like, yo, they're not going to send the book. They gave me my money back. And they still sent the book. So actually, I didn't even pay for the book. So I don't know what happened. Your book gets stolen. I paid for the book. A few days later, they gave me the money back. I was like, well, yeah, what's this? Then I'm looking on there. You can go on there and look at your thing. It was still going through the process of being processed and shipped. And I was like, yo, are they playing games with me? He sent me the book and I did not pay for it.
That's rad.
MC Maestro in the chat says the same person jacks the same book twice. Now that would be funny. Not on you, Alora, but
no, yeah. I mean it is funny. It's just like, dang, like I mean, and I can see it being
somebody's gonna get that book back.
Yo, MC Maestro says they done stole that shit due to Vrittis, and now they have the tools to neutralize them.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's like the entity I created. Like you will leave with profound self-realization.
Like, what are you talking about?
Your life is getting changed.
Huh? You created Gregor.
Yeah. Oh my God. Killing it, man.
Yo.
Killing it.
But he go, man. This is it's actually crazy how many books that we've read from Dion Fortune to all of them. Not once have they made it so plain and simple. These books make you take responsibility for yourself. It teaches you, especially along with reading the Cabala, you start seeing yourself in Tipperary. You're like, yo, that's the mirror. The messianic energy is you. You have to be the self-savior. So when you see Christ there, or hey, Ru there, or it could be Orun Mila, any type of a reborn messianic energy there, you are actually seeing the capabilities and latent possibilities of yourself. That's super crazy.
I mean, and I wonder if it's because, I mean, it is. I know it is. It's because something related to this, at least. We're starting to increase our frequency and our vibration to the point that we're reaching nothing but clarity. I mean, maybe if you've got a low frequency, low vibration, you can't see anything but cloudiness. Maybe we've been getting more and more refined to the point that the information is more and more refined, you know? Because if the average person picks up one of these books or steal it out of a mailbox, they may not appreciate the depth and profundity that's presented here. But we've been going through the process.
They may do.
Or they might.
They might read the book like, yo, this is crazy. Like,
I mean, they took it twice, you know.
They'd be like, yo, this must be something I need to read. I stole this. How could I steal the same book twice?
Yeah. And that's an example of you. That's an example of you living a sattvic lifestyle and it spilling over and introducing light into someone else's life. Like, we don't know what happened, but there's the very real potential that someone's life can be completely transformed based off of the decisions that you made.
They may not even read.
Yeah, man. Bless you.
Crazy.
And if nothing else, just like what you're saying, Shango, hell, they got this sigil floating around in their house.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Whether you want to accept it or not, the power of the guru is in the words of the books. It's right there. Look at how crystal clear they put these pictures in this book. I was looking at this. When I was looking at the book, I was like, yo, I ain't seen pictures this crystal clear in the books as a kid. You know?
Right. It's been a minute. I'm so used to just words.
Book. Like, yo, this is almost like a kid's book. The pictures are so crystal clear.
I'm used to just words and maybe some line diagrams.
This guy right here, Swami Niranjananda Saraswati, entered his training at, what was it, 11 years old?
No,
9, wasn't it?
4.
4 years old.
Jesus.
They got a picture of him. He was already dealing with the third eye, man.
That
had been done. Look
that's
at that.
a relevant quote right there. One can live anywhere, a city, a forest, but remember, there is no peace in the mountains and there is no noise in the market. All this is a play of your own mind. You can bring your mind under control. If you can bring your mind under control, you will find the same peace in the middle of a marketplace which you are searching for in the Himalayas. Weren't we just talking about that?
A controlled mind controls your environment. So that's why a person who's reached a certain level as a yogin, they don't have to be a sannyasin or a divine sage. They're just as a living yogin. Righteously, you transform your environment.
Mm-hmm.
You can tame animals and shit on some not even being arrogant with it. Don't no dog will attack you. The animal kids like you and shit like that. You can go into a hostile environment and calm it all down just by you being there.
No, I was gonna say that's true. Like, I'm not saying that I'm saying that this path brings you to that as well. Like, I've seen that from interactions I've had with wild beasts. Like, out here, I've run into like wolves and coyotes and like fucking javelina, which are boar-like creatures. They're boars and they have scissor teeth and they're known to like eat dogs and chase down people. And rattlesnakes, they're called javelinas. And like rattlesnakes and all that, like big ones. And I've like run into all of these things multiple times, and each time I run into them and I'm like,
and I pay my respects, you know, like I'll be like, hi, I bring satwa to them, right? Like I don't try to pet them. I don't try to do none of that stupid shit. Like that's going to get you hurt. But, you know, but I'll be like, all right, what's up, brother coyote? Like, okay, hello, how are you? Blah, 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 whatever. And they leave me alone because the environment I bring to that spot is of a sattvic nature. It's not trouble. It's not something that's going to put them on edge that then makes them attack. Like it's never been that.
Even
So
the agora is in the sattvic demonstration of his actions. In the extreme situations, he's always in control. They got some Sadhakas who fuck with snakes and let them bite them and all kind of like poisonous vipers. Not no fakery. And I saw them put him on his face and no poison. No, they didn't match. Those are demonstrations of total mastery of the organs of your blood. How something is how you don't even allow something to merge with your genetic structure. You control. You make your genetic structure say yes or no to accepting something. So when they eat a feces, we think that has to be the lowest humanly thing that you can put in your mouth. So you think that a person should be the sickest ever. They don't get sick or nothing. So it's just levels of demonstration of proper living that we could do through our practices. And I'm not saying you gotta be as extreme, but the Lord was talking about the sattvic level. Even that is considered sattvic because it's not the demonstration that what we're seeing. It was the mental effort connected to the higher manas that made that sattvic. The working of all the four components of the Antakarana working in compliance to each other, not fucking cheetah working every fucking thing. So it has to be.
Weren't we talking like a few weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, about how if you really pay attention to yourself and learn how to read and communicate with the lower aspects of yourself, even with manas, you can start to have more of an influence over what the body does. And likewise, the more that we're able to read ourselves, the more we're able to read other people. But that communication can extend very deeply both ways. The more you start to analyze the macrocosm, you can start communicating with these angels and these archangels and eventually the God forces. And likewise, like what you're saying about these yogis, I think it was Stuffed Dog that may have showed us that video of that one dude living out in the Himalayas. And he's like 80 years old, but he still looks like he's 30.
Oh no, I think that was me. I think I did that. It was the Swami who like was born in the early 1900s and he was like 80 something, but he stopped aging at like 35.
He was dying. He was looking so good. It was like, yo.
That was the ageless dude. I showed that cat too. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Like okay, both. Yeah. That was crazy.
The ageless Swami. Yeah, they got a bunch of pictures of him, but they said that the cat was like 80 something. He didn't look no more than 35.
Mm-hmm.
So just imagine communicating with his cells on a cellular level. They done forfeited time. Fuck time.
Yeah, well, that's what he did. Like apparently in his story, he like at the age of 30 or something like that, or 32 or whatever, he like just left. He was just like done. And he left his civilization and he went to live out in these caves. And then from there, he just stopped aging when he reached his I don't know, realization of like who he was and what he was. But they found him like in a cave and they were like, bro, you're like 35. He's like, no, I'm like 87.
Yo, you know what I'm saying? That's the power of the mind. Like we can really, really turn back the hands of time in that sense where you slowing down the aging process through communication with yourself on a cellular level.
Yeah.
What does that kind of person worry about money?
Right.
Or do you think if they still had to live here, they're not going to be able to have access to money? The nigga's communicating with himself to make him, he looks 35 forever. You don't think he can communicate with the energy of money? What that really means in the subtle realm of existence, money? Come
The
on.
longest dreads you ever seen.
You don't
Check that out. Also, with these yogis and with mastering certain energies, at least what I've seen, there are some yogis who generally mastered a lot, but it's almost just like these animes that we watch. They've mastered one thing to the T.
Yeah.
Like there's some who mastered working with the fire element, like literally the fire. They're able to do things with fire. Some have mastered working with water. They can literally go up under the water and hold their breath for an unbelievable amount of time, or maybe even breathe in the water.
And shit, like all of that.
Days. So it's like the more that you go within, you start to communicate with aspects of the self. And I think what this amounts to is the work that was done in previous lifetimes. But each one of us who take this work seriously, we're going to I can't say that, but we're going to come into contact with specific energies that resonate with us so much better and deeper than everything else.
What if it's Trav, just to throw this in there? What if it's what like you said, they tend to master one particular thing? What if that's a part of their astrological alignment in their chart? So you master the dominant factor in your natal chart. So you more like one of the Gunas always more predominant. You know what I'm saying? We know the Gunas, the qualities of the Gunas and the particular characteristics of the Gunas, we know correlate to planetary energy. Planetary energy are nothing but physical manifestations of Gunas. It's just more planets than it is the Gunas. So you can apply the same science of correspondence to that, and we do that. So we probably can learn. I'm just saying, just thinking on that level that we do have what's the dominant energy in a person's chart. Correlate that with the whole the 4 elements and work on that and see if that's your strongest point. Earth element, fire element, you know what I'm saying? Air, maybe somebody who's always a spiritual person.
Microphone.
I can't even sit back. So
can't relax.
So if I can't even relax, I gotta always be on point. This is for sports people. This is for morning radio or some shit like that, where niggas are jacked up off of coffee or something. You know, but that's what it is. Maybe they have a specific, your city will correspond to whatever predominant frequency that you resonate. But we don't always want to use the word frequency, but we do know that it is frequency. We are measurable by mathematics. We are measurable by ohms. We are a frequency input and output.
What did they call? They said, I heard someone say mathematics is mathematics. Like
mathematics is mathematics.
Yeah, but
ancestors.
Like, but it's like the
on that.
Huh?
Messing with that ancestors and all. Oh man.
I just think that's so great because Ma'at is like the earth, is like the prana, right? Or it's like this extra energy, and mathematics is like what allows you to calculate that, to bring it into a measurable I guess, yeah. So
I think that Ma'at is equivalent with Prakriti, to be honest.
Yeah. Ma'at is another female deity.
Right.
No, all female deities.
Dirt is a creative force.
Look at Ma'at. We talking about balancing Ma'at, don't we? Talk about balancing the scales, right?
Exactly.
Man, it's all connected. The Ma'at tricks, the tricks of Ma'at. It's the matrix, brother. Gotta understand.
They have to have three because you have to have a point of start, a point of equilibrium, which is created by the output force of the starting point, and then you have to have a third A, which is the ending, or it's not an ending, but it's a restart, where now the force has to be opposite. By the beginning Guna, Sattvic created the return from what we consider the worst Guna to the good, and from the good to the bad. So it has to have that pendulum swinging between the starting point, the balance point, and the return point. So when we study the science, it's all mathematics, and they knew it was ageless, and it was in its truth. Only those who are going to get it are the people who put in the persistent effort of study. You're not going to get it if you just reading it as some literature to entertain yourself, like you're reading some fucking one of them Shelby books or something like that. You just want to be entertained by reading some literature. Now, these books are manuals to study for process of changing your life. So most people ain't gonna get it if they look at it. Listen what this say, Travis. It's amazing guna. Its amazing guna or quality is like the embryonic membrane that covers the fetus in the womb. They cannot be removed easily and require great diligence, effort, persistence, dedication, and careful handling, requiring time and patience. It is the basest and the lowest of the three characteristics and the worst type to possess. Just to get out of Thomas ain't easy.
Because it's so heavy and it's always pulling downward to density. It's so hard to get out of depression. It really is. Like, you literally have to draw in energy from elsewhere because you're not generating enough to get out of depression on your own. That's why it takes help.
Gravity. Acoustic energy, earth energy. You know how much pressure it would take the human body to propel itself off what we call the planet, whether it's flat or round, just to propel yourself off the scientific, mathematical realism of gravity.
Yes.
That's the same as Thomas. Trying to propel yourself from Malkuth to go to Kether.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
What's that? The 32nd path, right?
Yeah. Well, hell, the 32nd path is the first one, right?
Yeah, that's the hardest. That's the path. Isn't it guarded by the guardians of what do they call them, Travis? Multiple dark beings on that path.
Like from the clip off?
Yeah, well, you can say the clip off. Well, do you know how the path?
Yeah, the guardian. I don't have the guardians memorized.
But that's what this is. That's what this basically it's what it spoke about.
And you're exactly right. That same Tamasic gravity is what keeps us so attached to our physical experience. And guess what? In Talk with Shruti, she says it is not easy to remove that. Even in the highest levels of samadhi, you still got the ahamkara ego attachment. So when I read about Doth the other night, talking about crossing this abyss, it is no easy feat. The majority of people do not make it across that abyss. Why? Because that attachment aspect, that tamasic attachment, it's not easy to let go and cross this bridge. So she said, well, Butler said in his book, there's three choices once you evolve to the level of the masters, because this is where, I don't know where Sivananda is. I don't know where Satyananda is, but ascended masters who still keep in touch with their students in the orange sphere, orange robes, the masters, they reside here. And there's three choices. You can either reincarnate and come back to Earth. You can ascend and go up to Bina, or you can you can fall into the cosmic porta potty. But what causes you to fall? Gravity. ego, attachment, tamasic.
That's why they correlate that with that. That's why I said it comes from that bottom. It sinks to the bottom because it's so dense.
Decline.
That's why they say everything is depression. Oh, he was at his lowest level.
Mm-hmm.
I've reached my lowest level. That means you are so sunken. Sunk in the mire? Didn't it kill the horse in a never-ending story? It's sunk into the mud.
The depths of despair, right?
What was it called? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So that's where even all of that despair, all of that is heavy tamasic gravity pulling you to what we perceive as the lowest level of yourself.
Yep.
When it really is nothing, there is no lowest. You only perceive it to be that because of the way that you are allowing the elements to control your conscious actions. Super crazy that it can be said in that way, but it's really, really a highly scientific process to reach that point.
I really hope that people do their research because it's so easy and so common to hear a fancy magical word and suddenly proclaim yourself as an expert on the subject without experience. You got to have the experience in order for it to make sense. What I'm learning is that there's a subjective reality and an objective reality, right? So you can read a book on Goetia and see the names of the spirits, but if you have never worked with one, your subjective reality is not informed. You've just got outside book knowledge. So check this out. When it gets hard, you're not going to have confidence and pull out a goetic spirit. You're going to panic and do what you've done before, which, hell, you might go back to church. You're scared to go to church. But even the same with this occult, Cabala. It's not enough to just know the names of the spheres. You have to start doing the work to animate these spheres on your inner reality, or else you're just looking at words. I thought of all the times when I actually made a breakthrough, and there were times when I needed it. Every time I used a goetic spirit and it had a profound lasting effect on my life, it's because I needed an answer. I needed a solution, and I put my entire faith into it. I said, look, I'm studying this stuff. I don't know anything else. This has got to work, and I made it work. In those times, it gave me an internal experience that colored my scenario so I could refer back to it. If you're not doing that, you're just collecting words. Now, you can't take those words with you when you cross that abyss. You can only take those collected internal experiences. So while I am showing all these different books and I'm reading them, you know, if you're not doing the practices, if you're not buying these books and reading them yourself, you're not building the tree of life on the inside.
Yeah. Like it took me forever to read some of these books because I'd get stuck on one chapter for like a week and just be like, what the hell is it? Not even a chapter, like a paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
And it would just like mess with my whole mind. I'd be like, how is this how? Okay, what did I just read? And then because they're so loaded. And when you read it, you're slowing it down. You're able to, you're reading it at the level that you're able to comprehend it, which is why I think too, like you should have a physical copy of these books, because it is one thing to hear it, but it's another thing to read it, because that's when your actual processing of the information really comes in. And you can deal with the speed that you're at. Like for me, I needed like weeks and weeks to read Samkhya Darshan because, oh my God, like it was an amazing book and it's small, but like you cannot, like the amount of information that's in a paragraph is unbelievable. It's life-changing.
It's not just some book you read. That's what I meant. Those books, those things are manuals. Those are like, if you wanted to know how a foreign car is really made, the schematics of this thing, they have a manual that you can read, and it is not gonna just be about the beauty and fastness of the car. No, it's gonna be about every single bolt and screw in this thing. That's what we studied. This is the manual for every single bolt and screw of the human being when it comes to mind, body, consciousness, blah, blah, blah. And mix that with the Kabbalah, which gives you another working practice of correspondences and relations and paths, how to get there, what you would experience on this path, what should you be looking. It's just it's undeniable that we should be actually very grateful and feel very privileged to be in this time right now.
Yes.
Because we can actually be super garbage if we wanted to.
Easy.
Who the fuck gets out here running mouth about books?
Who the fuck sits here and listens for 5 hours? Somebody reading a book.
Books. The people, there's somebody around now, but let me them lose the fucking bunch of weirdos fucking with Trav, man.
Yeah. Just reading.
Yeah.
Don't they understand this is the internet age?
And it's transparent. It's not on some secret group that you had to fucking answer some dumbass questions to be a part of the group. And then once you get in there, it be the same dumb shit going on in there that the same other dumb group that you were part of. But like, yo, this shit is going nowhere, man.
Fast.
It's not that, yo. This is like, yo, you really got to sit back and be like, damn, man, they ain't talking cocky. Truth should be cocky, truth, but it's not. It's humble because it's truth. Be like, man, ain't nobody doing that shit, man. Trying to better you, trying to give you information so you will get out of the insecurities of trying to better you. Some people are insecure, they got to try to get over being insecure about why they so insecure. Can't even get past that, let alone start studying some shit that they can't even understand. 800 pages in the book. No, this book, Pastor Pravritti, what is this? 70 something pages in here, all complete, 50, 60.
Yeah.
So
Not even 60. 62.
like Laura said, that shit start hitting you. It'd be so profound. That's what I call it. It'd be so profound. You'd be like, ooh, be like Ali in his prime, be like, damn, I didn't know your hands was that swift. And then you fall out because he actually knocked you out. You weren't even talking. In reality, you were talking in your sleep. That's how swift it be. That we hitting you like, damn, that was deep. Like how Stuff Dog said
These
earlier.
Vedic books,
Yeah.
they're like Muhammad Ali being knocked out. And he just watches you fall.
Knocking you out.
Yeah. Then watching you fall, just like, oh, there you go. Not even need to continue delivering hits. Like you're already out.
You're getting it from a pure place, from Trav, that he's not trying to capitalize off of it. Because we've been, if somebody would take this process and be on Patreon, and they'll give you a part of it on YouTube, and then they'll say, yo, if you really, and I'm not dissing it, it is love is love. And I'm speaking about the filthy uses of somebody with Patreon, not people who you know what I'm saying? So you got people who use it filthy and will give you a little bit because they know you're gonna want more. They're like, yo, join me on Patreon. And to be honest with you, I've never got on it, so I don't really know the pay scale or whatever. But I know that you got to pay.
Yeah, you know, you can kind of feel when it's grimy like that. You can feel nothing against. I mean, hell, I make my money off of this, so it's nothing against people making their money off of serving the public with information. But you can kind of tell. I remember one person in particular. I'm not gonna drop no names, but they would literally give the first little piece of the lecture up until when it started getting really good, and cut it off and say, you know, to buy the rest of the lecture. You got to be a part of the group. It's his material. He can do what he wants, but man, that used to frustrate me so bad.
Yeah.
Damn.
Or even just, yeah. I mean, I think these channels like this are just so important, and to have this kind of knowledge at your fingertips, because then you're able to look at those things and not feel like it's up to these other people to fill in the blanks for you. Like you already have a foundation now. So you're able to carry through your practice and your lessons and nothing, and it has like less of an effect. Like it's not like I listen to the same shit, and I'm not gonna drop names either, but like there are a couple people that are saying like aliens gave it to them. It's like,
yeah, and then you want to find out which aliens, and I want to talk to aliens.
yeah, and then you're like, oh, only aliens know this. So,
Right,
the
right.
only way I'm gonna know it is by connecting to the aliens. And it's
Right.
like,
No,
actually,
I'm gonna give it to you so 100 right now, right? For my experience in life, that alien shit is so fucking old. Like, you know what I'm saying? That and it hits every generation. Like I remember listening to Coast to Coast, this radio station with the back in the days, and it was all about the alien. They had people calling, and like sometimes in a panic that they was being chased by the government and all kind of, it was crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? This is how my knowledge of self trip began with Malachi York in Bristol, Connecticut. We used to before it turned into the Planet Risk, and he was the angel Gabriel and all of that. Melchizedek. He used to be Imam Isa Al Hadi Al Mahdi, which he was an Islamic organization. It was called the Ansaru Allah, and they used to have ways to wear white head wraps, and they'll be dressed in the full garb. But they used to always sell books, incense, and chew sticks. You know what I'm saying? Chew sticks, but you can still get those. Those are actually very good. But and they'll be standing up there, boom, in oils. You know what I'm saying? Like Egyptian musk and all of that different type of body oils. So we'll go up there, boom, buy that. But they'll have these books, and they'll be having these pictures of fucking like European babies with tails and shit. All kind of weird shit on there. Like, be like, yo, what is this? They be like, yo, man, and then you open up the door for them to start dropping whatever science. And then when you look in these books, like it was all kind of pictures and shit that you never ever seen before. So I'm just saying that was right there was the beginning. Then he went through so many chambers, Malachi York. He went from New York to Eatonton, Georgia, or Milledgeville, and built a whole, and I went there too and saw it live. I got the live, and I went to go see Malachi York speak live in Brooklyn.
What?
They used to have, like I tell you, man, I'm 49, yo. I've been since 1990. You understand what I'm saying? That's when, in 1990 is when my search for the knowledge of self began. You know what I'm saying? And it began with Malachi York on the dudes on the avenue selling fucking. My homeboy was at the Ansar Allah, and he used to sell all the books and shit like that. And I'm talking about Malachi York put out tons and tons and tons of information. But when it came into that alien shit, a lot of shit people talking about right now, they getting that shit from Malachi York. The pictures and all of that shit. And the Zachariah stitching.
yeah.
So that's why I laugh with the alien thing. There's truth. Malachi York was putting you on to the different races of men, the Fluggerods, telling you about the Middle Earth, and was teaching about Admiral Byrd and flying into the middle. He was teaching us that shit in his books. So that just did nothing for a person like me to be like, yo, what the fuck is who this Admiral Byrd? And you start searching and searching. Then the internet came. Don't think about the internet publicly that people had access to. It came on in like 1996.
Yeah. Because the current culture that we're in has a hard time understanding that lifestyle that you described. I was cognizant in that time, but just imagine this ease of access that we've got right now. If, for example, you showed a book that you downloaded as a PDF, and then Sunshine Chick found it and posted it in the chat. Now everybody else has it. That's different. It wasn't always like this, y'all.
Wasn't, man.
Hell, let alone Amazon.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to. And nobody wants to. I'm gonna turn my camera on so y'all can look at my freaking face.
Let's see your freaking face, Django.
Nobody wants to believe any of that shit. So, like I said, my generation, Generation X, yo, we like young. My daughter like 16 and 11, and Satori's 13. Yo, for me to talk about when I was young, I might as well be talking about George Washington to them. Like, they look at me like, what? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah. I remember not having a phone till high school.
Telephone, and they didn't even comprehend that. Like, you plug in a computer, you couldn't even talk on the phone and shit like that with
right.
Yeah.
The internet wasn't like, at one point, people don't even know right now that the internet is not even the same internet that it was the internet when it came out. This is a scrubbed version. We had Napster. We had
LimeWire, BearShare,
everything, BearShare. Everything was just, it was, people started, we were, being at the age that I am now, I was there when information started getting put on the internet. It started being documented as a relative source of information. Like, you could go to the internet and do shit. I remember being on Black Voices, and it was just a chat room. And it would just be a white screen, and all it is just words. And then it wasn't no emoji. You had to make the emojis. You had to be like a computer keyboard artist to make a smiley face and all of that. So that's why coming into this information and coming on and traveling, that's why I had to I got to take breaks from the social media, because some of the mind state of people, that the shit they believe and like the shit that they fall for, and they be acting like they dropping deep science. Be like,
yeah.
And argue with me about. I'm like, yo, like, you serious?
That's probably the number one reason why I can't even vibrate on Facebook. No, like, I might pop in to post something, but I'm out just as fast. Like,
it's different now on Facebook, man. It's like, yo, I don't even. You start being like, yo, did I choose you as a friend on here? How did you even
win?
Like, the consciousness is so deep, and people don't realize that we weren't capable. Individuals like myself and my generation were not capable of receiving information that fast. As you said, Sunshine Chick heard me say it. That shows how fast the speed of time is going, based off of the tools that we have. I said it, I showed it, she reduplicated it out to the world instantly.
Now I got it. Everybody else has access to it, just like that.
1992, I would have had to go and get 59 books from 8 different libraries to put all certain information together. And that's what I'm made out of. You know what I'm saying? That's analog information. So now it's digital, and it's beyond digital. It's that. She just computed, boom, boom, bing, all of that shit. That's why I was doing PDFs, because I already got over 300 plus books on every subject that built I already got a foundation. That's another thing I didn't like hear people think. They think because you may be reading and studying the same thing that they studying at the point where they at in their journey, they think you on the same journey, and at the same point is them. Like, you got it twisted, dude. I was like 2008. We already did this already.
Man, I had the dude have the nerve to come at me like, damn, Trav, what you mean 1 chapter a week? Y'all reading it too slow. Basically complaining at the pace. You know what I'm saying? These books ain't even that deep. I could read this in a day. I could read this in a week at longest. And I'm like, I didn't even fight or argue with this dude. I'm just like, okay, I understand that you are more advanced than a lot of the rest of us, and more power to you. And I'm glad that you understand it. But we deal with a lot of people on this channel, so we're gonna take it at this steady pace to make sure it digests properly.
Yo, guess what? Everybody on here can read this book in 2 days. But that don't mean you're going to be that you're going to get the best of it. Like you're not going to be. It's just like having a good plate of food, whether it's vegan or whether it's regular. It's good cooked. It's good. It's seasoned how you love it. You'll enjoy it more eating it slow, so you can be like, "Damn, this shit is cooked so good every bite." Or you can just shove it all in your mouth, all fast, swallow, grunting like a pig.
Yeah, animal.
Yo, that shit was so good. But you know what? Your digestive system is gonna have to work so hard to break that down because now you got big chunks of food that you didn't chew to get it down to the beginning process of digestion is chewing. So that's the same thing with food.
Well,
If you reading, if you're gonna read off fast, you ain't digesting it.
Right. Right.
and what I've learned recently is the way how to tell or spot if someone is lying is if they're listing off their resume first. So if someone's telling you, if they're boasting and being like, "Oh, I could do all this, blah 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 blah," that's actually a sign of deception that you might not be telling. You might
Let me
think
tell
you
you
can,
something,
but
Laura. I have 13,000 followers on YouTube. I have
yeah.
10,000 followers on Instagram. Okay, I know what I'm talking about.
Not the followers.
Oh,
So that's when I can go to like real life experience, and that's when I say a lot of people are successful on these platforms by speaking and talking because in their real life beyond the camera, there ain't nobody in real life listening to them because they're not appealing to the people in their real life. So that's why they have some, not saying all, some people they build a persona for the computer life and become successful in that because that's a world that's built for that kind of person or for that type of energy that this person is projecting. Coming up during certain times with me, you couldn't even go around grown people talking about nothing. You understand what I'm saying?
Sometimes
yeah.
Because that's how the rule. It was rules. And now by me looking and experiencing family, and I was a social guy since I moved to Florida, I'm like an old dude now. I don't do nothing, going to home with my family, chilling, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't experience so much diversity in American society that I could now see it for what it is. I can see through multiple lifestyles, like how you just said, the person who said they doing something, and I can see right through, like, yo, you ain't, I didn't see 10 people like you. Because after a while, when you travel enough and you've been in enough places, you start meeting the same type of people in different places. Look, doppelgangers.
Yeah, that's 100%, bro. That's real.
You start realizing people like, yo, this is the same kind of dude that I remember when I went to high school with. Nigga always talking and talk loud and talk fast so nobody else could get any word in, so he could lead you into where he want you to be in the story. You know how many people live like communities like you will meet the same people. So as we travel and travel on our life, that's why I'm at this point now where I had to learn, because this is my part of reincarnation. Obviously, I must have been prone to violence, and obviously, I was not learning this lesson previously because there's been so many. I was just talking about the other day. It is no reason why a person got to experience so many like bad things, like with guns and shit like that. Like, why would you have to have that kind of experience? But obviously, there must have been something I wasn't learning, and aggression is not going to happen. It's not going to be the best resolved in these things, and you need to not be around it, even though you're not practicing it. You should not even be around it. So that's the kind of lessons that we have to learn as an individual that I started seeing in my life, like, yo, I have to be a man of peace and of spirituality and of calm. Still, I can still live my life, but every individual got to come to the point through their own life experiences, be like, yo, like if I had it, I got it, Bobby Hemmett on DVD, the Human Artificial, not DVD, VCR tape, the Human Artificial.
Human artificial.
I'm from Bridgeport, Connecticut. I say this. This is how being from Bridgeport, Connecticut gave me the opportunity to grow up going to New York as well. So where do you think I got my culture from? I will hop on what's called the Metro North from Bridgeport, Connecticut. $12 is at that point, I think, for a round trip or something like that. Boom, go get off at 125th Street, Harlem, New York. That same and chill out in Harlem all day, walking down, buy weed, eat all kind of good food. This was when all the vendors were lined up on each side of the street. And I'm from Connecticut, so I was always everything. I've been up there hundreds of times. Where do you think I was hearing these lectures? On the street in Harlem.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been inside of Mart 125 before they closed it. I bought shirts from Jimmy Jazz across from I've been to Showtime at the Apollo and booed people drinking. You get so drunk inside of Showtime and the Apollo, and that's why you're getting booed. You come in there with foolishness. Sandman. I done seen Mr. Sandman live. And Kiki Chef. Well, I was about to say Kiki Chef, whatever.
Look, these young folks don't know. They don't know what a Showtime at the Apollo is, let alone these names.
Yo, but anyway, that's what I'm saying. Those experiences, all it did was bring me to this dimension of time frame, because this is a dimension. So this dimension from being and vibrating and experiencing this, it's beautiful to me because everybody that I'm experiencing, they honor Bobby Hemmett. You understand what I'm saying? Bobby Hemmett lectures. I don't even want to talk about the African Slave Museum in New York, where you get Dr. John Henry Clark. You know what I'm saying? You get in Dr. Amos. You get in Dr. Leonard Jeffries. You could go. We were singing them. Well, I didn't been to a Public Enemy concert. I didn't been to Run DMC's Raising Hell concert. So I'm just saying all of this is that my life had to lead to this point where this information that we're studying, I gotta head towards some fucking monk shit. Like why you think Russell Simmons lives the way he lives now? Without he's totally into yoga and could probably do every single asana in that book you got right there, because he lives so rough, and he's older than me. So he come from the generation where them niggas was really, really building hip hop. You got to think during my lifetime, and I'm just dropping game just to get it off. But during even my lifetime, I was there when hip hop started becoming a major thing. And we used to have to wait till 11:30 at night, Mr. Magic's Rap Attack, so we could listen to hip hop, because it was almost like they didn't want that shit was fucking out for mainstream radio during the daytime. And so that's the whole experience of this knowledge that people got to go. Like Alora mentioned something earlier about how we said about this, about these books and the Vedas, and she said it was the root source. Yo, I remember the root source. I remember people like standing on 125th, all they used to do, because don't forget 125th is also where Allah School in Mecca is, where the fucking ground zero for the nation of gods and earths. So I had no choice but to meet, because they come up to you, peace, God, what's today's mathematics? At point I didn't know. I'm like, yo, I'm just chilling. 85er nigga, right? And they be like, yo, today mathematics. And they would start teaching me that shit, because that was the language of Harlem.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's where a lot of information came from. That. So now I can correlate the 120 lessons of the nation of God's on earth with Vedic studies, because you start seeing that when you start doing the history of Noble Drew Ali or even Deuce Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad and all those early groups like that, they were incorporating lessons of the East as well. That's why they wore turbans and shit like that. And they always were talking about the East. That's why Elijah Muhammad, you look at his crown, he got the moon, he got the star. They was taught by a man named he was taught by a man named Farad Muhammad, who they don't know where he came from. They just trace him. He's a man of the East because they have pictures of him. You can look and see he got that silky hair. This nigga was from the Bahar School of India or some shit like that.
And
he was an Indian. That's what he was. He was a Hindi. He came from one of them countries and he taught him. He came over here on some real shit. This is real history. The nigga was selling silk cloths. That's how black women let him in their house, because he only went to the hood. White looking dude, so you know he was able to go wherever the fuck he wanted to. So he go to the black neighborhood telling black women, this is the type of stuff y'all wore when you was living in Africa and shit like that. Christian black people. But at the same time, since when you Farad Muhammad taught Elijah Muhammad the 120 lessons that the nation and God's on earth right now, that's what it's called, the Supreme Wisdom Lessons was the original name of it. But right now, the God's on earth, when you get to their lessons, it comes from a man named Clarence 13X, who was in the Nation of Islam, who left and moved back to Harlem and pretty much took the knowledge to the street, because Muslims during them days, like Malcolm X Day, 1960s and the 50s, he said they didn't go to movies. The Muslims were very abstained. They wasn't fucking hanging around the hood. So they wasn't teaching the hood. You had to go to them. So Clarence 13X said, I'm taking the knowledge to the streets. So he started teaching the wild New York kids in the hood and shit. And they became what was called like the first 9 born. And he taught them the science of mathematics. So the whole thing, when you study this and you reread them lessons, you will start recognizing that some of this information starts sounding like, yo, man, these people was influenced by the Vedic philosophers.
That's exactly what they're influenced by. Like that's, I remember I first kind of broke into it a little bit with Reverend Phil Valentine in 2007. And he changed my life. But there was like, and so there was like a huge research and transformation that happened there that I just had to go down that rabbit hole. But it's so fascinating that when I went into more of the Eastern philosophies, how many correlations and correspondences I found. And now just recently, I heard an interview with Reverend Phil Valentine, and he was straight quoting Vedic stuff. Like not even like, it wasn't even like filtered anymore for a specific, you know what I mean? Like it was just straight Vedas. Yeah. And like I understood every word he said. I was like, have you been speaking this the whole time?
You can't escape it, man. My uncle, my father's brother, he like 80 years old. He was in this is how I know a lot. He was in the Nation of Islam he was in the mosque with Malcolm X. You understand what I'm saying? His friend, which is gonna be 100% crazy, is one of the accusers of killing Malcolm X. He just got out of prison. His friend is I forgot his name. He's one of them men who just got out of prison, and they accusing of killing Malcolm X's daughter because they said it was the correlate. My uncle I didn't spoke to the man on the phone with my uncle. Heard his voice and all of that type of shit. So my uncle was in the Nation, and you think he's now, like I said, he's 80, so he get up in the morning and do like 300 push-ups and all of that because he was into martial arts. but now he's in the Asar Aset Society, which is a whole nother science. With wrote the Ra'un Nefer wrote the Metu Neter. So that's where I got my oracle reading from one of the Kemetic priests who used the. This is how I found out about um, uh, Eastern astrology, because that's the oracles that they use. They use Joitus. They kept saying the I am Namsa. You can't just say something to me and I'm not gonna look that up. I said, well, how you spell that? Because when they send it to you, it's broken down. It gives you these numbers. It gives you the breakdowns of what house Neb had and all of this type of stuff in your oracle. And they use the I Ching and they use your I am Namsa, your Joitish natal chart, which is, as Christian taught us, that very same essence, but they not necessarily telling you. So when you read the Metu Neter, you are actually reading Vedic astrology that he's Egyptianized or he's Kemetized. He's adding, which is all the same science. But
right, that's what I was gonna say. Like it's all the same stuff.
He's teaching the very same stuff that we're learning, because that's what I always take the winter solstice classes. It's a time of purification. I mean, actually purging and cleaning within. It's a whole thing that you do during this time. But that's what I do. So when Trav started getting into it, it was probably like around 2015. That's when I started. I think Trav was doing it then. I was still taking the classes, and when he popped it off with a lot of this and the Ophiel, right? Ophiel and stuff like that, I said, yeah, that kind of sounds. So I say, you know what? I think that's gravitating more. Like I said, when you read the Metu Neter, which a lot of people have not even read through that whole book, and it's actually 12. It's a whole set of those books. So most people ain't read through that whole book because that's actually there's a whole science in that too. But it's just the same as this.
I remember for a time, it was a long time ago, but I was trying to learn it, because I think it's a language, right? Like there's a language, like Medu Neter is actually a language. And so I was trying to learn the language and I couldn't stick with it. I was like, this is complicated.
The truth of what we say Kemet and the hieroglyphs is that it was never a verbal language. Those sigils and those signs are used to impress the thought into your mind of what they're truly communicating. So as I stated before, Kemet was the highest level of what we're studying. That's why they correlate that shit with aliens. They were conscious. It's just like you can reach a level as a sannyasin yogin where when you die, you dissolve. They bury you first in a yoga pose. They don't bring you to the pyre. You don't go to the fire. They bury you in a asana pose. But also they say that you're conscious. You bring all your consciousnesses with you into the unphysical realm, where you have now the choice to come back at any time you want, come and go, basically as you please. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole level that the Egyptians or the Cometians or all the Mayans and the Aztecs, all these people that, how many fucking human bones are they finding with the Mayans? Where's the Mayan king tomb that they then fucking showed you some royal tomb like they fucking carry around Tutankhamun all over the globe? They can't do that with them type of people because they were capable of going into, they lived interrealmly. That's why they
right
with their physical items, because their energy is transferred into all forms of material. So what they were capable of doing is everything that they needed here, they vibrated that shit to wherever they went and got the same shit over there because they took matter back into to formlessness. So
Well, and that's why. Oh,
that's
go
why
ahead. I'm sorry.
Atlantis is so mysterious. Oh, what is alien civilization, and we don't know how they did it, and because they were so highly advanced, very little true literature is written about them because there was no shit like that. Only small groups of people can understand the frequency of the language, which is not spoken. It's determined within the mind. Those images create the conversation.
And that's where it's so important, like with these mantras and with like the Sanskrit, it's so important for us to learn these things and how to pronounce them, because languages like Sanskrit are kind of like the next best thing for us, because it's a resonant language. It runs off of resonance. So you can literally, with these mantras, bring yourself to a different vibrational frequency.
They're divine frequency languages. No different than Latin was a lower form of a divine frequency language. That's why they use it in all their monk chants and shit like that.
Well, and Latin itself, right, is derived from Phoenician text. Like the Phoenicians gave the alphabet. Latin wasn't, Latin was given. It was something that had already been created, but it was through Phoenician. So
it's Sumerian. It's all of it is connected to all the same people who had the same sign. There was the only differences in like how you said with their languages and stuff is that it's just a different geographical area, but they were all on the same frequency. They just spoke it and gave it differently based off of their culture and their geographical experience. Like we can't live the same as Swami Niranjananda Saraswati in living in the state of Florida.
Right. Well, not in this, not along
but you
this.
don't have the same experiences. You don't have the Himalayas. That's why these yogins had to bring it the way they bringing it, because people would always think that that should come from the Himalayas and all. They got to go to the Himalayas. They used to have a comic strip about that shit. That they always used to have a dude always was climbing to the top to go get the information from the yogi, and the yogi will give him some garbage information once he gets up there. You know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is, we don't have to go to the mountains. We can activate the inner guru, which we can use Niranjananda Saraswati, because they exist, like Travis said, they exist in multiple different realms. They exist in different spheres that are accessible only in the non-physical world, which is accessible through the ahamkara, the mind. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, and that's what makes it key for what we're doing, because we're breaking it down so we can access this information for what it is and utilize it. We're not just throwing it up. It's like, okay, now's the process of breaking it down so we can access what treasures this holds.
Travis group is a spiritual AA meeting. That's what
we
are recovering humans. You know what I'm saying? That's the sickness.
HA meeting.
You know what I'm saying? Hi, I'm Shango. Hi, Shango. I'm an addict of the world Prakriti. I'm addicted to Prakriti stuff. This is what it is. We're in the process of wanting to heal, of wanting to be better, and the people around us and the people that we meet. I want the same for myself as I want for you. Why would I seek inner peace and inner calm and higher self-realization and don't want that for somebody else? You're fooling yourself.
Especially if you're supposed to idea the concept of self-being in all aspects, right? So it's like, if you're really to kind of inherit that as part of a system that you work by, then it's part of our due diligence to start really shedding those layers to what self actually is. So when you punish someone else, you punish yourself. When you bless someone else, you bless yourself. Like there is this constant relationship that's taking place with the self, because we're all part of the same dream.
Yeah, right. And that's, like I said, I didn't come across any other information being this definitive as
Yeah.
as these writers of this information in the Bihar school. That really opened it up for me, because I like information to be organized like this. You know what I mean? It makes it
Yeah.
simple for me to have an organized. It's really structured, because I've always liked discipline, even though I live the kind of like undisciplined the way I want, but I like the structure. I respect order, discipline. I respect tradition and shit like that. Loyalty, you know what I mean? That type of thing. Being loyal to what it says and how it's done. I'm cool with that. So that's why this information has really vibrated. And then you keep reading it and you see the simplicity of it. You start seeing beyond that, because that's just comforting to me. That's comforting the self again, is to be comfortable with how it's organized and all that shit that I said. But what I see beyond that now is the divinity, the holiness of what he's writing in the simplicity, because no one else is writing like this. No one else has ever delivered it to me like this. It was a watered down, altered version of this information. So it was either, and I think Trav might have mentioned, they either purposely keeping it from people, or they just don't know it enough to explain it well.
I mean, the only other texts that I've found have supported these texts. They just supported what we're reading.
Yeah,
I haven't.
Sources.
Yeah.
Third option, other people they don't know, or I think that the third option might be that they may be too deep on the path to be able to be writing books and making videos and teaching. You know, because everyone who's on the path is not a teacher. Some people they might be so deep in the path that they're not putting out content. You know what I mean? I think that might be a third option.
Either way, it's there now. It's made its way. I feel like the sun is rising. This is the east. You have to, in the wisdom lessons, that talk about what is the duty of a civilized man. The duty is to teach civilization to those who are uncivilized, the knowledge of themselves.
Indeed.
That's the lesson. I may have not said the rest of it, but that's the gist of it. You're supposed to teach knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, refinement, peace, love, happiness. That's what you're supposed to teach. Anybody that's walking around saying they're in the nation of God, the basis of what they're supposed to be doing is civilizing the uncivilized. If they're walking around fucking verbally jacking off and spitting lessons all over the place, that's ego. That's ego. The ego working. Because basically, you're supposed to be a poor righteous teacher. That's exactly what these yogas, and poor don't mean poor as in the finances. It means that a humble spirit used in the word of being poor. You're not coming with anything more than what you have, truth and wisdom. I'm not offering you no flashy shit. You can get that once you put your victories and shit under control. That's easy work.
You may not even want it by that point.
You may not even want it, because it may not be needed it, because you know what I'm saying, it may not be what you really thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
It's just like, I'll use as an example because it comes across my timeline when I go to YouTube. Kanye, for some reason, I didn't watch the video, but the headline said he couldn't go to his daughter's birthday party or some shit like that. This nigga's worth $1 billion, and you still can't. You still got broke nigga shit going on. It don't mean nothing. It's really not broke people stuff or rich people stuff. It's just people stuff.
Yep.
Energy you've been putting in. You ain't as righteous as you was projecting yourself to be with all this Jesus music you was putting out. You playing with that shit. So you still getting Prakriti. Like I said earlier, you want to play with the knowledge and think and fool around with it, then don't get mad when you can't go to your kid's birthday party because that comes with the territory of Prakriti. You stop playing with spirituality and get real with it. And spiritual shit happens, not garbage. You don't even have to look for it to happen. It automatically. The people that was treating you trashy, they don't do that no more because your frequency changed and you didn't have to tell them to change. Because there's subtle energy that connect with yours, because we all link to each other. That's
Right.
why the tree is linked through pathways. We the same way. Each human is a Sephiroth on the tree, and there's a pathway that links you to them. So all of that was linked to them through chaos, and that shit is destroyed now. Once you raise your spiritual frequency, they either just say hi and bye and keep it moving, or they're gonna be like they're gonna be the person who'll be like, something really changed about you and I like it, and they're gonna be very pleasant towards you. You don't have to put no baneful magic on people no more. You ain't always gotta worry about whether the nigga cheating on you or whether she cheat. That is not even a part of your lifestyle once you change for purity.
That's that broke spirituality energy right there.
That's bum shit. So like I said, so if you want to just keep it on a Mount Koof level, let's show you $1 billion. I'm in the fucking Bahar school of yoga. You bugging.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to live my life as pure and righteous and beautiful as ever. Not thinking that just because I'm at the Bahar School of Yoga, I ain't at some of the most exotic hotels on the globe and infinity pools and shit like that. No, I'm just not garbage no more. But the low level of it is your $1 billion and you're blocked from your child's birthday party. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
That's Thomas.
That's Thomas. Right
That's
there.
Thomas. I'm reading right here. I've been reading on and off as we've been talking. The book that you shared, the philosophy and psychology of the yogas or whatever. Right here it says an urge to activity, a constant restlessness, a tendency to movement was the effect of rajas and prakriti. Everything ugly, negative, antisocial, and destructive was the result of the manifestation of the tamas. And everything beautiful, sublime, elevating, refined, and subtle was seen as the effect of sattva. So like imagine all of like the thoughts that go through our minds or the events that happen, like all the shit that we're talking about when it comes to like being a billionaire who's broke and like or not being able to have a connection with your daughter or anything like that. Like that's tamas. That's the destructive. So that's where we have to check ourselves. Am I falling into tamas territory? Is it too much tamas? Because like Trav was saying earlier, right? Like we all say, we have all three of these inherent within us. And our goal is to be able to harmonize them. So it's okay to have a little tamas, right? It's okay to have destruction, but not all the fucking time. Like it can't be your dominant trait.
See how you can correlate that with that prayer say, even though I walk through the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Sattva is what helps you fear nothing.
Right.
You still got to walk through Raja and Tamas. You still got to walk through the valley of the shadow of death. That's how it is. You gonna be living peaceful, everything will be good. But sometimes you gotta go to. It's no different than them over there in India. Just because they was high practicing gurus with their own school, don't mean that they wasn't going to some of the worst areas in India trying to help people.
Hey, check this out. You know what Bihar is known for before the school?
What's that?
As the number one arms producer in India. That's where the guns came from. I'm talking about homemade guns.
Oh, fascinating.
Underworld stuff, right? Crime.
Oh, talk about a witch.
When you need an unregistered weapon, you go to Bihar.
The Bihar was like the gangster spot.
Really?
They interrupted that.
Right.
Most pure. They didn't purify that shit.
They did by putting in the complete opposite.
See how it works in real life?
Yeah.
But somebody sent me a news article from Vice. Somebody from Vice actually went there, and they were butthurt because it was her birthday, and she thought she was just gonna walk up. You know how privileged Americans are. She thought she was gonna walk up in the Bihar school and talk to Nivritti and get an interview. She couldn't make it past the gate, so she was butthurt, and she was kind of like down talking it, saying,
you know what I'm saying?
I visited the cult. This is what I found.
Oh, not the cult.
And all it was she had to stand in a super long line for hours because apparently people go and they visit. They stand in long lines just to they hope to catch a glimpse of Nirjanananda.
Yeah.
But she went there and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm with Vice." Instantly, the lady was like, "Oh, I'll be right back." Sent English-speaking white dude, white Swami out. Well, not Swami, but an initiate. And he's like, "Nah, we're not talking to you. You gotta go. You gotta go immediately."
Wait a minute, Trav. You know I'm an idiot. You said they had to send the white Swami out. Like that was the homegirls out here. But go out there and talk to her in the language you know how to talk to her, man. That's super crazy.
Go get Karen. Go get Karen.
They sent Adam Sandler out there. Like, yo, we need you out there.
But you could tell she was butthurt because he kept saying, it was my birthday and I was hoping to get a glimpse of the guru on my birthday, but they
don't care if it's his birthday. You're still not getting it.
You're a salty boy. Sitting in a cult.
Man, I actually looked up how to do that. You got to fill out an application and then they have to let you know. Like, it's a process, man. Like, you can't just get into Bihar School of Yoga. Like, come on, dude.
You might as well try to walk up on Minister Farrakhan and think if you're trying to walk up on.
For real. Like, in the application, I felt like ridiculous filling it out because they were like, "Okay, well, what school do you come from?" And I was like, "The School of Travis Mages."
Fuck it, man. I ain't even gonna fill this out. I'm good. I'll just keep reading the books.
Right, I got the book. I'll read the book.
I was like, "Please, can I just stay a month or two, please?"
I saw the same application. I saw it. I was like, do I have to come from a school to go to this? I was
dude, it's super hot. Like, but here's the thing. Bihar, like, this is how I see it, right? This is a lot like the story of Capoeira Angola, where we know two masters of it. Most people in the Western realm know of two masters in their lineage. That's Mestre Bimba and Mestre Pastinha. And that's because these two masters of Capoeira reached out, right, to make it legal. In the 1940s, Capoeira became legal because of the efforts of these two prominent figures within the community. That's very much like the Bihar school. Like, they reached out, right? These certain people reached out, but that doesn't mean that they're the only masters of it. So, like, the way I'm seeing it is that, I do want to go to the Bihar school, eventually, but I'm also aware that there are many other masters and gurus that we have no idea.
You got Chris, what's his name? He has a lot of videos on YouTube. Really small guy. He talks really, really soft, and he's like really. He has a hell of a story. I read the story about his life. I can't.
Krishnamurti.
Krishnamurti.
Yeah.
Krishnamurti, Vivekananda. There's so many. Like you said, there is so many teachers. You can almost really not name them. Even this one Travis sent me the video. She's saying she's basically traveling to colleges and giving lectures, and I've noticed in a couple that I've watched, she always says that to these Indian students for them to be proud of their culture because they have everything in their culture that they think they're learning in school. Like some of them are studying psychology, and she's trying to tell. So it's kind of like the whole Dave thing that they don't realize that their culture is one of the best, has one of the best sources of information that can change the globe. So, and there's so many different ways. Just like there's paths to yoga, bhakti, samkhya, um, jnana yoga. It's many different paths, and it's no different than. That's why something might be asking Trav, yeah, you realize what you're doing? Like you realize the work, because he's putting Cabala with this study, and Cabala is built like how the Vedic system is built. It's a tree. You actually have to, if you want to consider yourself a swami or a practicing yogin, you gotta come from somebody's lineage. That's no different than the gods and earths. You can't go online and get your lessons, learn them, and walk around and call yourself God, because you have to actually come from a lineage, because the culture is that's how Father Allah taught the first 9 born in Harlem. He walked with them and he talked with them. So you have to have a physical, what they call an enlightener. So the whole thing is it follows the same pattern as practicing yogins. You have to have an enlightener who teaches you, and then you become an enlightener. You know what I'm saying? So,
right. And that's what he talked about at the end of this chapter. That was like the last section, talking about the guru, which is known as the dispeller of darkness, or as you said, an enlightener.
Yeah, and that just means another word. That's what I'm saying. There's so many correlations between spiritual systems. We be too busy looking at the people practicing the system and judging the whole system by the actions of somebody else. Peace, Amar. Good seeing you, man.
Peace, Amar.
Yo, what's
Hi,
up, guys?
Amar.
Yo, how you guys doing?
Doing good, man.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it is. There's so many. It follows. That's why I said he's so deep for teaching, incorporating the Kabbalah at the same time, because the Vedic system has different paths to follow, as well as the Kabbalah, and the ultimate path working, or the serpentine, or the serpent going upward, is to get back to the unknown connection. You want to connect with Kether, of course, but it's really to be back in the unlimited consciousness of creation. It's the same thing with yoga. You are seeking what they call samadhi, consciousness. No, Lord, you was talking about language, but who was talking about it? Sanskrit, even
Being a resonant language.
the way that it's written, like they have different forms of writing it. The spiritual writing of it has these kind of interlocking words that they all have like a straight line that go across the top of it, from the way that the words connect. The common, like Hebrew has a script, and then it has a common way that you would write it. That's what kind of American language mirrors off of having cursive and having normal. You know that they don't even teach cursive in school no more.
That's crazy.
They know that cursive has power.
Yeah.
Just the form of writing like that is an artistic a form of writing. It's like calligraphy.
Yep.
So that's what I always say, that the same as we're studying this, like I said, we're studying, it can be considered like magic if you want to throw terms around and shit like that. we're studying the art of righteousness, which would be a right hand path. It'll be good magic. You have people that practice what you can call bad magic, is where they try to offset the human populace by fucking with them, doing dumb shit to their minds. Just like I said, just misleading people on purpose. And the people who don't believe that, oh, no one will believe that. Those are 85%. They believe in just any fucking thing. Like they don't see nothing. They blind to that shit. So we're trying to be above it. You got other people that don't want people like us, and it's always been like that. They did it with the Masons, who were Gnostics basically, and alchemists and chemists. You can't be doing your own thing against the ruling class of people, because you're gonna make somebody else want to do. That's like their art. Slavery, no matter whether people want to call it that, but studying warfare and the psychology of warfare, slavery was an art to certain people, because it wasn't just about locking and putting a human being in bondage. They treated it as an experiment of the mind, how to change one person from a different climate to take them to another climate, and breed them until they are adaptable to this climate. So science to that right there. So that was something that people do, as far as people who don't do that, the goodness of people and then the worst of people. Those are all the parts of our life experience that you begin to see. And the more you study this high science, you begin to see it with a non-emotional eye. So you always begin to see everything from a scientific point of view. That's what this is. This information is science. So even if we was Islamic, and that's why they want to separate all of this from what we call religion, science, because what it does, it keeps you capable of being in control. When most imams, priests, pastors, and bishops, they want to control you. So the more you are open to expanding your mind and your study patterns, no one is going to be capable. You're always going to question that which you know is to be totally not real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Good to have that.
Mental modifications. Imagine impacting the vrittis of an entire culture, an entire race.
That's real.
That's some high magic right there.
It's happening right now.
Don't think it's just a joke. That's what I'm saying, man. That's
like
real.
right. Yeah. Like right now, we're colonized. You know, like we are in a paradigm. We're in a spell. We are in a ritual right now.
Call it trends. They call it trending. How does that happen? Some videos make it, some videos don't. How does it make it? Oh, it's the algorithm and it's somebody pass it. How did it begin?
There is a science to it, right? I mean, just like this yoga and Samkhya, we can study and understand it, but it must be practiced in order to be perfected, right? I'm not just posting memes because it's the fun thing to do. I'm practicing a science that I'm studying. There is a science to virality, but again, it goes back to what we're talking about as far as the mind of the culture, right? We're trying on a microcosmic level to manage the modifications of our personal experience, of our personal mind. But as you even mentioned hours ago, Alora, about the macrocosm and the microcosm, there's still four levels. But when you start understanding it as one thing, you affect the above and the below at the same time. So as you manage your personal modifications, you start to manage your relationship with the modifications of the culture that you previously belonged to. Non-attachment.
Creating your own world by consciously modifying your own mind with pure thoughts instead of impure. That's what you know what I'm saying. We all saying that same thing is you begin the more you purify your mental thoughts, everything that before you purify your mind, you desired, you yearned for, you wanted it. It's not going to hold the same value in a purified mind. Because everything that you desire pre to that came from an unpure mind. So why would you desire the same thing in a pure mind?
If anyone has worked with, egregores and servitors, I would highly recommend going back and either listening or reading for yourself the chapters on Gibura and Chesed and the ladder of lights, because he's really illustrating and demonstrating the effect of the group mind and how it works out and its relationship to the individual. And I say it's important because it seems cool on the outside when we talk about egregores, but we don't realize just how deeply we are attached to an egregore, right? And it's not that it's a bad thing, but it's about understanding where you are. For example, the Antakarana. How is it that we all have the same operating system, yet we're all different people? Because it's based on a specific context, a specific framework, a human egregore, the Adam Kadmon, the group soul. I suggest reading those two chapters if you have that book.
Privileged to be able to recognize and realize that out of all things in creation, this part of creation, which we call the human being, is the only part of creation capable of becoming consciously connected with what we call God consciousness and realizing it. There's no other animal that was created like that, to realize and reconnect with God. Not even those monkeys I spoke about that be in the temple and be in that thing pure meditation. They're not consciously aware of that. They're just actively demonstrating an energy that just operates through them, primal energy. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that even humbles me when I contemplate those thoughts, because that's a part of what I've used for self-analysis, is contemplating the ways of my of the way that I process things. And then you begin to format, of course, the proper way, but you have to analyze yourself deeply. It's humbling, man, to think about that. Once you realize it ain't just about being important as a human, it's realizing a responsibility, that it's really how rude of you to have disrespected something that really you didn't understand. It's like a motherfucker would treat their gun better than their own physical body. People take care of video games better than they take care of their own mental state. You see what I'm saying? It's the mismatch of the value system. We got people that we got all these sneaker collections and shit like that. I didn't see niggas with the whole sneaker collection, big fat boys. You was barely able to come up the stairs to show me the sneaker collection. And you value that more than your heart right now. If look, I have a pure heart attack. You know what I'm saying? This is where like we gotta be like, damn man, that the human being. That's where you really become, like I said, this information is holy. If you really, really connect to that, you be like, yo, this you start your mantra becomes a part of them, is selflessness That's when you stop asking for shit. Stop treating all the spiritual energy like Santa Claus. You're always ready for him to come in and drop you off with a gift or something. You stop searching always for things. You start beginning to want someone else to be peaceful, someone else to not to have to be in a traumatic, downgraded state. You know, these two dudes are like living anime characters. Like it's getting ready. Like Trav's whole mantra started getting more energized. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like Amar is over there. MC Maestro just came through. You know what I'm saying?
Was.
Maestro, man.
Sending out the bat call.
Yeah.
Dude.
Like McDonald's, I'm loving it. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you guys hitting that like button. But even more so, I appreciate you guys actually taking the time to study this information and apply it to yourselves, because that's what really matters.
It's so easy in this book, though. I just looked at 39 again, and what you said earlier, for a normal, healthy person who simply wants to maintain the well-being, health and stamina of the body, only 5 practices are important to ensure that the pranas are flowing properly throughout the body.
Mm-hmm.
They are, as you read, Tadasana, Urdhaka, Tatsana, Sati, Chakrasana, Surya Namaskara,
Mm-hmm.
Sarvandasana. There is no need to practice any other yoga posture beyond these 5. If you ask a question after that, you really have you got a physical brain defect. How much more simpler can you get it? Dang.
Yeah.
And this will lead you. It's almost really the real rabbit hole, because you can Google right now and go to this. You can Google pranas, and when you find the trustworthy information to read and study, that's a whole nother yogic study within itself.
Right. Honestly, all of those things that he covers in the whole book, but really chapter 3, since he's giving you direct exercises to do, if you start researching them, you're gonna go down different rabbit holes of all the different mantras, of all the different. Because hell, you said Surya Namaskara. There's more than one version of just that posture alone.
Yeah. Stories, there'd be like
It's 8 o'clock.
different cantos or stanzas from different Vedantas and writings that they'll have a whole history through a lord or a god of these poses. It would just be like, damn, it keeps going.
My mind telling me no.
Nadi, Shudhana, Brahmari. And that balances the 2 brain hemispheres.
Hey, peep this out real quick. So this was written by Satyananda here, and I started to piece together, like, with the Bihar school. They've given the practices that he just mentioned, they've given, but they're really meant to be taken step by step. As with like Dharana Darshan, it's kind of insinuated towards, but in this one, he really breaks it down, like each and every step take like a week to sit down and then like progress with it. But all that to say, like all the stuff that he mentioned in Paths of Pravritti and Nivritti are in that book and given at the beginner level. So I think these books right here provide like the knowledge base foundation. And once you get that, you could start exploring the yoga practices and have a full understanding of what you're doing.
Almost like this book is like an introduction to the deep breath.
Mhm.
Your mic, Shango, it's on mute.
That's what I think. That's important. What MC Marshall just said. That's what he kind of meant on 37 when he mentioned that apart from the yoga practice, that certain other sadhanas are also essential. So this book
Mhm.
specific sadhanas, but like I said earlier, and I showed you want to have multiple reference points that go deeper into that side because this is it's so many componentry. Like I said earlier, this is the only information I'm telling you, man. It fits so perfectly with Kabbalah because when you get deeper into the Hebraic Kabbalah, it breaks down the whole physical body as a component of the tree of life. And this is the same thing that does it. This information breaks down every component of the human body, identifies it, lists it, and itemizes it, and it explains every complete system that works with it. That's why it says the method which the yogis discovered for attaining discipline is yoga. So as Maestro pointed out, that extended, what's the name? Put that book back up, Maestro.
It also has like each practice in the book too has its own other books from the Bihar School of Yoga. So this is like, and it's given as a beginner type introduction. So I think like,
pages in that one.
oh yeah, this one's a little bit thick, but I think like after people got the knowledge base, or as they got the knowledge base, they got this, and then once you fully graduate, now you're able to explore like Tatwa Shuddhi or something like that, or go full into pranayama, go full into yoga nidra and whatever other practices they have.
Yeah, because these books are part of what they call the yoga series. These are like different lectures.
Right.
This is a manual, a little lecture book that has little tidbits. But when you want to, yeah, and Trav said it's the same color. That book is the same color as this one that we're reading.
Yeah.
So this color, wait a minute, because this color pertains to one of the realms. So what
As I said,
is this considered? Yeah, I'm about to say this is considered the color of heaven in
Most of the books from Swami Satya Sangananda are of an orangish color, which would relate to this.
Right. And it's on the left hand pillar, and she's really like,
and Trav, did you just peep that they write it in their own color, the color of the books?
Even Jnana Yoga is orange. Oh wow. Yeah, that's okay. Interesting.
That's a whole, about to have a whole category system within the Bihar.
So this color is Azalut. And according to the extended tree, this blue color is considered Azalut, blue heaven.
And I also, actually, I'm gonna save that one for next week. I made a funny discovery.
Uh-oh.
I'll wait for the next chapter.
This man gonna introduce a cliffhanger.
Sharing it for next week. Damn, that's deep, man. So they write in their books?
I'm looking for the different on the there it is. If anyone has the book, the Kabbalistic Tarot, at the very back on page 273, he goes on to list the whole chart of all the different colors of each sphere and path according to the four worlds. So if anybody wants to do an independent glance at that, that's where you find it. I've been referencing all week.
That deals with like the handling and burning of karma. This is Gebera.
That closer right there again, Maja. Which one was that?
This one's Karma and Karma Yoga.
I'm waiting. Yeah. If you realize when you start ordering these books, they be real thin.
Mm-hmm.
Be like 2 copies left. You know what I'm saying? But like, yo, oh no, they're trying to hold out. These books are real rough. You know what I'm saying? They don't let you see. People be watching them too.
I started to like capitalize on kind of my rajasic nature when it comes to book reading. Because before I would try to pace myself, let me keep reading this chapter during the week. Then I started doing what taught with Shooty, being that it was thin, like read it as fast as you want, but then the next day go back to it. And then just keep up with that repetition, and you'll learn things day by day. Be going through the day cooking or whatever, and you start to reflect on stuff, go back and read. And it's like, I think that's like a way to hack. If you have a specific guna orientation, that's a way to hack it. Or let it serve you.
That's good, especially considering the subconscious mind, right? So if you push through it, you've glanced at all the different words and you've had a surface level understanding, but then you go take some time, let it marinate, and then go back to it. Certain things are going to stick out to you a little bit better.
I had a teacher once, like for the program I was in, the teacher you got 1 year was pretty much the teacher for the rest until you got out of high school. And then we got a new one. So like as an icebreaker for her and her personality, she gave a whole sheet. And I like when Django brings up manuals, and then what you just said of reading for a surface understanding is that the first thing on there was like 40 commands. The first thing was read and don't do anything until you're done. The second thing instantly is like tap the desk real loud, and then it was like pat your belly, rub your head, stand up, run around. It was like a bunch of like 40 stupid things. And at the very end, it says, once you're done reading, just sit with your hands folded. And so the goal of that exercise was to read first. And then you get a full understanding instead of doing all the stupid stuff that, the whole thing listed out. And then ever since then, I always took that understanding to try to get a preliminary read of a book and then do that, like sit there, digest it, and then go back.
And two, just the way he used the Raja, right? Because Raja inspires movement. So you need Raja in order to make the change, right? You can't just go from like Tamas to Sattva or anything like that. I mean, I guess you could, but they say that like Raja is that motion, right? It's the willpower. So it's like you're actually redirecting that Raja in another spot. So then when that focus or that movement occurs, it goes in a particular direction. So I just thought that was interesting because I'm like, oh yeah, he's using Raja for like reading and for going back to things. So like you're like rewiring your willpower when it comes to, which is now altering your like learning comprehension.
And that's each triangle of the tree too. Or if we look at the supernal triangle, we have Kether, which is Sattvic, Kokuma, which is Rajasic, and Bina, Tamasic. And we go down again. Now the plane is flipped. Now we have Tiferet, Sattvic, I said Hesed, Tamasic, Geber, Rajasic. Then we drop down again, and then we hit the intellectual triangle, where Had is Rajasic, Venus is Tamasic, and that's it. Yasad is Sattvic. So the principles also apply like on each level of the tree. And we know from Ophio that it's different tattva combination. So we could get kind of creative for what energies we want to tap into.
So it's kind of Sattvic, Kether. You said something. You said Yasad. Did you say Yasad was
Sattvic.
Sattvic?
And even then it's kind of like for the lower triangle, which I've noticed is that it's kind of the corrupted essences, like Trav when he's reading the chapter on Doth. I forgot which book he held up, but different, like how the Gunas interact on the different planes. And then once it got to the lowest plane, everything was dense. So like the intellectual triangle is the Tamasic part of the tree. It's the Tamasic influences on all these Gunas. Then we hit the, go ahead.
Do you think that, man, because I'm just now rereading this about this extended tree, and it said that basically the subtree emerges out of the center of the one above. So there is an interpenetration of emanation, creation, formation, and action. So I'm looking at how the Sephira, just the componentry, because we know that this is a geometrical shape.
Mhm.
The shape is built. There's pressure. There is restriction. There's magnetism operating here. So with those being in that Sattvic, those Sephiras being in those positions, it emanates through the four. So if you're in the center, you got four corners. The sun is in the center, and then you have the four corners of If you understand what I'm saying, right? You kind of like,
Yeah, I get you.
there's what's in the middle, the sod, then you got Tifereth. Is Tifereth Sattvic from
Yes.
so
So it's Sattvic, and then it's like primarily. You said what?
Akuth is Thomas? Amazing.
Can be. I think
So
it's like or it's.
well, I guess it would be all because all three
Yeah.
exist. But I guess what we would say for it to be in a solid state, it might be, or that dense state, of course, either Tamazic or Rajic would just
Yo, so one way to look at it is basically the pillars, right? The middle pillar would represent the Sattvic, the masculine pillar would be Rajasic, and then the feminine pillar would be Tamasic, because the left-hand pillar represents form, and the right-hand pillar is force. The middle pillar represents the harmony between.
Yeah.
And each triangle is like each one is assigned a guna, whereas the intellectual triangle is Tamasic, and then the supernal triangle, which you can't enter without purification, is Sattvic. It becomes even more fractal.
You know, that's pretty interesting because that is emanation. That's perfect consciousness of the action of the four worlds along with the gunas, because I'm looking at this diagram of the Sephiroth. Bina, between Bina and Hokmah, this path is it says intellect. Then you get down to Gevurah, Hesed, you got emotion. Then you got Had, and Netzah is action. So action, emotion, intellect. Intellect, emotion, action, and then yasar is the foundation. So you really see as this as the fall, but you also see the path of raising up as well. So it's as it really is the law of correspondence.
Yeah.
You see it at play. You see the gunas at play. This is what I said earlier. How perfect it is to study the Vedic information at the same side as you studying the Cabala or the tree of life, the diagram of the Sephiroth and the attributes and all of that. Perfect.
I'd say like how it was done with the book study was a better way, at least for our Western minds, because we need that Dion Fortune type writing of where it appears more to the logical mind, but it also plants the seeds for abstract thought. And then after that book, we now have the capabilities and faculties for abstract thought. Then we could approach the Vedic information with a better understanding than if we just hop straight in with the logical mind.
Damn, the correspondences, even because I'm looking at the pillars. Of course, we know the right pillar. Trav, what did you? He said the right pillar was what?
Tamas, or not Tom, Rajas.
Rajas, force.
It's also the pillar of mercy. So we see the attributes of the three Sephirah, Chokmah, Hesed, and Netzah, wisdom, mercy, and victory. When you look at the word mercy and you look at these correspondences, you would only get to these or utilize these levels through mercy. It's like a grace. Mercy is also grace.
And also Kabbalistically, when we think about the aspect of mercy, it is referring to abundance, the masculine aspect of abundance being that, the male, like what we read the other night, the male shoots out millions of seeds. Everyone has a chance. But then we talk about the female and the aspect of severity, judgment, balance. All those seeds, only one of them can make it through. So millions are cast into the abyss, only one comes through. That's the severity aspect. The mercy aspect is that everyone has a free chance, a fair chance. Even in Chesed, when the souls reach up to that point, you have a choice. Do you feel like you've made it to the point you're ready to cross? Do you need to go back and try it again? Or do you want to go ahead and jump in that abyss if that's where you belong? You have the mercy to make that choice. That's also Rajasic because you have options.
And what's connected, and as we know the tree, the connection for this mercy is also the severity of judgment, of strength and Gevurah.
Right. Taking a business class right now, and what Trav just said makes perfect sense. How, at least for United States, the system's really set up in a way for a fair chance. However, your due diligence and discipline for the like getting the necessary information, so that will be, if you're in the Hesed, you have to be in the Hesed sphere and get the necessary information or wisdom from Kokoma and apply that due diligence and discipline with severity. Then you go out and test it. So when people make a business, they're really going from the Hesed sphere to the Gevurah sphere, and not all businesses succeed and most of them fail. Right. And that's kind of like that chopping block there.
And success depends on achieving a balance, right? Because if you veer to either side too much, you're going to, fall apart. So even as an entrepreneur, we have ideas, but we have to employ the force of Gibra to slice them, just like all the sperm cells. We got to employ the idea of choosing just one and taking it in so that it can mature and become something, just like the sperm in the womb. It's the same process. But if, just like what William Grace said in The Ladder of Lights, if you haven't mastered severity, you cannot profit from mercy and abundance. And likewise with the serpent eating its own tail, its limit, the limit of the serpent, like we learned from the chapter in the abyss, the limit of the serpent is Doth, not Doth, but the abyss that Doth crosses, because it's at a different angle. It operates differently from the material plane. So it keeps going around and around and around and around. And the only way that the serpent is able to cross the abyss is through a balance of mercy and severity. Can you limit yourself, but at the same time be open to receive all these ideas in abundance? Can you not be overwhelmed by that abundance? But can you also not be too giburic?
Master of a framework to where they are constrained, but they can also expand within this blueprint or within this law or map.
You should expect resistance, but you shouldn't expect that to be only spirit. I was gonna say you should expect resistance, but you also realize that that's not gonna be a lasting effect. It's just an
Mhm.
experience.
Right.
Just as much as it's severe, that doesn't mean it's a detriment. It means it's just a learning. It's a path. That's a path of learning. We have to
Right.
have a severe path of learning, the path of clemency. You
It's
know,
like in movies where they gotta go, they lay out where the people gotta go, and there's always like some path of fire or some major trial. But that's like people have walked the path before, but you like it's just something on the path. Like you have to do it. Like you expect it, but once you're over it, it's like it's cool. We're on to the next thing.
as long as we know what it, as long as we know what it means, that's
Hmm.
kind of like I've always like to be honest with you. It's gonna sound crazy. I've always loved the history of the Western, just the Western nature. Of course, not the negative that we know, but just that world of to live you live your truth. If you are outlaw, there's no mystery to it. No one's playing games. If you a lawman, you the lawman. You know what I'm saying? You ain't nobody. You going to the saloon, go in there, get your drink, mind your business, so you know what it's gonna be. I kind of like life to be like that. Everything is in this. That's kind of like how we organize it. Everything has that. It has to have that. That's a parallel to the tree, because even within what we think that harsh environment of the Western, there was still love there. There was
Hmm.
still decency there. There was still people growing old and children being born. It ain't no different than in the hood. Then in Chicago, all you hear about is wilding. There's still grandmothers living there.
Right.
There's still some children being born through the womb. There's still righteousness that exists. So it's the whole being able, like we said, we accept the mastership of life. A part of it is accepting all those paths.
Mm.
Serpent, realizing that's the path, that's the upward path. You're not going to come do the zip zum. You're not going to be the zap zum, which was the lightning flash. You're not that. You of course you are that, but that's not how you travel back up. Like Travis said, now you got to be like Dambala, the ancient serpent god, old. He be moving slow. You know what I'm saying? That's how all old gods be like turtles. Remember on the never ending story? He had that was the turtle represented it. That was the earth. Don't forget that America is Turtle Island, all of that type of shit.
And where did they find the turtle? In the Lake of Despair.
Lake of
Right
Despair.
after.
Old,
Right after Atreyu loses his horse.
you woke me up. Niggas are old sleeping gods. That's what Bobby Hemmett broke. That's what this information do. It start taking away the slumber of the big oath that was in your way, that big bumbler that's always thinking he know everything. And then the old gods start waking up. You know what, man? You in the way. Because once he up, he up. It's like Shiva. That's why it has multiple names for Shiva, because you got of course the forever meditating Shiva. Then you got the lover man Shiva, you know what I'm saying, who love company of women. But then you got the Shiva when he becomes awake, he dance on you. You know what I'm saying? You got to be kind of careful around that, because he becomes like a cyclone. That's the same thing as Durga. Durga is nothing but the female counterpart of Shiva. So the whole thing, that's our multiple layers of consciousness through our earthly experiences. That's just like this tree, because when you look at it as a geometric form, this is also a spinning. When you look at these trees, this thing is not just you coming down and you going, but this thing is spinning. It's also overlapping itself. It's going. It can look like a circle. It can look like a square. It can look like an oval. It can look like the signs of the tattvas. It doesn't just look like this, right? That's why it looks like a DNA strand. That's doing everything right there. It's moving so fast because you can't see it. Just like something moving so slow, you really don't know if it's moving or not. That's the same thing. That's moving so fast in all directions, it looked like it's just looking at you flat. It just looks flat. That's not the truth. That's why you got the flat earthers and people who come around. Earth is moving in that way too. Earth is spinning, orbiting around the sun, orbiting in the universe. That shit is moving in all. It's not just going in a fucking circle. That shit is we going upside down, sideways, like a cyclone type of shit. And then
inside out,
all of that.
Well, technically, it's a toroid, so we live in a toroid.
But
honestly,
no, it's not flat.
that don't matter.
You can go to the Antarctica and the wall of there. I can care less about that shit unless you know what I'm saying? Fly over there, man.
It's all relative, you know.
So
you can make it make sense.
Like,
but
okay,
what's important?
Cool. All I'm saying is, look at the tree of life, man. What you're not really seeing these Sephiroth like this. You're seeing it like this, but it's really not like this. It's moving so swiftly in multiple directions. You can't catch all the angles at once. This is just right here to define, so your physical mind state can get rationalize this thing right here. Earthly mind couldn't handle going in multiple directions, so you now get to see the real totality of the tree, and now you get to see so many things that you didn't even know was there. You might catch a heart attack. That was too many G forces at once.
Or like looking at the eyes of Yal the Boath are opening the lost art. You just got electrocuted.
Start imploding just because you looked at his eyes. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only way you can look at life. You look at life through the eyes of a Kabbalist, or look through the eyes of a practicing yoga, because both of these are systems of practitioners. To utilize Kabbalah, it's not to just study it for me to just say that, oh, it moves in all the direction, like I just looked at it. And no, this thing takes meditation, it takes mathematics. You gotta have so many different sources of. First of all, you gotta find the true information that's gonna teach Kabbalah, not just some you know what I'm saying, bull crap that's gonna just be like, yeah, that's, you know what I'm saying, the alien, and have you thinking alien made the Kabbalah, you know what I'm saying? But then you actually got to come to terms with, like, a lot of this is what they wrote. The Bible, when you read those words, when you read them in Hebrew, is actually coded language that once you rearrange it, it's like a fancy lock. Like earlier I said, Laura, like a clock. This is like one of them clocks they make movies, and you gotta, and every minute that shit, when it hits every 15 minutes, this chamber opens and this one shifts, so this can go this way. That's what this type of information is. That it opens, it start being like that, like a formalized special lock.
That's what made me think about why there's this severity in paths of least resistance or whatever. Because if everything is a reflection of how all of this exists, it exists through severity. Severity is what makes that switch happen, that turn happen. If that didn't exist, everything would be the same and nothing would exist. There wouldn't be existence. So everything that we experience is going to have some form of severity because that's a reflection of what's actually going on, and it's serving its function. So you can't be mad that there's going to be shit that happens. Like, don't be mad. That's because that's literally part of the transformation.
Is a reflection. There's an opposite side to Bina. We don't know that because we haven't seen, we haven't visited yet. We're still trying to get through this tree.
Right.
See, now
right, and that's just one side.
Now you mix that with karma and your duty, your dharma. This is why you got to know this tree. We're like, yo, so you don't have to repeat a similar path that you didn't already traversed. That's the karma. You keep repeating similar pathways of this tree that you've not experienced the totality of all that it has to offer. To now say like another realm is the opposite, so to speak, side of a tree. There's a whole nother tree over there. Not the clip off. It's just we don't know what it is because we ain't been there yet.
I gotta find it, but this is what I was saving for next week. But since you brought it up, so
I knew I was gonna get you.
And it seeing the other side of the coin, and that's kind of what you said. And for each inherent object, like inherent in an object or something that you behold is its opposite. And what I'm trying to find here, I always bring them up because this always makes me laugh, is MW4 talking about, what do we got? So pain against delight, darkness against light, winter against summer, cold against warmth. But basically, he's given that same wickedness against holiness. So he's given that same exact practice, but making it sound good.
Side of no different than Shiva, Shakti. Every single other form of Shakti, from Durga to Lakshmi, has a opposite same male form in Shiva. So the same thing, like I said, so the tree that we see right here, this is like the life lesson, the physical realm tree. So it's really not as deep as we think it is.
All right.
I also, now that you brought that up, I also saw that in the Gallery of Magic books. You see that in Demons of Magic, but also Magical Attack, where one of the chants that you have to do is basically transmutations of these different elements. I don't remember it verbatim, but it's like ice into air and fire into ash and ash into, what are you doing there?
What if
I think in one of the opening rituals too, in my Goetia book, they have something similar to that. Like leaves on fire, burning froze.
Crumbling of the smell of crumbling rose petals.
Yeah.
And what if Da'ath was the reason why it's there, but it's not there, is because it really exists in that opposite side of the tree. So it's a glimpse because Da'ath is knowledge. So what we think is knowledge is really just a mirror of what can just be considered the true knowledge, that there's a higher tree opposite to this one that we see here. And Kether would be, because when you read the stories, that was a sun. That was the original sun before it fell into the realm of, and it became Tipperary. So before Tifereth, that sun was die off. That's why they were talking about the two suns in the sky. They're actually talking about off in Tifereth. The off is just a black sun.
Right.
They,
Existing in a
which they
different
actually
state.
say, Trav, that the real sun we see is black, right?
Hmm.
We just don't see it black.
We see like the gases and the chemical reactions, but the actual state of it is dark.
See? So that really, oh man. So we
I mean,
just,
technically, wouldn't that be the sun behind the sun? What we see in the sky is an image of what it actually is.
because it's like a mirror. So we're seeing like the mirror image, sometimes just a fractal bent in the opposite direction. So now it looks like, oh man, look at there's another one over there. But we just end up with like a shadow.
And even what's his name? Eo Coeding, he even like admitted there was a meditation that he gave called the Black Sun Technique, but he just straight up admitted he got that from like a yoga book.
Yeah, but there's a whole group called the Brothers of the Black Sun or something like that, and they use that same type of process. But
And
then,
go ahead.
when you look into their structure, they talk about yoga.
Look at Star Wars. Luke he's becoming like basically Tifereth. And when we first see him, he's staring at two suns. It's kind of like indicative of his journey.
Yeah, see, Tatooine planet has two suns in this right there.
Oh, Tatooine! You're right.
And it's a desert
Right.
planet.
That one's if you match up the Dune books with Kabbalah and Star Wars based largely off of Dune, is that
deep for people, man.
Yeah,
It's so legendary.
That movie is too deep for people. Even the new one.
That movie doesn't even go deep compared to the books.
Yeah.
break down Kabbalah?
Hmm?
So the books break down Kabbalah. But
Yeah.
what I was getting to was Tatooine was modeled off Arrakis. But if you look, Arrakis is Mount Kuth. So Luke is stuck on, I'm trying to get off, and then, his uncle trying to just have him stay on the farm, blah blah blah, and he really has to go through these trials to ascend the tree.
Oh shit!
These people, this knowledge is old. Even directors, screenwriters, all of them who wrote stuff like that, they was all those same young white kids that was listening to going to Vivekananda lectures and semi.
You put yourself on. Okay, there you go.
You know what I'm saying? So they was globe trotting. I'm from Connecticut, man. I grew up around rich kids. I'm gonna say how they're rich white kids who they graduated and they be like, what you gonna do to somebody? Said, man, we're gonna backpack through Europe, man, and then my buddy, he's from India. They really was doing that shit.
But even them, like that whole group, Spielberg, Lucas, Coppola, they were all Long Beach during the height of the hippie days.
Shroom heads
happening. And that's when Ophio was active. And if you look at where he was buried, it's the Hollywood, like the big Hollywood cemetery, where all the movie stars and whatnot.
How you get up in there?
Hey, is he really? I'm about to go there tomorrow.
Bet.
You
find Sophia.
Hollywood Cemetery?
Damn. See, remember I said that to you, yo. Y'all got access to some deep shit over there. Yo, you ever seen it's called Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia? It's a show. It's this like young white dude. He's a scientist. He studies chemical effects and the science of all the good dope, mescaline, everything. I'm talking about. I don't want to even go through the name. I'm talking about frogs. Nigga went to wherever they squeezing juice out the frog. He takes it. And he takes the juice. No, man, they squeezing they're extracting
the
combo
combo
the back of this frog. and it was taking you to straight to Kether after the way they was taking. So the whole thing I'm saying, when you watch this show, he actually interviews this white guy he made MRMD. What is that? Is that
MDMA?
MDMA? It was because of what we think is that now is not that. They got in big trouble. Like, you got to watch it, man. He interviews the people that would made that shit and how they was like, oh, we were just all a bunch of hanging out in the desert and just getting high and all of that. They was them people. Those were the underground young white dudes during them time. Like you said, Spielberg and Frank Lucas. So they was hanging out with this dude, and they was out there getting just basically getting high. But these dudes were like scientists. They got in big trouble for that shit too. The feds and Young, like, this is like real. It was real major stuff. But it was on this show called Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia, and he's actually like a scientist that studies the effects and the history of basically how we call plant medicine.
There's a chick that I met who she does like the frog stuff, like administers it.
Yeah.
Oh.
This nigga that went, I didn't watch Hamilton. He's the nerdiest, tallest, skinniest white dude ever. And you would be like, this dude doesn't know. Hamilton then took some of the most potent psychedelics on the face of the earth.
Most of the discoveries in physics, or not most, but like a good percentage of them, come from the scientists being on some type of like LSD.
Doing it themselves. All of that. He was like interviewing the people who, I'm talking about, these dudes were old white dudes, like weird. You know what I'm saying? They
like,
was
Richard Banner LSD, and that's when he made
making their own. I actually downloaded the actual book that he mentions, and it has the chemical breakdown and the process of how to make every single psychedelic out there.
Remember, you have that. This is what these practices are showing us, is that you got, like, those same chemicals already inherent within you. All these practices do is teach you how to expand your mind to exist in that state. One, without the substance, and two, in that state 24/7.
I mean, in Kundalini Tantra, when they're initiated into these, like, if you get initiated into Bihar school of yoga, like, they have a plant that they take. That's in Tantra. So
there's always some sort of a plant medicine science, because everything is, because you know what that plant's going to do? It's actually going to kill you. So, like I always tell people, every society has their initiation. A part of the initiation practice is you must die.
Yeah.
That's a part of initiation. If you ain't dying in this initiation, it ain't no real system.
Yeah.
That's like, you look at masonry, Hiram Abiff was not just the head mason, he was the architect who was developing the plans to build Solomon's temple. And then he was accosted by 3 ruffians. One hit him in his head, the other one hit him across the throat, and one hit him in the chest. And that's what killed him. They threw his body in a rubbish pile. In a shallow, basically it was threw it in a shallow grave. So that's the whole, nothing but a whole. That's why you got to leave the fucking corny shit alone. The Illuminati, you know what I'm saying? That's the Alexander Weishaupt. They was German. They hated black people. You got to get past that and get to the science. But didn't Bobby Hemmett say this shit? Man, let's get to the science of this thing. Let's deal with the scholarship.
You know what? That's a good indication of what happens at Doth and the crossing of the abyss. There was a time back in 2012 when I first heard about Jay-Z. You guys play that Jay-Z song backwards? murder, Jesus, 666. That was the big thing, right? And then all of a sudden, Illuminati, reptilians. So many people make it there. But how many people actually go through that into something greater? Right now, we got a bigger pool of stuff. How many people make it out of that pool into something more subtle and more fine? But see, the people who are stuck in Illuminati and reptilians and the Masons are going to get us. Those are the ones that's indicative of someone who's fallen into the abyss and can't get out.
Yeah.
That
Earlier,
includes
who
people
was
stuck
the
into the devil, the white man. They doing this to us, y'all. We got to rebuild the economy and build a nation.
Man.
Django asked earlier who the guardian of the 32nd path was, and it's Hades and Persephone. And they really are gothic type entities. So like you fail that initiation, you could easily get sent the opposite direction. Like we just drop you off in a cliff off, bro. Don't even. You'll think you're doing the tree. We're just gonna drop you. It's like you never seen Disneyland, so they just drop you at whatever local amusement park you got, and you you live it up.
That's the first path. That's not even the difficult aspects. That's the first path. Man, listen.
To get up out of there, we gotta go through that. We gotta go through what? Think about Atreyu. Like I said, now when you look at this thing, the never-ending story, Atreyu is nothing but the hero. Arjuna, they didn't mix this self-savior warrior energy into that. He going through the 32nd path. He met so much garbage, and the whole time he was hunted by the darkness.
Mortat?
In the form of a wolf.
Yeah.
But guess who goes through the tree of life every day? Besides us, of course. It's Dora the Explorer.
Ah.
She goes through it every day.
Break it down,
Every
Maestro. I
day.
don't really watch Dora the Explorer, but
Kuth goes
let me
through
know.
hella obstacles all the way up to Kether, comes back down. It's a big old party.
Bingy, bingy, bing, got to teach the rocks to sing. She had to teach these rocks, boingy, boingy, bing. She couldn't go to the next level until she made these rocks sing because they were blocking, and I think she was going to a volcano.
She's going through trials every day.
And the whole time she was being hunted by Swiper, who's looking to steal something from her. So she got to catch him and then teach him Swiper, no swiping. Might show you onto something.
Wow. And what state does she remain in, right? Satwik.
It couldn't catch her lacking.
Satvik state.
There's no off days for Dora, man.
Childlike and innocent. Open-minded. Swiper, no swiping. She wasn't even mad at him.
Not even mad. She told him don't steal anything in a smile, but said it so cute. Swiper, no swiping. Pretty much she was saying in the other realm, yo, you stole my shit again. On sight. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe she's smiling because she knows that Swiper's gonna have to stay there. Whereas she can come and go as she pleases.
Like our friends stuck in the Illuminati, Freemason, Reptilian, Pleiadian world. It's cute.
Yep. Swiper's stuck in the abyss.
That's that point on the tree.
It's kind of like
they always come back into your life. Hey man, I know you're on a spiritual thing, but and like it'll be 5 years later. When I visit my dad, I'm studying this information. I'm expecting him because he's into esoteric knowledge too. But I go over there and he's talking about the Illuminati.
Did you hear they made a new sun in China, y'all? You know what that means for us, right?
Yeah, they trying to trap us in the metaverse for population control.
Right.
That science is so old. They've been doing it for the last 43 years, and they finally got it right. So now they tell the story now. They done lit that thing over 2,000 times already.
It's probably been going on since the beginning of time. We don't know what it was, but for every era, there was probably some
out like that it seems so important and so deep. That's old. They done did that.
They got a new sun, and we got a metaverse now. You know what that means? You know what that means, right?
So happens that
Do you know what it means?
they make the metaverse. Now they want to bring out a fake sun. They done made this thing 40, this so hotter than the surface of the sun. Who's measuring the heat of this motherfucker? What cameras are y'all using to take a picture of this shit?
Right.
You take a picture of the regular sun at the distance that it's at, the picture is garbo. Who's recording this? What? Okay. Let's not deal with the heat of the sun. What are y'all lighting this motherfucker in?
How did you test it out?
If it's hotter than the sun,
you could solve your whole electricity problem with that amount of heat, but you ain't using it.
Dude.
Something don't sound and something don't add up to me. You know, I'm not making any claims, but I'm also not claiming that this is what is being presented.
That's the thing. It doesn't. We learned that we have cause, effect, and meaning, and the cause and the effect don't have to go together. They could be oil and water, but as long as you got the nice bottle, which is that meaning.
And you know something? I saw a picture of it, and it was just looked like it looked weird, of course. But what if that picture wasn't the real picture? What it actually was a little teeny light that it was this big. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how we always make everything big. But it was actually small. Kind of like what's that movie? Tom Hanks was in it. It was about the Illuminati and the priest was gonna blow.
That's why it's shut.
Da Vinci Code.
Da Vinci Code shit. And inside of them, it had some kind of a light inside of there. They were gonna blow up the whole Vatican. What if it's something like that? But they show you a fugazi machine, and that has nothing to do with it. How many times has that old trick have been used? Show the wrong picture and then put the story together, and it wasn't even the real machine.
So looking at the pictures of this artificial sun, you know what that reminded me of, which is also a movie about T-Breath, both the newest one and the original, was Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Doc Ock was trying to make an artificial sun.
That we can see something in this fucking calendar that everybody complained about several years ago, that it was the Illuminati, and when are they gonna smash some atoms in this thing that we can see something?
Right.
What was the hype of that? Now we got this fake sun. Or just put straight mind game. He just took it straight to French level.
So welcome to Osmovision.
That's a sun symbol right there. For revolt. That's not what you think you're seeing. That thing is spinning.
Out of control.
So spinning out of control. That's hotter than the surface of the sun right there. So be it.
Has anybody smelled hot sauce before? It's like, you know how strong it is?
Yeah.
You'd like make no mistake if you open up something and I'll just waft it out, you know.
I'm just trying to if you make something, Travis Majors here with LVX 777, right? If he makes something hotter than the sun, what are you making it in, Trav? What's containing this thing you've made that's hotter than the sun? This is how you know, like, you're only giving me part of the story, man.
Right. But I'll tell you what I would make it in. Probably the same place that they're making it in, the realm of imagination and media, knowing if I make the story touch your emotions good enough, you're going to buy it.
And we're going to have enough people who giving us mind thought into it that we can eventually manifest it.
Or not even that. Just for example, if the purpose is fear and stimulation and distraction, I'm gonna tell you a story good enough so that you will be afraid and stimulated and distracted. That's where I created it at.
And that's a symbol for deep breath. So if you're out here fearing the thing that could save you, you're afraid of a fake sun. And really, and we mirror it, that's the sun on the cliff off thing that's constantly in like tumult, constantly in warfare, no rest. So that's showing where you at if you scared of your salvation.
Right. Showing you your level. It's just like, see, yeah, that's a great point, because who said it was a bad thing? I made a comment on one of these little meme pages, and I got there first. He posted about the sun, and I'm like, isn't it amazing how people always see things like this and they jump to fear? And then I got all these comments. If you're not paying, what did he say? Basically, if you're paying attention, then you would be afraid, or I don't know, basically justifying the fear that would naturally come up. But it reminds me of the story of Roger Bannister. And he broke like that, what was it, 5-minute mile, 5-minute 100 mile, I don't know. Anyways, he ran a super long distance that hasn't been done before. He broke a record. But before, when he was training, everybody was telling him he couldn't do it. You can't do it. It's impossible. It's impossible. Then he broke the record. Then guess what? Within the next year, 2 more people broke that record. Then the year after that, 10 more people broke the record. And because it happened, because people saw it, they believed it was possible, it became easy. So for me to look up and see a scientific development, for me to go, oh my God, it's the end of the world. That same person could be, oh, okay. The same person could see that and say, wow, look at how far we've come in science. I can do something amazing too. Why didn't you pick that path?
And it's interesting that you had that you like made that video on Doth, and it was like I just started the path working for the High Priestess card, and I had this dream of kind of like the actual abyss was just large chasm of it, like favelas and whatnot. And in the dream, that's like where a majority of people were at. I didn't see them, but you could tell people like lived there and it exists. It was like, it kind of shows that that's how we are, really. We're kind of over Doth all the time, walking the path of Doth all the time. And we're always standing over this huge giant pit. You could easily slip up, but it's the path of sattva that kind of, or the quality of sattva that really keeps you, like keeps your bearings.
That's a good point.
And Jack Parsons had his oath of the abyss, like you're in it.
That's a good point. Doth isn't a place that we get to and one day we have to make the decision. It's always underneath us, right? Hence the need for balance. Because Rajas will definitely oscillate you off that bridge, and Thomas will definitely weigh you down.
It's like when they're going over the lava pit in Shrek. So I'm looking down, Shrek, I'm looking down.
Good point. And I think that line of thinking could also connect how supposedly the clip off is down there in the abyss. And how it can be behind the tree and also under the tree. That would make sense.
So I feel like that's just I guess imbalanced. We call the imbalance the abyss.
It's 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. 9 o'clock.
I can't believe you guys are still doing the Zoom. I'm so happy. What's
Greetings,
up?
Veronica.
I tried like 3 times, man. 3 times on my business schedule. I'm like, that's it. Let me see one more time and see if they still around. What's going on?
They used to be on for 24 hours, like all night.
Yeah. All right, I went to sleep, woke back up, went to a dentist appointment, looked on YouTube, the live stream was still going.
I thought
full-fledged.
I like looked at it, I was like, yo, is this live or is this going? I turned it off, turned it back on. I was like, yo, they are still
I love it because it's a business schedule for me. So I'm like, oh my God, I can plug in. Let's do it.
Yeah. See, they just now made it to where you can put 24-hour videos on YouTube.
Can you believe that?
Back when I did it, they cut it off at like 18 hours. after it was finished. But
I want to show you something. Check this out, right? Look at this tree. See that?
That's a different tree.
yeah,
I want to say, right?
Yeah.
Principles summarized in the tree have their application through all the world. And everything that functions as an organism or an organization, even a motor car. At Hokma and Bina are the ideas behind the machine, its invention and design at Hesed and Gevurah, the mechanical principles of force and form, propulsion and regulation, Netza and Had, active and passive operational functions. On the central pillar is seen the material base, Malkut, affected by the look and behavior of the car, Yasad, and the will of the driver, Tiferet. To perceive the Sephirah at work in a machine or any human artifact is to comprehend law at work in the lowest world as man exerts his will to create like his maker. The motor car and the image was called the motor car and the Sephirotic tree. So that's how all of this science that we're reading, like I was saying earlier, like they're writing in the Bahar school is plain, but it's the most it's high science, complex uh concepts for the highest spiritual change in yourself. Just
Right.
like the tree. It's a high concept of characterizing and following along a spiritual path that can either lead to destruction and following the yellow brick road to nowhere, which well, it appears to be nowhere, but it won't be a successful trip. Or you can follow a path to a successful trip. So you can eat and you're gonna correlate this to other objects outside of yourself and see the creation of a fucking car and as Sephiroth on the tree. So that's what. So I wanted to share it because when I was reading about that, I said, "Yo, this you can't escape it." So now, with reading these books, it's the same science. This Vedic science, the way that they write and the whole thing of studying, even the vendettas and the different shastras, it's all a tree of life system. Enter its roots to this thing.
But what can we do differently? We're of it. It's like an was reading karma and karma yoga. Like no matter what you do, it is karma. You're in the world of karma. Therefore, you have no choice but to perform it. We are in the tree, so we have no choice, no matter what, but to perform its functions in some way, shape, or form.
And that's what Sivananda through his teaching and his students teach that even though we know yoga has this path, the path of renunciation, it had to be explained and brought to people that you can't go into isolation. Yoga and the practice of it doesn't mean isolation because that's not going to be a real thing in everybody's world. You're gonna have to still interact with your world. So this science and the way that it's been put together, because I know that this what reading is tantric, and it says it when you're reading Dharana Dashan, it's tantric, Upanishadic information. This is Samkhya. That's also it's not just one thing, but you can see the Samkhya overtones, Bhakti overtones, and it's a mix. But when you get to the Bahar school and you sort of the Sivananda, they have a particular path that they have all chosen to follow. So the same thing, you're not going to get taught by anything else that's going to give you the actual path and how to work it. And then when you really have a perfect and good understanding of the Kabbalah, the tree of life, and all those correspondences, it's endless. It's the same thing. Each Sephirah is not going to just mean that one meaning no more. It's going to be so many different correspondences to the Keter, to the Yod. It's going to be so many different correspondences to Tiferet.
And I like that you brought up that thing again with like you could go out in the Himalayas, you go out in the hills, live in the mountains, but if you don't have that real, like if you don't have that operating software, it just looks. And that's
Right.
really what modern sannyasins be looking. Modern sannyasins be looking like this. There'll be a tech founder, bald head, but you ain't see. They're not of this world. They're not, they're not at the liquor store. They're sitting there with high minds every day, literally in skyscrapers, in a whole different realm. They are not talking about Drake and hot sauce.
Wasn't Sivananda, like you said, a doctor?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these yogis were actually highly educated professionals. It hasn't changed. Matter of fact, a lot of these occultists in these secret societies are highly educated professionals.
Indeed. There are a lot of scientists.
And scientists.
Lots of scientists. And that's
especially the Europeans.
Yeah.
They all had to say when I left university, they never talk about grammar school. They be making me think like, yo, what did their whole school was college? Did they ever go to?
So I looked into one of the guys, the Netflix dude whose family had done propaganda for centuries. So this man was going to K through 12, a leadership school. They're not sitting there doing icebreakers for 12 years. They're learning some NLP, some high science.
Leadership school.
We want you to meet our new teacher, Mr. Amar. Would you come forward, please? He teaches this young brothers like Amars at those schools.
Say, all right, first one to get out of hypnosis has no homework for the rest of the week.
That's kind of like, think about, like I said, being from Connecticut, I had the opportunity to meet some pretty interesting people, right? And I met girls and guys who were like going to, they weren't even from Connecticut. They was from Idaho or somewhere, and they're the father.
Bless you.
The father.
Alonzo, they said bless you.
I thought you sneezed without using your mouth.
Yeah.
It's high yoga.
Get really good at this mimetic magic.
That's yoga right there. You don't even need your physical body to sneeze for you.
This is out.
And even with the homegirl, what's her name? I don't know if y'all know the story of Elizabeth Holmes, but pretty much she's involved in this whole fraud thing where she raised millions of dollars for a fake product. She tried to fake the little fake it till you make it of. She got the turtleneck, try to lower her voice, try to act like these.
Yes.
Yeah, they try to act like these masters, but she wasn't about it, and that's how she got caught up. So it shows.
Right, but she was on the right track. She literally modeled her voice and how she presented herself to create an authoritative role. So like she lowered her voice to pitch, and that's how she was able to gain command of the rooms. What? Like straight actor, fucking insane. And then someone caught her. I think it started because it was like a couple years ago, right? And like someone caught her slipping, like in her voice tone, and they were like, "What?"
Hey, are y'all talking about that woman that had that was the CEO of that company?
Mm-hmm. Elizabeth
Oh,
Holmes.
okay. Yeah. I was looking at her. That's crazy. Yeah, that's her right there. Yeah, I said she was a narcissist, like like a straight up narcissist or whatever.
This is what happens when you take the content but not the context. She didn't have the frame because it could have worked. If you have if you're in Chesed, you'll have the ability to create some product that's never been made before. She's out here in Malkuth, but it's basically like the old days when someone would dress up like a yogi, dress up like a priest, and try to sell you something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was.
Don't they? Good.
She was just trying
That's
to
what
get
did
money.
Paris Hilton in too. That's what did Paris Hilton in too. She also would fake her voice and made a character from it. But then people found out that wasn't her real voice. And then she couldn't, and then she would keep switching in and out of character. So then they tried to rewrite her character, but that character had no foundation, just like the original one. So it all just like flopped.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why they pretty much just got rid of Paris Hilton. She's just not. You're around too much. You hear her name thrown around.
I was a toddler, but haven't really since.
Man.
Well, if you really think about it, like those, like what's a real voice and what's not, like those characters are just as real as the real characters.
They're just as real, but like as Laura said, with no foundation or without proper cause and proper meaning, there's like something's gonna give way. As with Elizabeth Holmes, it was her voice. Then people started to realize, like, did you even graduate? Did you you making big claims and whatnot? Like that one crack in it kind of exposes the whole thing.
So there was a lack of authenticity, a lack of sincerity.
I'd say lack of like foundation in the actual principle.
Yeah, because really there's a whole bunch of lack of authenticity, right? It's just a matter of, do you have a foundation?
That kind of goes into the story. The Bible would talk about how you plant your seeds, like a guy who planted his seed on rocky ground, and the sun came up and burned all the seeds, and another one planted it on dry ground, and birds ate it up. So it's kind of like saying that where you plant your idea, where you choose to put your foundation at. If it ain't sturdy, or if it's shaky, you can like that shit to fall down.
People blame the seed.
Right. But like, look at our money system, right? Everyone knows that shit is fake. Like, it was made, like, those were meetings that were made, the Federal Reserve, like, everyone knows that it's all bullshit, but they created a system that was so influential that it changed the way how people did politics, economy, and it even created its own class system.
That first made the people dependent on a system like that.
It's also money dealing with wealth.
Once they took away the gold standard and the silver standard, where they separated those two from the value and basically took the money from the people, but like, yo, we took it.
Well, what principle is that as well? That still has said, even though it's fake, it's still founded in that principle.
It said that it's a lot. What's that correspondence for that to do that? And you said
it's like Jupiter Guru,
yeah,
like the actual in our modern day. It's Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs. It's the multi-billionaires.
A lot of conceptualization, a lot of visualization, both
right? Like
and visualization, right?
An understanding of the abstract mind.
So the abstract mind is even a component.
Because it rests on the edge of the abyss. There's a lot streaming down from the upper supernals. A lot of it falls into the abyss. But being in the state of chesed, you get first dibs, basically. Just like Elon Musk has the money and the manpower to create whatever the fuck he wants, or anybody who is dealing with not only the wealth and abundance, but also being close to the idea generators.
I like that shit. To be honest with you, I like some of the ideas of Elon Musk. I wouldn't like to have one of the phones that he made. I like his process of the way he want to use it. Why not? I've always liked technology, so I'm not afraid of like the metaverse and getting Oculus, all of that. I'm ready to rock with that. Create my own. It's just why not? You come to my space, it's gonna be all kind of shit going on. You really gonna get to see some Shango shit going on up in here. I'm not saying it's gonna be crazy, but you're supposed to make your own world, right?
We will definitely be moving in that direction.
And the
I think it's
mind is all, and the all is mind. So if you're creating this in this universe, which is actually the componentry of your mind, it should be limitless.
In honor of Christian, she would say that that's a lot. That's very swati.
Alora, I like that
Yo.
bowl. I love that bowl. It has character, like the teacup on Beauty and the Beast.
It reminds me of the Necronomicon bowl.
Wow, thank you. I know it's so I made it's so purposefully made like this, the specific use of the specific time. I'm glad you were able to give it the credit it deserves. Thank you. Because it holds my holy grape nuts.
Grape nuts. Hariom Tat set.
Food of the gods. Well, yeah. Yeah, we're definitely moving in the virtual reality kind of environment, and we've been prepped for it for quite a while now.
Aren't we doing it right now at this very second?
I was born in it.
Yeah. I cannot wait for it to be like Star Wars, where like the payphones have like the projectors, and you can like see someone and be like, "Sir, I'm sorry, the mission was incomplete." And then it's like they're figuring, oh my God, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Sooner than you realize. That could come out 2 years, honestly.
Yeah, we already got holograms. We already have live concerts being shown with they're like, oh, look, it's Tupac. And it's a hologram of Tupac.
I have a friend in the chat who I've been talking to. I don't know if he's still here, but basically he's been to one of these parties where you put on the headset and everyone else is there. And the warehouse is empty, but inside that headset and them headphones, you are in a rave, in a party with rooms and stuff to do.
Valerian, where they go to the market and it's on an empty dirt lot, but then they put on the actual VR helmet, and he was able to go underground.
Who has a VR? Because I'm in VR.
Yeah.
We're not brave enough to admit just yet, but soon we will.
Because I need to send invitation to friends, you know what I mean? You have to be specific who you're inviting. So I need to be with some of you in there in the VR. I have not invited people yet because I don't know people. So I'm not.
That's like we don't even know. They train elite soldiers in the military with virtual reality training. That's been going on.
You know what I do? I do skydiving.
A lot of these games and that Oculus, those are declassified products that were made by military scientists for the purpose of warfare, and then they eventually, you know what, they got drones that you fly with. Fucking virtual reality. They sit there, and you fly in it, so you see in your whole environment from thousands of miles away.
When I was 20, I was dating an Israeli guy, and all the Israelis, right, they have to go into the Israeli army when they're 18 up till 22, and he was in charge of bombs, and he would bomb certain places through the drones, but he never saw anyone. Like, he used to carry out those commands, and it would be like a video game. Like, the way how he described it was like a video game.
That's like the movie War Games.
Modern warfare is fought right now. See, we think that when they say, oh, we got the troops and over there, Them dudes are young dudes that are just hanging out in a lot of places over there. But when it comes to grimy warfare, where they're actually gonna kill, that's just done by that's drone war. You flying at you basically playing. Who do you think is half of these good ass players on Call of Duty?
Oh,
Cops.
oh man.
That's what they play on. I've heard it from military dudes. Like, yo, we actually the sergeant been telling us go play Call of Duty, sharpens your skills. So it
Yeah.
teaches you not to be jumpy and shit like
Yeah.
that. It
Yeah.
teaches you your reaction time, and it keeps your cognitive senses sharp. They suggest that senior citizens in nursing homes should play fucking Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty and shit like that.
Grand Theft Auto had such a negative effect on me. I remember being a teenager and playing it with my cousin, like just cemented in his room. We were just like on like on Grand Theft Auto, and I remember like passing cars and thinking like, yeah, I could swipe that, and just being like, what?
You start grand thefting people in your mind. Like, yo, if I had a Molotov cocktail, I would throw it on that whole car. Right? You start seeing scenarios. I'm a Grand Theft Auto player. You know what I'm saying? So it's actually, and I've always played Grand Theft Auto. You know what I'm saying? Since the beginning stage when it was just dots used to shoot out and shit like that. You know what I mean? But
I remember virtual reality used to look like Lawnmower Man, like actual blocky and green, and the whole background was black. You just see blocky shit. My cousin had one back in, I don't even remember how long ago it was. That was the last time I put on a VR headset.
he goes to drop secret. Why you think they're not releasing Grand Theft Auto 6 yet? They're trying to figure out how they're gonna put that in the metaverse.
There already is one. There's a metaverse. I don't know the name of it. There's two big projects already that pretty much GTA style, but like the main hook is the land you buy, you could open up businesses or whatever, you're making crypto at that point.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing. So now why would you not want to do that?
What's the difference between like all that and like doing it in your imagination?
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
It's training wheels. It's a handicap.
You're adding that imagination with the tools to bring it out, like the Oculus Eye headset and whatever else that you need.
I wonder what else we can do in the imagination.
I think the only limitation is that VR sets up the limitations for you, right? Whereas in your imagination, you can go anywhere at any time. But in VR, it still brings you, it kind of sets up limits as to how far you can go.
I mean, that's really your imagination, yeah. Because you're focused on one, you really create a limited world in your imagination. You're not aware of unlimited potential at all times. And even like with Hassad, it's not aware of all the ideas, just aware of one.
You know what happens with this? These products become so smart that they actually start to become independent. As they say, it takes on a life of their own. That's the whole why they make the movies of the robots to take over. But it is
Terminator.
Because they become a mirror image of ourselves. It's a mirror image of our imagination. Just like Amar said, what's the difference between it? The only difference is we manifested into we made it physical. We made it physical. To take it.
Like, the imagination is like the densest like light is still physical matter. It's just
So that's the thing, man.
In Kabbalistic tarot, he talks about like when you close your eyes and you're seeing those lights, like you're seeing the densest form of matter or the densest form of light, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell. I've played Grand Theft Auto for years, and I still play from time to time now. That game, the way you create your character, the way you dress your character, your vehicles when you get in, that character that you created starts to take on its own physical features and characteristics and all of that every time you get on there, because it's an energy of that, because that character is your egregor. Mm-hmm. Everybody who what type of player you up against, I can see that they have modded some shit. Like I'll have on a gas mask with scarves wrapped around my face and shit. So you already know. So when you see characters like that, you go just mind your business. Don't even come. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that. So with the whole virtual reality thing, just say Trav takes it because the next thing is it had to start on Facebook because it already gave you the opportunity to create what? Groups. And once you create these groups, you created the energetic atmosphere of how the group operates, which means that the group takes on a life of its own.
You created your own egregor too, as you mentioned earlier. You made a whole persona on there. That's an avatar.
Imagine society and Facebook is so big and so it's its own running entity right now. It runs itself.
Actually, I got my own. I'm sorry. I was gonna say I got my own. I create my own avatar in the VR. I have one for skydiving because I already did skydiving, like in the real life. I did skydiving, and then they have apps in there that you download the apps, obviously. And then in the app, it shows you actually skydivers that they jump from the plane, and then they show you what's apparently they're supposed to show you how it feels like when you skydiving. So I try to do that through the VR, and it does feel like you actually doing skydiving. Like except that you're staying obviously in it's the same steps though. It's the same steps, guys. But when you jump from the plane and then you see the visualization of jumping from the plane, obviously it has that sensation at the end. It's amazing. I don't know how do they do it, but it looks so real. And I was like, okay, so and now I'm gonna create an avatar in it, like I go to Alaska, like I go to like the snow, and I go to like mountains around, and everything is real though. Like it's just so real. It's amazing. I'm like, I love it.
What does Purusha do?
You now can create a real fucking
the real me. I surviving the real me, because I do skydiving. So I do. If I can go back and jump again, I'll do it again. But because I cannot do it every day, then I got the VR and I do skydiving. It's fun.
Well, how do you think Facebook turned into Meta? There's no more Facebook anymore. Your avatar went from 2D to 3D.
Yeah.
Now you can create a whole, because I've actually seen it, because I watched the Red Pill and Blue Pill. They're big into all of that technology, crypto. I trust them more than any broker than ever I would trust on Wall Street or anything like that, because they really do it. So they had a show. This was like a minute ago. They had it's like a couple of black guys out there that own companies in the metaverse. Like they had a whole metaverse mall where you could rent space in this metaverse mall, and you go into there. They showed it. The guy had his thing, and it was like a screen how we all are on right now, and it shows you how he was going through there. It was basically just different rooms. You go in areas, you go in there and you touch, and it was clothes. People were selling clothes. Some other people were selling some products. So that's the whole thing. So you could actually create and develop. You can build a whole Hogwarts in there. That's why it takes these technologies so long to come out, because everybody got to have their hands in that shit. You can't get past Disney and think you're gonna just come out with something that you don't think you want to do. Your daughter wants to live. Let her live in the world of the princess and the frog in real life, and show you put the whole Oculus on, and now you're NLP. Whole fucking castle somewhere. Why wouldn't you want to build a Hogwarts? Now you can go visit the world of Harry Potter for real, and go in there every time you come home from work. You go in there, like, oh shit, I gotta go in and water my flowers. All that shit that you don't got in real life. Now you Now you're driving a Ferrari.
Yeah, there's a dude on YouTube. I don't think he makes videos anymore, but a couple of years ago, he was building the temples in the Tree of Life and also Goetia in VR.
Wait, he did? Did
It's
they
like,
have it?
Actually, making a tree of life in the metaverse that you can visit.
Right.
Assad and have all the.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes. Who's going to create this? I just gave you the idea. All I wanted is to find this fee.
It's there. Like the dude, he hasn't uploaded in like 6 years, but the
Who can
idea is
develop
there.
that into an idea? I'm not a developer. I wouldn't know how to make a program in the virtual world that you can go and you can experience the tree of life in virtual reality.
Let's put it this way, Shango. So since we're dealing with the realm of chesed, usually these ideas, they filter down and they begin to be received by everyone who has the capability to do such a thing.
That's going to be dope. So we can go, like I said, just think about that. You can, what I'm saying can be done because it's already being done. Mark Zuckerberg and the motherfuckers don't even have to, they don't have to travel across the world no more to go for a meeting. They go on in the metaverse with a whole desk. They're not even doing no weird shit. They're like they're just avatars and they're having a meeting.
There's a lot of companies too that already sell and offer virtual office spaces.
Why you think they tested it? You don't think Zoom? You don't think Zoom was a test? Niggas can get on there for free for 35, 40 minutes and do what you got to do, record it and everything and fly out of there.
Yep.
They've been given. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was talking about earlier about my age and how I watch the internet. Yo, I watch all this shit unfold. They giving us this. All of the shit they want a society to become a part of, they gave it to us for free. Nigga, I'm old enough to remember when they stopped having regular TV. When they changed it from you can have local channels and TV was free. They turned it into digital. They gave you a free box. It was some kind of a electronic box. Nigga, I didn't even take that shit because like I said, I was already doing the knowledge to it.
Right.
I got one and took it apart.
Right. You said a little camera inside of it.
I'm not putting this in the house. So that's what I'm saying. You don't think that what I'm saying, that shit is old school to Japan? You don't think they've been? Man, niggas die from playing video games in Japan. They don't even eat. Niggas, they dragging bodies out of arcades in Japan because niggas is virtual reality out, video gamed out.
Yeah, but with
in
that,
America thinking that no, man, Shango talking crazy. That might be from 30 years. Nigga, develop the plan, and I guarantee you'll connect with wherever the source. Zuckerberg, they playing with us. They just be dabbling little pieces of bird crumbs and shit like that in front of us. This is the metaverse, and they didn't change it. That we thinking that shit was so supposed to shift it. They've been shifted the globe. Now they want to sprinkle it down to the norm. Now they want to make money from it. They've been enjoying that shit for years. Right. So now they say, yo, let's open it up to the public and let's put that shit on Wall Street. That's all they're doing is making everybody they gotta getting all that money back that Facebook been getting it for free. Why do you think they about to tax Venmo and PayPal? They just went from zero net worth to worth $175,000 in 1 year off of some internet money shit.
There's people who get, that's the thing. We're at a part where we get lucky, or I've seen people get lucky. There's overnight millionaire. They don't know what they're doing with stocks. And they become overnight millionaires.
Living in homes, having marble heated bathroom floors. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They living like that. Why you think them business gangsters? So
they're working at Walmart the day before.
Shut this shit down, man. About the
Damn, I would love that kind of alignment.
How gangster you are? I'm gonna come into the major society and say, Trav, since you be on YouTube every day, want you to pay me $20 for every video you put up. That's what they just did to Venmo, and that's what they did to PayPal. Anybody making over 600?
But that's historical, though. You take it back to the
Over
old
600.
trading days. They've been doing that.
Yo, you paying me for that right there. You're making 600. I want 250 off of that. And look at you with the whole face like, go ahead and say something so I can slap your eyes out.
But that's what's been, if you take it back to the old trading days where you're sailing by a caravel and whatnot, then they created, it was these big companies like the East India British Company who made these taxes and whatnot. They did the same thing.
Say that again and tell people to go back and watch because you're too busy giggling at Captain Jack Sparrow. Go back to when that nigga show you where he was a slave for the East Indian Trading Company. He was permanently tattooed by them. And his and so there's some realness to that shit. Them niggas those were the global, that's where you get them people from. They talk about the Federal Reserve, and that shit is not even a part of the United States government. But they can call themselves federal because that's who they deal with. We deal with the federal states of the United States. We make y'all pay us to exist, my nigga. Them niggas that's gangster shit.
And they're worldwide. It's the
like
same organization.
You don't know how many black gangsters was in like cities that people say, well, my aunt, even Italians, and we owned a pizza restaurant for 25 years. And you was paying somebody rent who didn't own that building for 25 years too, to be on that street. Or they was gonna tear all that shit up. So it was like that. That's what organizations do to us.
Not organizations per se, it's the masters.
Right. Like in my town, that's how it runs. There are a couple of places that pay to Hell's Angels and cartels in order to function as a business, plus what they have to pay in order to rent out their place on the street. And every time you see their cars come by, you're like, all right, not time for business. And you like keep walking.
We're looking at the delicate balance of Cassette and Gibera.
Yes. I call that, and I call them people in the high workings like that. Them people are wizards that work society like that. It ain't no different than mafia. We used to have a low school mafia organization in my city, and they owned the and like I grew up on the port bridges, some Bridgeport, bridges and ports. So it was right there. It was water. There was water all around. I have a beach and all of that shit. It was all kind of, the Italians owned all of that. So I kind of experienced them, that how they operated their business and how they were as a group. Them dudes was the most Gnostic, religious people. Mafia dudes was so religious. Catholics freaking go to confession, burning candles and prayers. They got a ritual too that when you join the organization, whether you are in that shit or not, take vows and
the Cosa Nostra. But that's also the
highest level.
That's the same ritual as the Rosicrucians.
And they do it. That's because that's where it comes from, because them from Italy, they all attached to the Vatican. And the Vatican is what? Suppressors of the Rosicrucians, but they also practiced the science of the Rosicrucians because they did what? They took that shit from them. They the same ones I said that take your money every time you get paid. But that's like why people like Robert Kiyosaki and all of these top rich people who teach about fund, they don't pay taxes because they don't work a job. They don't have an income. They have streams of income. They don't have don't have to pay nobody to work. They own 20. Well, matter of fact, Robert Kiyosaki probably owns about 2,800 rental spaces from millionaire levels, probably to slumlord shit. That's not an income like that. That ain't no job. You have,
but
you
even then we have to
that money because you can't falsify documents because his business is a living entity on paperwork.
Right. That's what I was gonna bring up, is that
so you have to share the money, but you don't pay no income tax and shit like that.
Or you
That's
pay
what-
it last.
Should we tax the poor? You know what they do? They send them letters and ask them, do they want to donate money?
Mhm.
So that's why they become what? Philanthropists. That's how they get taxed. They be like, all right, you know, I'm
They get taxed if
I'm
you
an
have
alumnus
a
of Yale, so I'll donate a wing to the library. And then you do what? You write that off
Right.
to the government.
So I
That's
got a friend who actually just I got a friend who just opened up a center, and he did that because he got a friend who does the taxes for multimillionaires and billionaires. And for a lot of them, they get taxed heavily. When they make a lot of money, you get taxed heavily. And the way out of that is you donate $500,000 to some type of organization, especially if it's a nonprofit. So he got funding for his center donated to him by these multimillionaires trying to get out of taxes. Like, these are all little loopholes that have been used for years.
And you have to study it. That's why you get what's called a grant writer. People who study that type of grants and money. There's a whole bunch of rich people that want to donate to certain things because that's how they wash their money.
real
As
quick.
long as they're giving a piece of it away to what they call charitable contributions, like you just said, they don't have to pay taxes on that because I've given my pound of flesh. That's what white people say. Whenever you hear them talk and they say like that, well, how much did you give your pound of flesh? Yeah, I gave to the Smithsonian Institute. Like that type of
But even to operate on that level, you have to create. And that's the thing I keep posting
you
in the
gotta be
chat.
imaginative. And you also
Avatar on the realm of Hesed.
how much aggression it takes to get to that. I don't care.
The realm of Hesed. What do you mean by that?
Because when you create so corporations when we get our paycheck, we get taxed immediately. But corporations, you get taxed pretty much at the end of the fiscal year. You pay yourself, pay your debts, whatever, then come around and get taxed last. But in order for that to happen, you have to literally create a legal entity. And even in because I thought Kiyosaki dropped it, but in my textbook, they just describe it as a literally artificial being that the government or has said recognizes.
Yeah, the entity.
Once you create your avatar there, like that's kind of because if you have like let's say a sole proprietorship or something, you're still going to get taxed like a normal person. But when you have your entity created on this higher level, that's kind of like the little pass card, like, hey, you could get let in. And it rewrites the level in which you have to operate. As I said earlier, Brian Armstrong, Mark Zuckerberg, they're not operating on sports, social media, whatever people do. They're operating on a whole different level. But to create yourself,
your own lane,
or the lane already exists. They just have now. They have the pass. They have the. I don't know if where y'all live. You've got the toll roads. Yeah. All they did. Creating a legal entity or a corporate entity, I should say, or your avatar in Hesed is literally your pass to be on the toll road, the fast lane.
Okay.
Or you can be in traffic like everybody else, but it's up to you.
Saying like when you come down to Florida to go to an amusement park, go ahead and spend that extra money for the speed lane. Don't be standing in line for 2 hours when you can go over here, and you know what I'm saying, and you cut a little bit of time off your weight. So you saying like that?
Yeah, they got that here in Disneyland with there's restaurants there where you have to be on the waiting list for years. But it's not on some normal people stuff. Like you gotta have the year pass and everything, and then wait 8 years just to be at these restaurants.
See?
At an amusement park.
Different realms. I spoke about that earlier with certain people. They don't even know certain things exist until you get to a certain level of money. That's why you start getting people doing weird shit that are really You know, like you start looking at Lil Wayne, like, yo, you a different guy than when you first start. Them dudes be around so much money and they've been around people with so much money, they start getting turned down to stuff. You're like, hey, man, I have this, I take these pills every day, they really keep me clear. But what is it? Well, I have a personal scientist. He puts together a little concoction for me. And you don't even know. These motherfuckers on some other shit, man. People who, I'm talking about, you worth 800 million. Look what Lil Kim did to herself. You know why? Because she was hanging around the fucking Versace family. Have you ever seen the chick Versace?
Yeah, she looks like a weird cat mix.
Talked Lil Kim into that shit because that's what they was all about. Made her look like a living doll baby because she was around some money shit, man.
In the Soviet Union, there was a time when Stalin and all his advisors found an old lady. They helped her cross the street, and they were operating at this point, operating on a whole different realm. And they said, "Let's give her some money." Then they realized, in the entire time that Stalin was in office, him nor any of his main advisors didn't even know what the actual money note looked like. They had no cash on them. They never even seen that. So someone had to go run and then get an amount of cash to bring back to her. But they had no concept of what this paper money was. But they could do way more things than average person in Moscow.
See how people manipulate? And we already know how Moscow, I don't care what they show, they've been advanced in technology for a long time over there. Moscow, Russia, the Ukraine, and all that. Don't forget, a lot of them psychologists come from over there because they kind of almost because you don't think it's slightly influenced by the science of India because it's almost like on a similar longitude line.
Take it deeper, and if you look a little pre-World War One, I would say you could tell which countries had the real sauce by not only still having a royal family by a certain point, but also the fact that like how much land they owned abroad. But if you look at Britain, so the main players before World War One were Britain, Germany, and Russia. And if you know how to like who to look for in these royal families, they always got an occult advisor. The last real one we saw with Russia was Rasputin. That was a whole, if you look into his whole background, that was real tantric science.
What background? You understand? The nigga was so, of course, you got a background, but he was so, of course, they always, he was so mysterious. That already lets you know what kind of language you talking with the mysterious.
But each of these families had that person.
Yeah.
The US, I don't know if we have a person or entity, but we've seen it, at least we've seen Eleanor Roosevelt like fill that role of White House occultist.
You know who's the occultist? Billy Graham's in these motherfuckers. The presidents always have a religious leader that's what can walk right up in that motherfucker whenever he feel like it. It's Billy Graham. And if Billy Graham ain't still around, which I think he is, it's somebody else. It's also Jimmy Carter. That motherfucker like 90 something. Not so long ago, he jumped out of a fucking airplane. He's an ambassador, exactly. Palpatine type of motherfucker, man. It'd be them dudes be.
Or like Jafar.
They'd be like the viziers.
Mm-hmm.
Always a vizier in the ear of those kings, like, you know what I'm saying? Jafar, like you just said, Jafar, putting sorcery on your ass when things ain't going your way. So that's the story. Those are the guys who control the world. They just call them international bankers now. They call them ministers of foreign affairs.
Or like what you said earlier about how when you're referring to commanding yourselves and what that type of person can do with money. They don't need that, but they sitting there now they're that ninth most powerful banker in the world. man is reading, Sanskrit. You don't care about the money, but that's just like that level of application that these people have.
Them dudes been there. Their houses got technology. They have built kingdoms as their homes. When they go, and I'm talking about them shits is air sealed tight. Those are atmospheres when you walk up in them things, man. Them things, water, they got water filtration systems. You talk about alkaline water. The money has provided them with scientific advances that we've never even seen before. When I'm telling you, man, in it was probably like 19 something, 98, 96. I went to this dude's house, man, out in Westport, Connecticut. Man, he was talking to his mom on the whole telephone with TV screen on that shit. When that shit wasn't even in conception. She was in Europe. He was in Connecticut. I was like, yo, you can. She was like, who was that? I got all like, yo, my God. So that shit's been going on like that. That's science. Be old, like we talking about where whole they didn't made a sun and all of that. Man, y'all been made that shit, yo. Y'all just want to put it out now because it's
old,
distracting you from something else. They just did something.
There we go.
Some legislator just now signed into law that's going to affect you because you're a part of society. But no, you weren't about these motherfuckers building some shit that's supposed to be hotter than the sun.
And hot sauce and condoms that you just happen to not smell.
When they're not about to pay you income, you're not going to get your income tax check this year until November.
Took away retirement.
You understand what I'm saying? Shit like that.
He focused on Trump.
We're not getting our income tax check. Well, in January, we mentioned it that they signed into law due to COVID and the backup in the system that the income tax checks will now have to be issued in November now.
We're 50% cut.
Or 50% cut based off of the people. Somebody got to pay for all them stolen PPP checks that niggas was trying with. So it's always somebody that's mastering. As we're trying to master self for the purpose of righteousness, there's other people that don't see nothing as according with righteousness and hurting other people. All they see is power and money and control and what they want to do. They want to fly around the world. They want their family to be rich forever. They want their family to own property that be having oranges, fucking peaches and plums and cranberries. They be growing all of that shit on their lands. They want to own it and have a private lake with fresh fish inside of there and shit. Like they want themselves to be in control of that. That's
like,
why it's righteousness.
Kylo Ren, because he was mainly about the power, but when he was talking to Snoke, Snoke was a real ascended master, and he was telling him, like, you got to focus on balance. You out here getting slapped up by a little girl who had no training. But their dynamic was, one was trying to just go for the position of power. The other one was power, but he wasn't flexing it. It was just his demeanor, his state.
Power versus force?
Power versus force. Oh, Trav beat me to it.
Look at it again.
Why
look
you
at
think
Elizabeth
we said
Holmes.
Y'all about to turn up on this nigga. What you about to turn up? You about to turn up your fucking force.
Your Vrittis.
Your Vritti. I'm about to turn up out here. Every day we get to see. That could only be seen through a happy heart. Is to see the Vrittis within a joyous eye perception. To be like, I am thankful for the experience of seeing that demonstrated. Now I know what the Vritti actually looks like when it is allowed to just work through a man or a woman. We should be thankful for that experience instead of being like, oh man, Vrittis and it tears us not. No, but then we got somebody else that knows every center of the brain and how it operates. So, like Veronica just said, that when she gets on her skydiving app, it actually triggers the same brain centers and your nervous system the same as it would if you jumped out of a real airplane. Scientists made that shit. That's military shit. That shit that rock your world, your mind. The same chemicals that flow through your bloodstream as if you really jumped out, and that's mostly gonna be adrenaline pumping. So you probably can fucking bottle that shit of a person's blood who just jumps out of an airplane for the first time. You might can bottle that energy within them and sell it as a power drink.
And it works.
So the
It
whole
really
thing
works.
is virtual reality, the people who put that together know and knew and do know every part of the brain and how to trigger it to give a chemical reaction the same as you would if you experienced it in real life. And that's why the military uses that for combat training. That you
They
kick the
do.
door in of an apartment and all of a sudden some little boy is standing there and you're looking at the little boy, and then then all of a sudden the same door you kicked in, somebody's behind that shit and they start shooting and you get shot because they have on these suits that actually send electrical shocks through your.
Hey, remember Monsters Inc? Let it
Monster.
go in, scare the kids, but what would that do? That filled up like the little tanks.
And then in the end, they found out that laughter was the same thing.
Yeah.
Remember, because it was two of the same. It's the same fear and joy, right? Fear and laughter, same thing, different
Just
degrees.
like how Django was saying that, someone jump out of a plane, you take that and make an energy drink.
That's light. And if you really
but
think
that's done on a massive scale.
That's light work. They already been doing that. You know what I'm saying? So everything that we're saying, because it's nothing new under the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing is that what we think is new with the meta and whatever else, that shit is not new to somebody else. They can be like, I can't believe that you're so hyped up over that. I remember when they tried that in '98, and that's already been there.
Everybody definitely not new to hypnotists.
Huh?
I said it's definitely not new to hypnotists.
Yeah.
Because we could Veronica, if you're down, I could get you the feeling of jumping on a plane right now with your eyes closed.
Yeah. I'm trying to get the one for pilots. You know how to fly. I'm looking for an app actually that can teach you how to do pilot to fly a plane itself. I haven't found one yet.
I know what young
Imagine what a hypnotist can do if he were to develop things for virtual reality.
Yeah, I'm interested to find one with the pilot because I like the sky. I like skydiving and I like the sky in general. So to me, that's fun.
So Veronica, when you think about sky jumping and skydiving, jumping on a plane, where out in space do you feel that's located in front of you?
The space. If I feel that I'm in space, it could be in.
No, I want you to point to it in front of you, where you have that feeling.
Like in the center of Earth.
Like in your visual field, right here. Let's say that I'm thinking about that. I feel it right there.
Hold on, I cannot see you. Let me just get you.
So you're saying when the feeling that she gets when she's about to jump out of a plane?
That thrilling feeling that you get when you sky jump or you skydive?
Yeah, the feeling, yes.
The feeling, and you just love that feeling, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you think about that feeling, where is that feeling located in the space in front of you?
In the center.
Right, can you point?
Like in the center.
Okay, so when you point to that, I want you to hold hold that position, and with your other hand, I want you to point to that feeling correlated on your body, on your physical body.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
No, like can you point to it on your body with your other hand?
Oh, like exactly where am I going? Like,
Like
okay.
exactly where you feel the feeling on your body.
And in my mind.
So I want you to close your eyes
Yeah,
real quick.
it goes straight to the mind. Yeah.
Okay. Use your mind's eye, and what color is that? When you think about
Blue.
that blue?
It comes to the blue.
Okay.
Oh my God,
and
mine
then,
too, Veronica. Whoa.
and then you'll notice that that blue is also, it's vibrating energetically at a certain direction. What direction is that?
Yes. Believe it or not, when I skydive, I don't see any direction because when we jump, there's no direction.
The blue color
it's actually
spinning either counterclockwise or clockwise. That blue
clockwise.
Color.
It does clockwise. Yeah.
Okay. Now I want you to like use your hand and take it out of your forehead. That blue, take it out of your forehead.
Okay.
Like physically with your hand. And then I want you to hold out in front of you and spin it faster in the direction it's spinning in.
Like my hand, like the other hand that I was pointing at?
Like that.
Yes.
That clockwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now keep it, just double the speed, triple the speed, spin it as fast as you can until you can't get any faster. And when you know by your own standards and definitions that you can't get any faster, I want you to put it back into your head. Slam it back into your head.
Okay.
And notice, okay, so did you do that process?
Yeah, I did.
And how do you feel now that that blue is escalated?
Well, I would tell you it revived it revives everything that I had done with my actually skydiving. It revives it back.
Yeah.
That I will physically feel in it? No, I would not physically feel in it. But that I will revive it, yes. I will revive the whole thing.
When you were spinning it, you revived that feeling?
No, I didn't revive the feeling. But I would try it again.
Yeah, can we try it again?
Go ahead, do it again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So,
I like this. I like this. I like it.
Let's see. All right. So with your dominant hand, I want you to dominant hand in that blue color, and I want you to point out to where in space. When you think about the feeling of skydiving, okay, exactly right there, right? And then also point to it on your body.
Pointed in my body. That will be my mind. It's not going to be my body as much.
Well, like this is part of your body. That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah, right.
Yeah. So now close your eyes.
Okay.
And I want you to remember the first time that you knew that you loved to skydive. Like you're like, wow, I wish I could do this every day. And since I can't do it every day, I'm going to buy a virtual reality set so I can do this every day because I just love that feeling so much. And when you think about that feeling, what color is that feeling?
Blue. It's still blue.
It's still blue? Perfect. And it's still spinning clockwise?
Yeah, still spinning clockwise.
Now, I want you to imagine that there's a big blue radiant ball of energy right above your head.
You got it.
That big blue ball of energy is now going to fill your entire room. Your entire room is now filled with this intense glowing ball of blue energy.
I like it.
You like it? Okay.
Yeah.
And as that room fills with that blue, I want you to start breathing in that blue energy. Just breathe it in, keep on breathing it in until every inch of your mind, body, and soul is invigorated. Every cell of your body is invigorated with that blue energy. Like helium fills up a balloon, I want you to fill your entire body up with that blue energy.
Okay.
Okay. And now I want you to use your mind's eye and see your consciousness rise up into that blue ball. And when your consciousness rises up into that blue ball, it's a surround, you see like a surround screen of all the times that you've skydived, all the VR skydives are just playing. They're all playing simultaneously at once.
Okay.
Okay. And when you're seeing all those skydiving moments, there's another color that you now are able to see that's correlated with those experiences.
Okay.
Okay. What is that other color?
Gray.
Gray?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I want you to imagine out in front of you, there's a gray door. And as you open up that gray door, you walk inside of it. We're both going to walk inside. And I want you to see or imagine, you can just pretend to imagine that there's a gray room with a dome on the top. And in that gray room with the dome on the top, there is a fireplace. And in the center of that fireplace is burning a fire. And the color of that fire is symbolic of the freedom and the feelings that you feel when you skydive.
I see that. Yeah.
You see that? And what color is that fire?
It's actually between red, like deep red, and yellow from the top.
Deep red and yellow from the top?
Yeah.
Okay. And then also around this room, there's going to be two types of posters, two different colors. One color is going to represent the positive, the conscious and subconscious positive qualities or memories that you have in your life. And the second color is going to represent the negative, not so awesome, not so positive memories that you have in your life that kind of hold you back. I want you to tell me the color of the positive and the color of the negative.
Well, if it's going to be positive, I would go for the green.
Okay.
Like trees, green.
Yeah, tree green. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, natural green.
Natural tree green.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for the negative?
I guess I will picture more like brown with the mud. Like
brown with the mud. Yeah, that's a good color. That's a good negative color. So I want you to imagine going up to those brown with the mud posters and I want you to just go up to them and I want you to rip them up. And as you rip them up, I want you to crumble them. You could act it out if you want to with your hands. And I want you to throw them into the fire.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And I want you to notice when you throw it into the fire and that fire just increases and the intensity increases, you start to notice a feeling on your body when you...
It feels heat.
Huh?
It feels like a little bit more heat.
It feels like a little bit more heat. Where on your body do you feel that heat?
In my arms.
In your arms? Can you point to it for me real quick?
My arms.
Okay, perfect. Now, I want you to, look around the room and how many other great posters are there?
Just the positive, my trees, the green.
Just positive, the green, natural tree green colors. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I just want you to double check underneath those positive posters. There might be a little bit of brown mud. So just double check for me and make sure that there's no brown mud underneath those posters.
No, there's no brown.
No brown mud? Perfect.
No.
Now I want you see another door, and I want you to step into that door, and that door actually leads you to a scenario where you're about to skydive.
Woohoo. Yeah.
And you look out, and the sky is just that rich blue color.
Yeah.
And that blue color, instead of only being in your room, now it fills up the entire realm of your imagination with that blue color.
Yeah.
Blue, and then it has those hints of grays, correct?
Dude, I'm already sitting in the plane.
You already playing? That's awesome. All right. So now I want you to go to a spot where you know that this is the best spot for you to jump out from and skydive.
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to go ahead and do that. I want you to go ahead and skydive from there.
Okay.
Okay. And when you're doing that, how does that feel?
I feel that I'm skydiving.
You feel that? And where on your body do you feel like you're skydiving? Still in your forehead?
Most likely in my arms.
Now it's in your arms?
Yeah.
So now we notice that sensation spread from your forehead down to your arms.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want that sensation to flow down from your arms all the way to the rest of your body.
Yes, I feel it.
Okay, you feel it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now, whenever you want to access this state of skydiving, the feelings that you get, all you have to do is simply just imagine a blue color, a blue and gray color.
Those
and
are
when
the
you
colors,
imagine
yeah.
that blue and gray color, you'll start to feel a sensation in your arms. And
Yes.
that's how you know that you've accessed that state of skydiving.
That's awesome. It does feel like. It does.
Yeah.
Interesting. It does. It does.
Cool.
Now, we usually when I do the skydiving, it is from the arms when I feel it. When I do it, because when you are in the plane, you have two poles next to it and you grab them. And when you grab them, the first thing, it's the first sensation of the air. It comes in this size of your arms. And then when you skydiving, your arms have to be wide open.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you receive most of the pressure of the air. You will feel it more in the front.
So you've felt that physical feeling.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It does. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
That's awesome. I'd have to say that in that room, the negative posters that I saw were like a black, oily tar color dripping.
Yeah.
And
everyone's gonna have their own colors because that's how everyone's unconscious mind is different.
Yeah.
I noticed that when I threw them into the fire, I felt that intense heat on my body.
Yeah. That's it's called basically that's like general negativity cleanup.
Yeah, not too fanatic of the mud.
Yeah, that brown mud that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But the green, the forest green is the tree green color. That's better.
Mm-hmm.
So that's essentially what would you call that process, or what would you call that experience?
Well, the first time it wasn't, so basically the first time, and she said that she didn't have that feeling in the arms. So basically, like, I didn't go deep enough into her mind for her to access those states. So that's why I took her into like a couple of rooms. So that's like the gray room, basically.
And essentially
that's what the technique is called. It's called a gray room. It just helped that she had the color gray.
And this is basically something that you do to help people with what kind of situations?
So general negativity. So it's just like anything to do with anxiety, confidence, like depression, basically everything. So, but this is only one of the 7 steps in the silo. Because after that, like I took her to gray room. Mm-hmm. There's still like other steps in the process. So the first step in the process is to just clean up all the junk and all like the bullshit that's there, so that now your resources and your unconscious and conscious mind can align to actually get the stuff you want.
So as a benefit to helping somebody, or really anybody who would be experiencing symptoms of like maybe just a general depression, or just being in a funk, or hitting an obstacle in life that you can't get over, you're saying that you could actually help someone feeling this way, help them get over that through processes like what you just did?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. And processes like that, but also installing into you the programming that you want to have yourself, and not the programming that like education or society or like your parents wanted you to have.
Very nice. Very nice.
And Veronica, basically those colors are like what we call like resources. So you could always use that green tree color to put yourself in a mood. See, like if I say tree green, like you smile.
Yeah.
Like you can't, that's how like our neurology works. So it's like whenever you think about that tree green, like you're gonna go into that like high. Yeah.
And the blue too. The blue because the color of earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blue and green.
The blue and the
William
green.
Trent in the chat says he thinks he got lost in the green room. He says he might need your contact info, fam.
It's 530-953-1275.
I love it though. I love it. I love it.
Will Trent, I don't know if you use Instagram, but you could also find him.
Yeah, on Instagram it's metamind_hypnosis. And then my email is also metamindhypnosis@gmail.com.
Yeah, I had to cut my camera off because I was going through the process as well. And yeah, following those steps, it's just beautiful because it's almost as if you're providing the context and the listener provides the content, their own content, to really get themselves so deep in the experience. It's like you're walking them down a path, like you said, to build resources and to connect with something that they can use.
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool.
That's interesting, for real. That's awesome.
Yeah, because basically what I was doing with the pointing was basically aligning your unconscious and conscious mind.
And the conscious,
body.
Magic.
It does. It does. Huh. Well, now you made me skydiving more.
Yeah.
I was just telling my sister-in-law today, like, because I went out with my sister-in-law and I was like, she's like, you do it again? I'm like, of course I'll do it again. If I have a chance to fly a plane, I'm like, I'll fly a plane too. It's just fun, guys. I don't know.
That's a valuable skill to have. Being able to fly planes. Very valuable.
I know. I love it. I like it.
Hell yeah.
I am become your
Wait, but you know something? I did hypnosis in the past, and I didn't went through that whole thing. Like, the guy was, well, I did it like, I think I did mention to you, Travis, I did it like maybe like 2 times, 3 times. It didn't work for me, the hypnosis. But they didn't go through the steps like this.
The beautiful thing about hypnosis is that it is something that everyone can experience, but a lot like doors and keys. You got to have the right keys to open the right doors. And some keys open many doors. Some keys open no doors.
No doors whatsoever. Yeah.
It's about finding the right combination. My new roommate, she was telling me about I was talking to her about hypnosis. She was listening to me listen to the videos I listened to. And she was telling me her experience of going to a therapist. And she said that she had to cancel him. She's a Scorpio, so they get pretty intense. But this dude literally had a little watch in front of her talking about you were getting sleepy, swinging it back and forth. This is a so-called professional. He literally did that. And she's like,
you have a sleepy watch?
The hell is that?
Damn, Shango.
Shango open up a real door.
Like
So I just pressed the button. I don't know what's going on.
We might need to take you through a different hypnosis.
That's funny.
Let's regress him. Let's regress him.
What's Shango doing, man?
Come on, hit.
Hilarious.
She really did that. She went to this guy and he did the watch. Seriously? Like,
Yeah.
seriously?
And that just goes to show some people know what they're doing and some people don't. And it's not about a degree. It's not about you actually going to, it's you literally understand what you're doing or you don't. And you can tell by the proof. You can tell by the effect that it has on you. You can tell by the result that it produces, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's not like that technique with the pendulum doesn't work. It works, but it's just that so many people, like when people just think about hypnosis, that's the go-to thing.
That's the go-to, yeah.
Like resistant to that type of induction.
Because it's like it kind of takes away their sense of control.
Mm-hmm.
Is my microphone messed up?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was pressing. Yeah, I told you I ain't read the manual on how to work this, right? So I've been pressing buttons, but I think it changed.
Wait a minute. Press another button.
Oh my God! What is Shango doing?
No.
Shango, hilarious, man.
Maybe you might have to like.
This is stupid.
Press the regular button. Press the regular button.
What is he pressing, man?
He don't press the dark.
Using like the filters.
It's a button that says VC. I pressed it, and I guess it's just
voice
like
change.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. I'm out.
Can you hear how that sounds?
Okay. Wait a minute.
That's
Look,
good right there.
I think that was it. There you go. Okay.
You can't hit me like that when I'm coming out of trance. All right, that's too much.
Did
of
that
it.
fix it right there?
I didn't know who did we summon? Who entered the chat?
My stomach hurts. Okay.
Where y'all at, man?
All right. Okay, I think I fixed it. There it is. MC. I had to press MC. My controller, I guess. I don't know what that's there for.
You're on
auto
auto tune right now,
got
Bob.
V.
You got auto tune going on too.
Yo, I don't know.
Shango, you make the light, man. You make the light, dude.
Yeah.
Shango comes, we already know it.
I'm gonna have to really read the manual because this is crazy. Because I don't know
what this is supposed to do.
I just found some really cool settings.
Yeah, this is ridiculous because once it's pressed.
What are you pressing so we can start pressing it ourselves?
This one says enter. Enter.
That's an avatar right there with that voice. That's the poetic spirit, man, going up from Shango, yo.
I think so.
That's up too, bro. That's Shango, man. There's Master Shango in there.
Man, I just started pressing the buttons and then I heard see.
MC Maestro says you got that Ben 10 watch.
Oh,
That was a good one. Yo, we usually get like this at 2 a.m. in the morning. What's up with this?
Yeah, this is early tonight.
Al Dickey said, bro, I'm driving. I had to pull over.
It's funny.
Sunshine Chick says you might want to go to YouTube and see if you can find a tutorial on that.
Shango, that's a good one, Shango. You got to teach us, man.
Because it just says different words: pop, rock.
You got auto tune right now.
That right there is I don't know.
I bet you if you sing something, it'll be on key.
Woo.
My mind's telling me no, but my body.
See, I just pressed this and it said D. Yeah, I'm out, y'all. I'm gonna. I gotta find first. I gotta find where the manual's at. I don't know what. What I
with the manual. So I don't know.
You can't be out, Shango. There's no way.
This man
you
got
guys say
what?
I said. Here we go. I said I was trying to be. Man, I'm just trying to learn how to work this thing.
You gotta teach us because now you know how to run this thing, man.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna say peace, y'all, because I guess I need to mess with this. I don't know how I want to hear these voice changes, but I'm gonna say peace, man. This is crazy.
Can you hear it, Shango? You can't.
I can't hear because I have an earphone in, but it sounds kind of crazy. Like I hear the way the voice sounds.
It sounds pretty cool, man. It sounds pretty cool. I swear, it sounds pretty cool. We like it. I like it.
Yeah,
it
I do too.
Pretty cool. Oh yeah.
I'm out, man. Peace.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye, Shango.
Oh my god.
That was good. That was really good.
We were talking about chesed energy and what emotion did they talk about chesed energy was?
Chesed?
Joyful laughter, funny stuff.
Joyful.
A good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. During Amar's hypnotism, I changed it to like my own personal intention because I never been skydiving before. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna like manipulate it as something different, different intent. And it left me with like a good feeling inside. And then all of a sudden, that feeling resonated with like freedom and joy. And so like this follow-up by Shango, I feel like just like cemented it even further, I was like, oh my God, think of the color. Like as that was happening. Right. I was like, program the color.
Yeah. Nice how that works.
Yeah.
In alignment, all coming together.
For real. I know they like laughter is such a powerful tool as well. Like that just came in. I feel like that's like for anyone who did the hypnosis or whatever, that's like a cementing factor in there. That's like an added like boost of energy that goes towards it,
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
Like that didn't happen the whole time he was on air. Like for hours Shango was talking and nothing like that happened. Then in this moment.
Everyone, thank you for being here on the video and thank you for being here in the chat. If you haven't already, go ahead and hit the like button because like I said, that helps YouTube algorithm support these videos. So if you like the content, hit the like button.
Yeah. Right now, I'm reading a book called Integrative Hypnosis for Kids and Teens because one of like my potential clients, he's like a 4-year-old. No, he's 6 now. But like the trauma happened to him when he was 4. But like with kids, it's way like easier because a 6-year-old kid's already in theta state or whatever. So like I could just say pretend and he's already there.
Yeah. I remember I was There was a 6-year-old at the group home I was at, and I don't know if I told you this story or not, but I was like walking past, the other kids were in a group, and this kid, he had like nap times because he would get like really frustrated if he couldn't get a nap. So he was like in his room, supposedly taking a nap. And then as I walked past, I hear him go, "Help, help." And I was like, all right, I don't know if he's like playing pretend or what, but I should check on him. And I go in, and this kid, he has like his little dresser completely on top of him while his head is sticking out. And I'm like, what did you do? He goes, I was playing pirates. Yeah, I'll help them. And he was like, I was like, what happened? He was like, I was playing pirates, and this was my ship, and it fell on top of me. It's like, yeah, this isn't a ship, but lesson learned. Like, next time have your bed be the ship, not the dresser. Yeah, dude, kids are like super imaginative. That is it's great. They're great for that.
Yeah.
The teenagers at these days, they start doing the makeups, not just regular makeups. Like they start making their imagination avatars themselves. Did you notice that? Like a lot of my two nieces yesterday, they were watching some competition of kids competing for makeup. It's not like regular makeup. Like they're putting like
costume makeup.
Costume makeup. That's the makeup at these days. It's not just plain stuff. Oh my God! I'm like, they make their own avatars themselves in there.
Yeah,
Amazing.
they like put it on, make their mouth look like a big eyeball or something.
Yes, and they become that at these days.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, a couple of them do. Other ones I've noticed they take on the character role so hardcore. Like I even know for myself in high school, like I did that too. Like I think teenagers, like they just take on a persona, and then they just like that's their prime moment when they start attaching to the identity, like hardcore. Yeah. They're like, oh, I'm a punk rocker, or whatever. And like
being attached to the character of Amar.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was Stuff Dog who mentioned it probably a week or two ago about how when you're a very small child, you start to see the seeds of attachment. This is mine. No, this is mine. Don't touch it. Right. That's where the seeds begin. But it isn't until we start getting into relationships with each other and we start seeing how everyone else is and seeing how I'm different and who I want to be and how this that I've attached to will affect everyone and get them to do what I want them to do. It all starts putting pressure on the mold of consciousness and becomes more and more solidified. Now we've got to undo all that work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still know people. Go ahead.
I'm just saying we've got the tools now. We've got the tools.
Yeah. And the awareness of it. Like if I didn't have the awareness, I wouldn't be able to have the humility to actually release some certain things. I would still think I'm like defending something, but there's nothing to defend.
Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting career turn for you, Omar. Like the kids and teenagers or whatever. I'm curious on how that's going to go.
I've done it on like my nieces and nephews and stuff, and like I do it on myself as a kid too.
Practice makes perfect. I love it. This is the best day to have ever happened. I mean it.
Yeah.
This is the best moment. I feel like after reading about Doth and Chesed, I feel almost a connection to those forces. Like all of the minds and souls encased in a big bubble, like what's talked about in even Bina. Knowing through psychology and NLP how everyone is running off the same operating system. Instead of seeing it as different fingers attached to a hand, I almost see it like inverted, you know, almost like an egg that contains all these different seeds of different individuals. In the class that I did, someone mentioned about Prakriti, that when they see Prakriti and visualize the giant egg, they saw within her countless little eggs. And each of those little eggs was each individual person's universe. And I thought that was pretty cool. And I saw later in this book that I'm reading, The Shining Paths, which is a path-working book about Cabala, written by Dolores Ashcroft Nowicki. Her experience of Thoth is amazing. It's like this empty black hole, and you see all these little tiny specks of light. And as you examine them, it's almost like as you pass through them, you can hear like old distant radio programs, like, you know, or just like a random snippet from a television show, a random conversation. And each of these points of light, you're actually looking at different experiences that have happened in the universe, countless past and countless future, all contained in this black void. Every experience that was ever to be is contained as a spark of light. And then you realize that you don't even have a body. You're one of those sparks of light too. That reminds me a lot of how I see Prakriti when I'm doing Tatwashudi. We're inside of this thing that contains everything past, present, and future. Just something really profound to meditate on, because it helps you to come out of that solid attachment to ego and this is me, this is mine. And you start to see that everyone is sharing this experience. And no, this ain't yours. This body ain't yours. These thoughts ain't yours. What did the Kabbalion say? We live and move and have our being within the mind of the all. We are thoughts in a mind that we can't even comprehend. Each of us are little bitty thoughts in a mind that we cannot even comprehend. The same way that you have thoughts bouncing around in your head. And what are you trying to do? You're trying to quiet the monkey mind. You're observing these thoughts bounce around and you're trying to rise above them the exact same way that the abyss separates the top triad. The top triad. And look at where the top triad is on that person, the mind. And what did he say in the Ladder of Lights? We have a million thoughts, but all of them don't cross that barrier between thinking and being. Only certain ones are able to penetrate through that realm. This is the realm that separates the subjective and the objective. So where do we identify? Do we identify with the objective, or do we identify with the potential of the subjective? And do we have any control over what we identify with? Do we have any control over our experience? Did we not just have an example of having our experience directed to achieve a specific result? Was it difficult? Did you have a change in your experience? I did. I felt the fire when I ripped those black posters off the wall and threw them into the fire. I felt the warmth of that fire on the whole front of my body, tingles up and down. There's no fire in this room. Where'd that heat come from?
But it feels real. Yeah.
You remember when you were a kid and you used to play those games, or they used to play those games would be like, crack an egg on your head, let the yolk run down, let the yolk run down. Did you ever play those games? No? All right. Just like some weird kids on the East Coast. Okay. Well, we used to play those games. Like they'd be like, I don't know, they'd be like, crack an egg on your head, let the yolk roll down, like the yolk roll down. Drop some water on your head, let the water run down, let the water run down. And then it was like, stab a knife in your back, let the blood drip down. Oh yeah, it was terrible. But
what kids were we playing with?
But like, it was like one of those, it was like our version of like the Bloody Mary games that you would play, you know. But the thing that got everyone was that when they would do that, along with just the thump on your back, the sensation of like the blood running down your back, or of, you know, like, and it would incite the fear and incite the entire sensation that you would have throughout your whole body. Like, oh shit, kind of thing.
Hopefully y'all pulled it out. Otherwise, it's still there.
True. I didn't. Shit. It's out.
I'm gonna take care of that.
Yeah. That's interesting. But yeah, no, there's that's kind of like what you were saying, like you're creating these experiences, and all it takes is just the idea along with with that emotional sensation of like it's happening, and all of a sudden your body's going through this entire reaction. That's the whole like the drip torture technique is, right? They put a rag over your face and then they drip water on it and you feel like you're suffocating. That's like actual torture technique because it messes with your system.
Yeah. I mean, the techniques that hypnosis, just if you just invert them, it's
right. Way less violent.
Because like you can, just as I put someone in a gray room, I can put them in a room with their worst nightmare and just have them replay that forever.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what trauma kind of is, right? Like trauma is that. Like you are living in that room or that experience over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So
but more so like your conscious fragmented at that time of trauma, and then that version of you is still there, living that trauma over and over again until you go back.
Right.
And like I think that was a really good example with Veronica, because the first time it didn't work because I didn't amplify the resource enough.
Yeah.
But once I was able to amplify the resource enough, then she got the sensation on her arms.
That's an example of experience, because someone who's inexperienced would have done that and been like, oh, I suck. But you were able to identify, what needed to be done next, right?
Yeah, that's true. And then the same with the trauma, the resources have to like match the charge of the trauma. So like what most people do when they get these techniques, they like use this technique on their like worst trauma they've ever had in their life. And like you said, they get bummed out that didn't work. But like, it's not that it didn't work, it's just that you didn't meet the charge enough.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I could apply that same reasoning to working with the Goetia.
Yeah. But also like intention, because when I was first like after I got over like I was into NLP and hypnosis, then when I got deeper, all like the like master teachers, they always talked about intention. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I feel like I'm back in fucking religion again, like talking about intention. But it's such an important concept because the intention will literally guide the outcome.
That's what they teach us in massage therapy too.
Yeah.
Like you can do a same technique, but if you don't have an intention, it's not going to provide healing for anyone.
Yeah.
That's a big reason why I've made the Sankalpa to do a gratitude walk every single morning. As soon as I wake up, I make it my point to go out and start my day off with gratitude. Doesn't matter if I wake up early or I wake up late. The first thing I do is get dressed and I go out. And I spend that time focused on nothing but gratitude and what I'm grateful for. And that sets an intention for me throughout the day. And I've been finding that no matter what happens, like I end the day the same way I started it. Everything's good and I'm grateful for what I have. Things are going to work themselves out, even if they don't look like it or feel like it at the time. But that's the result of intention and not just,
I don't know what's happening, what to do. Oh, everything's ruined.
I haven't had a thought like that in years. When I learned that I don't have to have thoughts like that. See, most people don't understand that we have a choice. Just like all those little thoughts and specks floating around in the eternal womb of the great mother, you got a bunch of thoughts in your head, and all of them don't need your attention. You can choose.
And even just those thoughts or those voices, you can just hijack them through other techniques. But basically, they have the same tones and stuff like that, but they're just saying what you want them to say now. And then also with people, basically they want to change fear and anxiety and basically get rid of fear, but you don't want to get rid of fear completely, because there's certain times where fear is useful and appropriate. So let's say like you're walking, you're on a 1,000-foot cliff and you're walking down and to the edge, there's gonna be a voice that says, don't go past that edge, you're gonna fall off. But that voice comes from fear.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a useful and appropriate time and place for that voice to tell you that.
So it would be more important to, I guess, restructure your operating system to know how to determine what's useful and what's appropriate. So it's not that we want to eliminate fear or we want to eradicate the vrittis, but it's about managing them, right?
Exactly. Management of the vrittis.
That's what yoga is.
Yoga chitta vritti nirodha.
It was super weird. I saw that when I was reading Israel Regardie's Ladder of Lights. I saw him mention that, Sutra 1-2. And then like within a week, I saw it in like 8 other books. Like it was bizarre. Like what
in like a modern book, Flow by Neheim Csikszentmihalyi, something like that. It's like a modern neuroscience book about flow states. And he references the Yoga Sutras, and he says that this is the best text to learn about focus.
All right, y'all. Well, I've been on here for quite a while, and I think I'm going to call it a night and go back to reading a little bit more. But
Good
thank
idea.
you.
Good idea. Thank you.
Peace out. Love y'all. Bye.
Yeah. So we're going on 10 hours. I think this would be a good time to go ahead and wrap things up.
Yeah. And when you edit your video, can you clip out the part where I was talking to Veronica and send it to me?
Okay.
Yeah. Or is there a way for me to do that too? Through my end?
Yeah. I have a site that I use. Basically, I download the YouTube video and then I just slice it out.
Okay. Can you DM it to me?
Yeah.
For sure. Thank you. Then, yeah. Thank you for the study group too, obviously.
Yeah. Thank you for everything. All a perfect system. I'm glad that you're going in this direction because this is definitely needed. Definitely.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, I'm glad too.
Yeah, you got to meet one of the gurus face to face, so that's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, it's definitely not the last time. I'm about to.
Hopefully next time I can go with you.
Yo, that's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
That's the next level. Yeah. Because he has events in Florida.
Okay.
It's Florida and Vegas. That's where he like most of the events are.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully we can catch two birds with one stone. If he ever does another event with other homeboy, that would be extremely epic.
Yeah.
But yeah, one step at a time.
Yeah, that's true. All right, bro. Yeah.
All
right.
Peace. All right, everybody. This has been a good long session. I appreciate all you guys. Wow, it says playbacks 1777. Perfect. I appreciate all you guys who were riding with us the whole time. It looks like we still have the same amount of people just about as when we started. So, I mean, you guys are serious about this study. And I appreciate you spending your whole Sunday with us. That's unheard of, right? Thank you. Not just thank you, but I'm glad that you're able to take this information and process it. You have books that you can look into. You got breakdowns of the chapters. You know what I'm saying? You got the necessary tools to move forward. So I'm just happy and grateful to be a part of this experience. So check this out. Next month, February, I'm going to be running the next session of my class. Now, like I said, I'm probably not going to be running this class after this, at least not live, because I'm going to be working on some other programs, namely the app and the future of where this is going. Don't want to say too much just yet, but it was definitely hinted at and mentioned not long ago. But if you guys are interested in joining the class and learning the techniques that I teach to help you build a framework with attaining a connection with your higher self, the meditations and the different processes that you can do in just an hour a day or 30 minutes a day, get in contact with me. Send me an email at travismagus777@gmail.com or hit me up on Instagram, whatever's easiest for you. And then we'll set up a one-on-one talk and see if this is something that you want to do. Next week, this week, we're going to be doing the last chapter of this book, last chapter of the Passive Pravritti and Nivritti. So go ahead and finish it up if you've got it. If yours hasn't arrived yet, that's fine. That's divine. You're going to have it soon, and you'll have a copy of your own to highlight and go back over. But for those of you who do have the copy of this, we're going over the last chapter. And because so many people don't have it and some people got it stolen out of their mailbox twice, I'm going to read the final chapter probably Wednesday. But I'm going to keep going on my recording streak. So join me as we continue with the Ladder of Lights. I'm really enjoying this book. But yeah, again, thank you guys. Thank you guys. All of you are a blessing to me, for real. I'm grateful that you guys show up each and every time and you support just by being here. So thank you. Thank you so much. Big things coming. Big things on the way. Big things on the way. In my own special way, I get to be on the verge of chesed, to be able to receive gigantic ideas and translate them so that they can manifest. So big things popping and little shit stopping, or whatever the young folks are saying. Yeah. Stay grateful, stay positive, keep studying, keep practicing. And it's about that time, y'all. It's about that time. Probably gonna get me a little something to eat, maybe a nice salad, maybe a veggie burger. See if my homies are still on Fortnite. Catch a couple of dubs, couple of crowns, and get some sleep. Veronica, I hope you have a great night. And everyone else, I hope you have a great night also. Oh yeah, oh yeah. All right. Yep, great energy today, for real. Yeah. You guys got to experience that hypnosis, that guided hypnosis meditation. Check out Amar on his Instagram channel, get in contact with him. He's also doing work with guided meditations, like you said, to help people overcome these personal obstacles like depression, anxiety, uncertainty. And yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. This is ch3, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm grateful for you guys. Peace.